right. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I've been here for the last 30 minutes. Everybody was talking to me. It happens every time. That's why I'm late. And then I knew today I was going to start later. And now I'm really late because when I get here, I hadn't seen Paul in 2 weeks. John's like, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? And it's just impossible. If y'all were here, you would understand. My mom, when she's here, starts telling everybody to get out, go. Chad's got to do his sale. So, only thing I can say is I'm sorry. That's the only thing I can say. You know, these guys, what can I say, man? I'm popular. These people hold me up. This is why I started having to close the store 3 hours earlier. There used to be people hanging around here in the store waiting for me to show up. And my mom would tell everybody, get out. Get out of here. You can't talk to Chad. He's got to do the live sale. That's the story of my life. I have to run to the back and sometimes wear a disguise. Sorry, Ed, can't talk to you. Paul, better luck next time. Send me an email. John can't talk to you today, man. I'm sorry. Even though you told me you wanted to talk to me, you got to send me an email. You got to call. You got to text me. I'll get back with you next week. There's like hundreds of people that is going to be so mad right now because I'm late. They're sitting in front of their computer. I cannot physically talk to you. I knew one kind of local guy. I've known him for years. He was here one day and he was beating on the door and he just basically wouldn't leave. He knew I was in here and he was so mad. He's like, is there a reason why you just can't come talk to me? I was like, yeah, you have no idea what's going on. He has no idea. There's all these people. They're just like, where are you, Chad? I mean, if I got here at 4:30 every day, we'd still start at 5:15. So, because everybody'd be like, hey, Chad's getting here early today. And then it'd be a mad rush. I'd be like, I walked in one day and it was like Ed, Paul, my mom, my sister, Tanner, and Ed. They were all basically waiting to talk to me. And I was like, okay, this is going to take about an hour and a half. And I basically had to meet with them one at a time. So that's what happens, everybody. So today I was like, I'll get there about 5:30. We'll start 5:45, 6. I got here and then that's what happens. But we're good to go now. Hey, now we can go to 2 a.m. I mean, if you're going to bed early tonight, then why? It's Friday night. So if you can't stay up till 1 or 2 or 3 a.m. Eastern time, then, I mean, what do you got to do tomorrow? Nothing. You should have absolutely nothing to do. If so, then you should probably have already canceled it. You're not a real Colecco fan if you're going to bed at 11 p.m. All right. Trust me, I'm trying to get back here. It's a challenge every day. But also everybody's very frustrated. Where are you, Chad? We'll blame Paul this time. And then John wanted to show me something about a Metallica concert. I didn't even get to tell him about what I wanted to. I already put my daughter to bed. Oh, man. All right, I'm almost done sharing links. So I talked to this guy the other day that has some stuff for sale, and I basically told him, I had all these missed calls and stuff, and I finally called him and I said, hey, let me just go ahead and just be honest with you. Two things. One, I'm never going to be able to talk to you again on the phone. I was like, this is rare. Number two, I'm going to give your number to Paul, and if you want to sell anything, you got to talk to him. And I was like, I know you wanted me probably to come up there and look at your collection, but it's just not going to happen. Let's just be real. I said, I'm being very honest. There's just no way. I mean, if you follow my daily routine, there's just no way. And I have tried calling some people before the sales, and it gets long-winded. And there's a couple times I've just hit end and just had to hang up on people because I was, oh my gosh, I'm going to be very late if I can tell right away this person does not know how to just say goodbye. So I've had to just click, and then I'll say, hey, Paul, call this person back. They got something for sale, but I just had to get off the phone with them. Anybody ever talk to somebody like that on the phone? I have some relatives like that too. It's like, oh my gosh, dude. This is why they invented text messaging. 9 out of 10 people probably don't want to have a phone conversation. I have some relatives, and when I see their phone calls coming in, I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Not immediate family. Maybe we'll say extended family. I'm like, oh no. This is not good. This is a good 2-3 hours right here. That's like every minute of spare time today. It's like, oh no. If I actually have to talk to this person, this is like my entire and there's some people I want to talk to, but then I'd have angry customers. And what I've learned is we don't want angry Collecco customers, right? We don't want angry Collecco customers. Okay, last thing I'm doing is sharing the YouTube. I have clicked share, copy link, and I'm almost done. Man, and tonight's going to be busy. I mean, we've got 5 crates of new vinyl, 3 Hatchet Ed crates. There's 8 John crates. There's Paul's working on marking stuff too. My mom's had to tell people that's called the store before, and it's no like Facebook customers or YouTube customers. It's like people that used to maybe local and they know about me. They're like, I want to talk to Chad about selling my collection. And my mom's like, yeah, that's just not going to happen. And they're like, do what? Like, well, who is this guy? Vito Clorione? Do you have to wait in a lobby for him? Even on the day of your daughter's wedding, there's people waiting in line to see you. Chad, I need a favor. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is share this on our Instagram. Wow, look at that. Signed Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. The high bid right now is $7 million. High bid for the dual signed Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. $7 million. That's the current bid. It's not done yet. May go on to be the most valuable sports card ever sold. $7 million's the high bid right now. Yeah, I can run Albert Collins tonight. It'll be probably sometime after 8, but I can do it. I can do it. All right. Wow. 2007 Upper Deck Exquisite. Dual logo, man, 1 of 1. Yeah, it'll probably bring over 10 million. It'll probably bring over 10 million. Thing about sports cards right now is everybody on earth wants the good stuff. I'm talking about China, Japan, Hong Kong, right, Paul? Yeah. So the market's just got insane. They're now, when you got Sotheby's and Christie's wanting that stuff, it's up there with like art now. So like a signed card by Kobe and Michael is now regarded as like a Picasso. You know, it's just like when you get a crazy card like that, it's like, yeah, literally everybody on earth wants this. So just name your price. And when you got people that have $500 million in cash that they're just trying to get rid of, then they're like, yeah, give me a card, I'll take it. Give me a Superman #1, sure. Okay. I wish I had $500 million in cash I was trying to get rid of, right, Paul? I would probably be buying $1 million sports cards too. Yeah. If you got $500 million in just cash, you're literally trying to figure out, it's hard for a lot of people to fathom, but there's people on earth that literally have 100, 500 million in cash, and they're like, I don't know what to do with this. It's like that episode of SpongeBob. We tried burning it. We tried giving it away. We buried it. That's their biggest headache every day. Some of these is like, what am I going to do literally with all this cash? I've got to figure out how to spend it. That's their headache every day. I've got to get rid of all this cash, so I don't want to pay taxes on it. So I'll buy this. I'll buy a Ferrari, this, that. Okay. I'll buy a painting, a Ferrari. Yeah. There's a lot of people like that. That's why you see crazy prices for comics, cards, art, records, autographs. It's like, what do I do with this 22 million in surplus I have to get rid of? Or not 22, how about 320 million from the stock sale? Okay, here we go. Here we go. If we don't put a Japanese pressing up, David Johnson's going to have a stroke and he'll be going to the nearest hospital. Kiss, Alive. This is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. It has a Japanese book, another book, a gatefold jacket, and this is a $35 start for Kiss Alive. Japanese pressing, no obi. All right? Right now, there's only 36 paid orders waiting to be shipped. That's it. That's how caught up they are for the weekend. We got 4 crates of new vinyl. We got 3 Hatchet Ed crates. Right now, we have 139 overdue invoices in our system. So if those would have all been paid, we would have had more stuff to ship. But we're waiting on 139 overdue invoices, okay? Just saying. There's Kiss. $35 start on that. Here we go. Chad's Talk Show. We would have just as many viewers. But I would make a lot less money unless I got some really good ads. Unless I could get some really good sponsors, I don't plan on having a podcast. I would talk for 2 hours additional a day if I could get $20,000. Here we go. We got Green Grass and High Tide Forever. There's the book. It's a gatefold jacket, and it's a $35 start. The Rolling Stones, High Tide and Green Grass. There we have it. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Sorry I'm late. I literally blame Paul. He's okay with it. I told him it was his fault. I literally hadn't got to see him in 2 weeks, and we were talking, and then John had to come up and show me a conspiracy theory about Metallica's first concert. That took another 10 minutes, and then I finally got back here, and we are finally ready to rumble, okay? One of the first things I'm going to do is go through 5 crates of new vinyl as a recap from last night. There's 27 comments on the post, 27 comments from the post, and I got to figure out who gets what, and that's going to knock down a lot of the new stuff from last night. Last night was insane. I still got some great stuff to try to run tonight, so let's get started. We have Eric Clapton, Pink Floyd, Wu-Tang Clan, Rammstein, August Burns, Deftones, The Who, Zach Sabbath, Jack Johnson, Pink Floyd, Trouble, Assassin, Jack Johnson, Grateful Dead, Rob Zombie, Deftones, Jack Johnson, Black Sabbath, Jack Johnson, Who, Ghost, Wildside, Wu-Tang, Rammstein. Here we go. I've got Metallica and Justice for All, Harvester of Sorrow, Remastered, Shortest Straw, $44.99 for Metallica and Justice for All. That's a double LP. It's a remaster. It's a rockin' album. I'll never forget the first time I ever listened to that all the way through. I was like, good God, what is this? Why haven't I been listening to this more often? First thing we have is Kiss. That's at $35 and now $40. That's a Japanese pressing. The Rolling Stones does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $35 start on that. I've got 3 copies of Black Sabbath Never Say Die. I know I just read off one of those claims. Black Sabbath is sold to Jeremy Todd. This is a 180-gram remastered from 2012. It is $33.99. That's the first sale of the night. I still got 2 Black Sabbaths if anybody wants them. I still got 1 Metallica. Also, I have this Suspended in Dusk, a 30th anniversary Bloody Kisses typo negative. That is typo negative, Bloody Kisses. It is $44.99. Tom Kelly wants a Black Sabbath Never Say Die. Typo negative. There's 1 left. I don't think I've seen a claim for it. I didn't, so it is available. It's on colored vinyl, too. Now there's only 1 Black Sabbath left. Flotsam and Jetsams, a double LP on clear vinyl, $33.99 on that. And Poison, that is Open Up and Say Ah. Poison is with the original artwork that was intended for that release. $34.99. Flotsam and Jetsam. What Trouble? I have no idea. It's in one of these crates that's coming up. That was new vinyl from last night. It was also in the 6 a.m. video. Nobody bid on the Rolling Stones. It's a $35 buy it now. Rolling Stones is a $35 buy it now. What I just read off was everything that was claimed in this morning's video. Could there be extras? Yes, but I hadn't even got to most of them yet. There's 5 crates. 5 crates of new vinyl for a recap. We started with 10 last night. The Rolling Stones is just a $35 buy it now. Joe Kolosky on that last typo negative. Kiss is out. Brian Frenfrock has it for $42. Our next auction is Saxon. Yeah, Saxon. A 1979 UKOG. It has just a regular inner sleeve that came with it. It's in VG Plus condition. A $20 start on that one. Do you happen to have And Justice for All Walmart exclusive? Green vinyl? I do not. No, I do not. They do not sell colored vinyl to independent record stores. Those are a contract through Walmart. We have Judas Priest Rockarola. This is a remastered. It has a really cool embossed cover with the, looks like the liquid there on top of the bottle cap is embossed. Very cool. That is $34.99. I have 1 left. We sold 2 last night. Rammstein, this is Shinzut. Now, I read off a lot of Rammstein claims, but I think Shinzuts are still available for $49.99. Yep, Rammstein, this one's still available. It's a double LP, $49 on that. Zach Sabbath Vertigo, that's on purple vinyl. That's Zach Sabbath, Zach Wild doing Black Sabbath's first album. Purple vinyl, $33.99. Judas Priest Stained Glass is $33. I've got 2 of those from Judas Priest. Those are new and sealed. And then Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. That is $33.99. No bid on Saxon. That's a final call. It's a 79 UK original pressing of their debut album. Just a $20 start. No bid yet. Over here is Kiss. It's at $42 with Brian Frinfrock. As everybody hit the like button on Facebook. Halloween, the time of the oath. Halloween is $39.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning remastered $33. A classic live Iron Maiden album. That's Live After Death. Live After Death is $44.99. It's a double LP with book. I've got two of them, and Overkill taking over. Overkill is a half-speed master on pink marble vinyl, $33.99. All right, first Japanese auction of the night is sold, and that is Kiss, the Brian Frinfrock for $42. You wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. Sold to Brian Frinfrock for $42. Saxon has one bid for $25. That's now going twice, going three times. Our next auction is going to come over here from the Japanese bin, and that is going to go up right now. Monsters of Rock, holy moly, Rainbow, Scorpion, April Wine, Saxon, Ride, and Touch. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Japanese pressing of Obi. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. No more in here, so let's just read through those again very quickly. We have Metallica, we had Black Sabbath, we had Flotsam and Jetsam, Poison, still got Judas Priest and Rammstein and Zach Sabbath and Judas Priest and Iron Maiden and Halloween and Metallica and Iron Maiden and Overkill. If anybody wants anything else in there, just let me know. Those are going right here next to me. That way we can go right into this other crate. We have Monsters of Rock with Tom Kelly, $35. It doesn't look like anybody else is going to bid on Saxon, so that's a final call. How about Harry Potter? This is the Order of the Phoenix. It's a 2LP. It's a clear vinyl. It's $39.99. That's the newest reissue series they're doing for all those, getting them back into print. Rammstein, this is Rise, Rise. And I don't think there was any claim for this one. I think everybody wanted Zeet, which I hadn't ordered in a long time. So, yeah, this is still available. And Rammstein is $49.99. Jim Sedal was the only bidder on Saxon. That sold to him for $25. Nice pickup there. Next auction is Scorpions. This is Love at First Sting. It's a 1984 USOG Pittman press, original press, in shrink with a hype sticker, VG Plus. Just a $25 start on Scorpions. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. A double LP, $44.99. Welcome to the Jungle, Paradise City, where the grass is green. Here is Rob Zombie, the Lunar Injection Kool-Aid Eclipse Conspiracy. That's on yellow vinyl. Rob Zombie, the last bid that came in on this was Scott Markheim. He wanted one. Thank you, Scott Markheim. Zach is... Rob Zombie is sold to you. And then Brian Call wanted a Zach Sabbath. That's from the last bin. I almost missed that. This is sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call, on the Zach Sabbath. That's sold to him. And then over here, we've got one copy of Slipknot. This is the Subliminal Verses, 2LP. That's $36.99. It's on purple vinyl. Monsters of Rock is at $40. Tom Kelly's out. Saxon's at $25, or excuse me, Scorpions is a $25 start. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden is $33.99. Gatefold jacket. Wildside. We had somebody claim one, then put it back, and then Dean Tefford said he'll take it. Wildside is sold to Dean Tefford. If anybody else wants one, that's on orange vinyl. Here's that Rammstein Zeet. But this one here, a Rammstein Zeet, is first sold to Matt Shiker. So thank you, Matt Shiker. If anybody else wants one, that one's $44.99. Municipal Waste, I still got two copies. Municipal Waste, The Art of Parting, is $38.99. Flotsam and Jetsam and the Blood is $29. Taylor Swift Folklore. We sold almost all of her albums last night. They came in $39.99 on that. Wow, nobody bid on Scorpions. That's just a $25 buy now. I haven't heard back from Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly over here is out on Monsters of Rock. Tim Graham has it for $40. Jim Sedal gets the Scorpions. Only one bid for $25. Great pickup on these so far. Next auction is going to be Quiet Riot. This is called Condition Critical. Quiet Riot's an A4 USOG Carrollton press with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, a VG cover, and that's going to go up for a $15 star. Megadeth, so far so good, so what? Megadeth is $33.99. Primus Pork Soda. Still got two of those. It's a double LP. $39.99 for Primus. Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. That is in mono. Pink Floyd Piper is sold to Brian Call. That's in mono at $33.99. There's one left. And then Jack Johnson, In Between Dreams, okay? The first Jack Johnson, In Between Dreams, is sold to Charlie Sales. It's $36.99. It's a gatefold jacket. And then the second Jack Johnson, Jack Johnson, Jack Johnson, Jack Johnson, Jack Johnson. This Jack Johnson is still available. $36.99. Scorpions already sold, didn't get a bid. It already sold. I had a Scorpions up. It did not get a bid. You've already missed 3 auctions, Scott Arnold. Monsters of Rock is out. This is official officially sold over here to Tim Graham for $40. Some people left the stream for 30 seconds and already missed 9 auctions. That's how fast-paced everything's going. If you're leaving the chat to go walk your dog, you're going to be missing 2,000, 3,000 records. That's the pace we're going at right now. Quiet Rod does not have a bid. Final call, $15 start. VG Plus, VG cover of Woods, Flotsam, and Jetsam. I think I've already showed 2, but give me 1 second. Here is the Colt, and this is called Pure Colt of Singles. It's a double LP, gatefold jacket, $38.99. So this Jack Johnson got claimed. There is still one left. I have the Colt. I have Jack Johnson, Pink Floyd, Primus, Megadeth, Taylor Swift. This Flotsam and Jetsam's called Blood in the Water, $29.99. We had one of the other crate. It was self-titled. It was $33.99. Municipal Waste, Iron Maiden, Slipknot, Rob Zombie, Guns N' Roses, Rammstein, and Harry Potter. Bob Corrier, make sure if you want to bid on Quiet Riot, you put 1.5 to lock in your bid on that one. And then the next thing I have, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else in here. I'm reading through all these comments. I have not. So let me just take this right off here, and we'll go right into another crate. Here is the next crate. Quiet Riot is looking for a $15 start. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is White Snake at Hammersmith. It's near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is absolutely beautiful. It has the insert with it. It has the cover and obi, and that's a $35 start. Let's read through these right quick. Hopefully everybody's back on and watching. We got Taylor Swift Speak Now. Taylor Swift is $33.99. The autograph Ride the Lightning still sell. No, I have it. $10,000. Just go ahead and say you'll take it, Chase, and I'll blow the air horn. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. It's a double LP, $44.99, $44.99. And we have Pixies, Surfer Rosa. Pixies is $33.99. And Taylor Swift Reputation, double LP picture disc, $59.99 for Taylor Swift. And I have Tyler, the Creator. New album comes out today. Cherry Bomb, 2 LP blue vinyl with booklet, $39.99 on that. Deftones with the green cover. That's so to Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. That's so to you. Also, we got Black Crowes War Paint. We're down to 3 copies. Gatefold jacket, $29.99. And Pink Floyd Live in Nebworth. That's a 2 LP, $19.90. That was an official release. It's a 2 LP on 45 RPM. That is $49.99. Bob Corrier, you're out on Quiet Riot. No one's been on White Snake, looking for a $35 start. Going once, going twice. Next thing over here is more Pixies. This time Bossa Nova, $33.99. Taylor Swift Red. Taylor Swift Red is also a 2 LP gatefold. That's $33.99. And we have Dark Side of the Moon. That's the 50th anniversary remaster. This is a new Grateful Dead that comes out today. It's called Gray Folded. It is $69.99. And the Grateful Deads did both get sold. The first one sold to Michael Butler. Thank you. The other one is sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. Those are sold. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. Pink Floyd Metal's $33.99. Taylor Swift Evermore is $33. That's on green vinyl. And then Black Sabbath's debut. Nobody been on White Snake live at Hammersmith. That's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. White Snake live at Hammersmith. Japanese press of Obi insert near mint minus and pristine. And Buddy Cordova said he already bid $35 on White Snake, okay? So let's go back and find where he bid $35. There it is. Let's go ahead and sell it to Buddy Cordova. He got it for $35. Queens Rock 15, Queens Rock 16, Queens Rock 20, Queens Rock 15, Queens Rock 20. First thing is Tom Kelly gets Black Sabbath. Brent, I'll put you on a waiting list for Grateful Dead Gray Folded. Grateful Dead Gray Folded. I'll put you on a wait list, okay? Next thing over here is this, and Tom Kelly on Black Sabbath. We got it. Scott Whitesnake already got a bid. Grateful Quiet Riot's at 20, and then over here was, when was Pink Floyd recorded? 1990. 1990 at the Nebworth concert. Let's go over here and let's put up another auction right quick. Next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and that is this right here. What is this? It's Three Dog, no, it's Mamas and Papas. I had one just like this the other night. It's Mamas and Papas. It's called The Dunhill Sounds Volume 2. First track is California Dreamin', then Monday, Monday. Sounds like a compilation. Mamas and Papas, Japanese pressing, $35 start. Brent Robley on the wait list for the Grateful Dead Gray Folded. We got that for you. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Rat, and Rat is called a 1988 USOG sealed. It's either an SRC or an Allied pressing. It is sealed. It is Rat, Reach for the Sky. A sealed copy, an original, $45 start. Next is Taylor Swift Speak Now, still got that, and Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, and the Pixies Surfer Rosa, and Taylor Swift Reputation, and Tyler the Creator, and the Black Crowes War Paint, and Pink Floyd Live at Nebworth 1990. You need that Fred Carnell, it's great. Pixies Bossa Nova, Taylor Swift Red, Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd Metal, Taylor Swift Evermore, and then Black Sabbath's debut. Chad, the Rhino Hi-Fi Series Visit and Bless sounds fantastic. Those are amazing sounding records, 100%. I'm surprised I hadn't sold more of them. Of course, I can't get them anymore. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully, everybody's hit the like button. I didn't hear back in from somebody on Quite Right, so this is sold to Lisa Torres for $20. That is sold to Lisa for $20. The Mamas and Papas, final call to get a bid on that. That is 0 bids right now, looking for a $35 start. And Rat, 0 bids, looking for a $45 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is White Snake slided in. White Snake's a club. No year given. VG Plus, it's definitely a vintage reissue or an OG. $15 start on that. Rat is a sealed copy. $45 start. OG. Creed, My Own Prison. This is $33.99. Creed, My Own Prison. $33.99. I still have this available if anybody wants it. Fred Cardinal wants the Pink Floyd and Nebworth. How could you go wrong? He made a great decision. Now the rest of his weekend is going to go fantastic. Rat has one bid for $45. I'm about to sell it. There's no other bids. Morgan Wallen, this is called Dangerous, the double album. That's a 2 LP, $49.99. Also, I have the Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed, $36.99 on that. Still got 2 copies of that in stock. Paul McCartney Ram. Ram is $33.99. Warsaw Sorry, Uncle Albert. Kiss, Ace Frehley solo album. This is $33.99. It's $33. Tool Live in Lollapalooza, Dallas, Texas, silver vinyl is $34.99. And nobody bid on the Mamas and Papas, and that's going to go up for what? Just a $35 buy now. That's the Mamas and the Papas. Sounds like a great compilation. First 2 tracks were California Dreamin' and Monday Monday. Japanese Pressing, Near Minus and Pristine with Obi. That's called Dunhill Sounds Volume 2. $35 star. Still got a Rolling Stones over here, High Tide and Green Grass. Another Japanese pressing with book, no condition notes. $35 buy it now on that. Here is Rat. It is a sealed copy of Reach for the Sky, an 88 US OG. It just has 1 notch right up there on it, and it's about to be sold for $45. White Snake has 1 bid for $15 next auction. Well, at this point, you might be going, golly, Chad, what other albums could you be putting up for auction? How about Scorpions, Love at First Sting? Another copy, an 84 US OG Pittman press with the original undersleeve with lyrics. VG Plus, a $25 start on Scorpions. Next thing in here is Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. That is a triple LP, $54.99. Deftones Around the Fur. This one here, Deftones Around the Fur, is sold to Joy Fino. Thank you, Joy. That's sold to you. Van Halen's $33.99. That's their debut. Ghost's new album, Skeleton. Pink vinyl, that's $33. August Burns Red. That is officially sold to Matt Scheiker. He got that and Rammstein Zed earlier. Thank you on that one. Also, we got Van Halen for $33.99. 1984. Skid Row's debuts, $33. Iron Maiden Power Slave, $33. And Assassin. Assassin over here. The last claim on Assassin. Sean Druin says he wants both. So there's one for Sean Druin. There was no other bids on Rat. A sealed Rat should have brought what? $50, $60, $70? $45 sold to Gregory. Paul just bid $46, a little bit too late. Over here, Mamas and Papas. Fred Cardinal gets that for $30. Scorpions has 1 bid for $25. Final call. White Snake just got 1 bid. And White Snake just got 1 bid to Scott Dwallow. That's sold for $15. Next thing is Venom. Welcome to Hell. That's $33.99. Iron Maiden No Pray for the Dying is $36. There's another Assassin. That's sold to Sean Druin. Thank you. That's sold to Sean. And there's 1 Assassin left. Interstellar Experience, yellow vinyl. And then Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, if anybody wants those remastered, $33.99. I'm going through auctions really quick when they're getting 1 or 0 bids. Gregory got one of the deals tonight. A sealed OG Rat for just $45. What the heck's going on? Next thing is this right here. Let's go ahead and put up the 5th and final recap crate. Then we're going to go into right into new stuff. And if you're not watching when I'm doing the new stuff, then you're probably going to blink a couple times and miss 2 or 3 entire crates. First thing is this right here. We have 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. That's a double LP. That was originally released in 1996, $44.99. Now Bowie's getting bids, $25, $26, $27. I'm seeing some people bid right off the bat. They're like, holy crap, I better go ahead and bid. I'm going to miss the complete auction. Next thing is Scorpions, $31. Rick Wise has it for $30. Scott Arnold at $31. Now we're out. Now that's the final call. Now David Bowie has about a dozen bids. That's good. Tool, this is Live Dynamite, 2002. Tool is $38.99. We have The Who, Live at the Oval. This is a new release. It's a new Who concert that comes out today. 1 sold to Samuel Kopich. Thank you, Samuel. There are 2 more left. That's from that classic Who's Next Door? The Who is $44 at $46. Matt Parsons got one. There's one for Matt Parsons. Matt Parsons also wanted a new copy of the Ghost album. So let's go pull that for him. Right here is Ghost, and this is sold to Matt Parsons. I have one Ghost left if anybody else wants one of those. Also, I have Jack Johnson, and this one's called Brushfire Fairy Tales. A lot of claims for Jack Johnson. Let me try to figure this one out. Jack Johnson, Brushfire Fairy Tales, and this one is sold to George Ellis, okay? That one sold to George Ellis. And then we have 9 Inch Nails Broken. That's $39.99. 3 Days Grace Alienation was $29. Brotherhood by New Order is $38. Sublime Secondhand Smoke is $39. Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is sold to Kevin Scott. Thank you, Kevin Scott. That's sold to you. And then I have one copy left if anybody wants that. Actually, I think no, that one's still available. And then we have Jack Johnson On and On. Now, this Jack Johnson here is sold to Charlie Sales. Thank you, Charlie. That Jack Johnson sold to him. New Order Technique was $39.99. The Best of Def Leppard, $44. And then we have Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, and Wu-Tang Clan. First thing is Wu-Tang is sold to John Howard, and Eric Clapton, Slow Hand is sold to Clifford Umstead. Now, let's update where we was at on the Scorpions. The Scorpions over here did not get another bid after Scott Arnold bid $31. Never hear back from Rick Weiss, but that is sold to him for $31. And then the last bid on David Bowie was Jason Thomas at $36. Jason Thomas at $36. That is the high bid on that. Our next auction is going to be Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's called More Creedence Gold. It's a gatefold jacket, Japanese pressing. It's a $35 start. It comes with book, cover, obi, $35 start for Creedence, okay? Now, let's go through my comments and see what didn't get claimed. The first thing that I didn't have a record to sell somebody to was Trouble, Manic Frustration waitlist. Now, Alonzo wanted Trouble. He didn't even see it in the video. What he's saying is he saw it last night sell, and he wants on a waiting list. Alonzo Brinsno for Trouble, Manic Frustration. If anybody else wants one, let me know right now. Scott Smith, first on the waiting list for Jack Johnson, On and On. So, Scott Smith, you did get Grateful Dead, but you're on a waiting list for Jack Johnson, On and On. Okay? So, we'll put Jack Johnson, On and On. That's a album and title for Scott Smith. Okay? Next thing is George Ellis, also on Jack Johnson, On and On. Okay? So, he needs to go on that as well. That's another Jack Johnson album. And then everybody else got everything they wanted except Nick Bargeron. Nick Bargeron wants to go on a waiting list for Wu-Tang Clan. Nick Bargeron on a waiting list for Wu-Tang Clan, The Essential, and William Warner on a waiting list for Rammstein Zeitgeist. Those two had already sold by the time they watched the video. Okay, William just commented 1 hour ago. Zeitgeist or Zeit, it's actually Zeet. It's not Zeitgeist, it's Rammstein Zeet. Those are long gone, okay? Let's go back up here at the top. David Bowie's officially sold to Jason Thomas for $36.99. $36.99. And nobody bid on Creedence. That's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. CCR can be picked up for $35 buy it now. All right, so I got all the lists taken care of. Everything from the video got claimed. I think those 5 crates have turned into about 4, or probably I can maybe even get everything to 3.5. Fantastical. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in early, even though it's already 7 o'clock. Welcome. Let's do the view counter over here. Friday nights, though, everybody's football games, dinners, movies. I see a lot more people get on after 9 and 10 o'clock Central Time, honestly. But we're about to get right into brand new stuff, so let's get started. Here's what was left in here. Def Leppard, New Order, Pink Floyd, Sublime, New Order, 3 Days Grace, 9 Inch Nails, The Who. And yes, The Tool was an unofficial, Fred. Great track listing, though. Parabola, Sober, The Grudge, Stinkfist, H, and Schism. Great sourced, and that's 38, and then 9 Inch Nails. All right, let me try to do a little bit of condensing here. Get all this stuff together in the same kind of areas. Let me grab a handful out of here, put it in this crate. I'm going to take these kind of over here out of my way now. And full night ahead. So last night we had 4 John crates I didn't even get to. Didn't even get to touch them. He priced another 5 today. If you can do math like I can, that means there's 9 John crates to go through. Most of them will probably be buy it now, best offer, maybe except for the check condition crates. Paul's marking stuff right now. Laura got the auctions ready. I think maybe even Paul helped with those. We hadn't even touched a single auction from the advertised stuff for tonight. Those hadn't even been touched yet. Those hadn't even been touched yet. Those have not even been touched. not been touched. We're about to get into those right now. It's 7 o'clock. That's for time for all the advertised stuff. I have a whole crate of metal we didn't even get to last night. Working on those starting effectively right now. And I'm just trying to catch my breath after doing a speed run on all that stuff. That was exhausting. I'm already ready for a nap after all that. That was absolutely exhausting. So 10 crates of vinyl from last night. 10 crates. I have condensed everything into 3. After 3 read-throughs, after 2 read-throughs last night, a video and a recap live right here. That is amazing. 7 crates of new vinyl sold in the last 24 hours. Whew. Somebody put back Gwar, so I forgot to show that. This is Gwar, and this is $29.99. That's that new Gwar, the return of Gorgor, okay? The return of Gorgor. $29.99. Let's go right over here and go right into a crate of new stuff. All right. Here we go. Don't forget about hatchet ed crates. I'll get caught up on comments in just a second. Oh, we got audio file shipment too. I've got a whole crate of MoFi and stuff like that. Analog Productions, music on vinyl. Who didn't pay for their Iron Maiden figure? Sad. I'm looking through the Hatchet Ed stuff. 3 crates of Hatchet Ed stuff too. All right. What have I missed? I have missed the following. The first thing is, can I get on wait list for Johnson on and on? Chris Kirkley wants on the Jack Johnson on and on waiting list. You got it, Chris Kirkley. Which new order other than Technique? Brotherhood. How much was Tool? $38.99. Any bites on the Beatles autographs? Not yet. 2 Hatchet Ed. Make that 3. We have, Chad, do you have a cardiologist? No. He died. Any luck with the Beatles signatures? No. Razman wants Gwar. $29.99. Stanley Richmond, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. Any miscellaneous tonight? Possibly. Possibly. First thing I have in here is Corrosion of Conformity, Wise Blood. Scott Dwallow was on a waiting list. I've got 1 extra copy, $44.99. Corrosion of Conformity, Wise Blood, $44.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. For David Johnson has to go see his cardiologist. This is Vandenberg heading for a storm. Vandenberg is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert. It has a cover and obi. It's a $35 start. Corrosion Conformity is $44.99. That's a double LP. How about Jaws? Da-da. Ra-da. This is $33.99. Music by John Williams. How about the Ramones? A 1980 USOG copy of End of a Century. It's a Winchester press. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in shrink. It's an EX Plus copy. Really nice in shrink. $35 star. Jaws, Corrosion Conformity. The Cure, Disintegration, a double LP. Big album, $44.99 for The Cure. That is Disintegration, $44.99. Next is David Bowie Blue Jean. David Bowie's a 12-inch single, shrink and hype, EX condition. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have The Cure, Disintegration, $44.99 on that. Joni Mitchell Blue, remastered by Bernie Grumman. Wow, Blue, Joni Mitchell, $33.99. This is Jaws 1, Jaws 1. Charlie Brown Christmas, that's on green vinyl. Charlie Brown is $29.99. Charlie Brown Christmas, Vince Guaraldi Trio, green vinyl, $29.99. And My Life with a Thrill Kill Cult, Sexplosion. Oh, Sexplosion there. That is $38.99. Sexplosion. My Life for the Thrill Kill Cult, $38.99. Without me getting on my laptop, I'm going to try to remember who was on a waiting list. It was like Edwin or Edmund. It's either Edwin or Edmund. Let me pull up the old laptop here. Thank you, MacBook Pro. Let's get you fired up. Let me yank on this starter here. Pour some gasoline in it. There we go. And luckily, it's on a very, remember the old days having to turn on a laptop? You'd have to go turn it on. You could go take a shower and go get groceries, and by the time you come back, it was on. Now you open it up and poof, it's ready to go. I love technology. Let's find Kill Thrill. Kill Thrill. We have Kill. Let me search my laptop for Kill. We have Bikini Kill, we have Overkill, we got Serial Killer, and Edmund Estrada, My Life with a Thrill Kill Cult. He was on a waiting list. This is sold to Edmund for $38.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's go back to the top and see what else I've missed. Did anybody want one of those Tool bootlegs? Tool bootlegs were only $38.99. Brotherhood, Alan Smith was $38.99. $38.99 for that. No waiting list on Gore for Stanley Richmond. No waiting list on Gore for Stanley Richmond. Ramones has a bid for $35. And then we have Jaws, Tim Graham, Volume 1 or 2. I answered that. Vandenberg has a bid for $35. Carol Puckett says, my wife asked me what I was laughing out loud at. And then we have Stephen Parton on Joni Mitchell. That is right here. Blue, how could you go wrong for that? And then over here, I'll take Jaws 1. I was about to say, I haven't sold you that one yet, Tim Graham. That's sold to you. Are you getting more Gore? I put myself on the pre-order. Yeah, there'll be more. I hadn't looked at that. That post was just made the other day. So, yeah, honestly, I hadn't had time. Have I liked your comment on there? Yeah, 34. And Cynthia Hurgeon 1 hour ago. Yeah, I'll order more. Let's put a waiting list, Cynthia and Steve McGee, and make a note they were on the pre-order, okay? Yeah, I didn't see them till right now. And then what about My Life with a Thrill Kill Cult? Did I already pull that? I haven't. This is sold to Shannon Mashaka. Thank you, Shannon. Now the Ramones is at $36. Man of War has not sold yet. And then we're caught up. Next thing here is this is Outer Heaven. This is Outer Heaven, Infinite Psychotic Deaths. Green vinyl. And I think we had a waiting list. Infinite Psychotic Deaths, okay? Now, I think here's what happened. If y'all don't want these, let me know. So, shout out to Linda. Linda is our newest employee here. She's been rewatching these sales during the week. Well, there's a couple things that, because she's kind of new to watching and kind of new to vinyl, she took some waiting list on pre-owned stuff that was sealed. And I called it. I would know that not to order it. But she took a waiting list for a couple things. I'm like, I don't know if those people actually want it on a waiting list. So we've kind of adjusted some things and made sure that we didn't get people on a waiting list for like pre-owned sealed stuff. But I found out later some people want it on a waiting list. So it kind of confused me on a couple titles. I had Darren Chrisman and Shannon Lee on a waiting list. Darren, I don't know if you're watching, or I don't know if you're if Shannon Lee's watching. This was evidently in a pre-owned crate, I think, for $34.99. I've got them brand new here for $33, and I've got Darren and I've got Shannon Lee on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, I went ahead and ordered. We're going to go ahead and bill those, and if they didn't want on a waiting list, but a couple I canceled. There was like a waiting list for Radiohead and all this stuff, and what it was sealed records from Laura crates. And it was like all these people who wanted one. It was like a Radiohead album that was like 12 people. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's no waiting list for that. But it was sealed. But obviously, we can't get them for those same prices. I wish we could. Some of the stuff we put out sealed pre-owned for like $30. It costs me more than that to order it. And that's why there's all of a sudden 15 claims for it. So it's like, holy moly, let's step back here. But those are sold to Shannon Lee, Darren Chrisman. I have one more if anybody else wants it. But I think I've got it figured out. And we got all that worked out with her. But shout out to Linda. She's been watching these sales for us this week. Okay, let's go over here and see what's happened. Now, over here is this. We have this right here. We have, next thing is this. Ramones is at 37, and then Ramones is at 38, and info on Ramones and Vandenberg. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell the Vandenberg. Let me move these. Will somebody please buy these two Japanese no bids? I mean, where's David Johnson at? Well, we need them. Over here is Vandenberg, and this is sold to Sean Schaefer for $35. $35. That's sold to Sean Schaefer. Thank you on that, Sean Schaefer. $35. Now, Ramones. Let's go over this again. John Kaiser has it for $38. This is a 1980 USOG Winchester press. It has the rich runner sleeve of Lyrics, EX Plus, and Shrink. It was a $35 start, and right now we have the high bid, John Kaiser, $38. David Bowie has not got a bid yet. That's a 12-inch single of Blue Jean. It's a $10 start. Next auction is Van Halen, Running with the Devil. It's a newest remaster, Bernie Grumman cut. It's a $15 start. It's near mint. That's going to go up for bid right now. I've got Elton John, Brown Dirt Cowboy. remastered, 180 gram with the lyric book, just like the original. Gatefold jacket, $36.99. Now we have this. We have Jane's Addiction, and Jane's Addiction is live. This is 86 to 87. I've never had this before. It's on orange vinyl for 20. It's supposed to be 29, but they got stickered for 28. I might have put down 28. $28.99. So it's live from different sources. It looks like it's live from the Pyramid in Hollywood and from Arcadia Theater in Dallas, 1987, which is unconfirmed. So different sources there, but it's live Jane's Addiction I've never had on orange vinyl. I have 5 of those. I have Mud Crutch, which is the Tom Petty related album, $44.99. Tom Petty on this one, $44. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. And we have Chris Isaak live, which there actually is a waiting list for Chris Isaak. This is going to Joy Fino. That's my only copy. There was only one back in stock when I bought those, so that is $29.99. I've had it before. Okay, thank you. Not only have I had it before, we got a positive review. It's a good boot. There we go. Jane's Addiction live from Profane, $28.99. Sorry, some of these get crossed over. You click on some of these artists that have a lot of bootlegs, like The Cure, and they have different covers. And a lot of times I don't want to order the same concert and they just look different and y'all end up with the same concert. So I have to look them up on Discogs, and at this point, I'm kind of lost. David Bowie, did this get a bid? It did not. Let's make that a buy now for $10. And then over here, the Ramones was at $38. Did it get another bid? It did not. That sold to John Kaiser for $38. Now Van Halen's at $30. Next thing I have here is Guns N' Roses, and this is Ultra Rare Tracks. GNR is a double LP, and this is sold to Vlodarchek and Sean Holford. It's a double LP red vinyl. Really cool Guns N' Roses. It is an unofficial, $36.99. If anybody wants that. I've got 2 of them, okay? I've got 2 of them, and my crate's full, so let me go ahead and swap that out. So right now, I got about a half a crate of metal and other auctions I didn't get to last night. The whole crate of auctions that were allotted for tonight, which we have now just officially started with Van Halen. We'll start knocking all those out one at a time, okay? And 2 at a time. And I've got about a handful of Japanese over here. It will actually be gone probably in about less than an hour. Okay, so these 2 are sold. And then what was the next thing I had? Van Halen, I said, was at 30. Jeremy Barnes. Jeremy Barnes on Jane's Addiction. Gelly Vlodarchek got Bowie for 10. Then John Kaiser. Josh is out on Van Halen. Now Van Halen's at 31. The Cure's Greatest Hits. That's a double LP. The Cure, $44.99. LL Cool J. LL Cool J is a 1987 US OG. The bad on the front cover is embossed, which I think is another sign of an OG copy. It is VG. It is a full album, of course, just a $10 start on that. The Cure is $44.99. And then Steely Dan, Mitch T was on a waiting list. Can't Buy a Thrill. I remember that one because he asked did I have it in stock. I was like, no, but it will be here tomorrow, and here it is. Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. Let's give one to Mitch T, T-E-E, and then I have one left. Are you reeling in the years? Here's one of the most popular bootlegs we've ever had. Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, live, Jim Holland, 1981, early Iron Maiden, $38.99. They're numbered on the back to 500. They're doing them in different colors, and this one is Lagoon. They don't come sealed, so I can take it out and show you what that looks like. Look how cool that is. Very cool, very popular, great source, nothing to worry about there as far as quality. It is an unofficial release. What does that mean? That means it's been made and manufactured. Iron Maiden did not authorize it, but it is Iron Maiden. It is a live concert, and we have about 5 of them in stock. I don't know at this point how many I've sold in different colors, but it's got to be close to over 100 or hundreds. I'm not for sure. Van Halen's at 35. LL Cool J's up to 20, now 25, now 26. And here is Live. Now, they don't have much in print, including this right here. This is Mental Jewelry, and Live is $33.99. Mental Jewelry for Live, $33.99 for that. I have a few of those on those, and we also have... I was about to say a sticky note. This is Those Damn Crows, Murder and the Motive. That was a special request for Rick Peabody. His sticky, we might want to redo that sticky note. It almost fell off. Rick Peabody, he was on a special request for that. Murder and the Motive, Those Damn Crows, if anybody else wants one of those. And I got Jeremy Bryant here. Jeremy Bryant was on a special request for something. I don't even know what this is. Heavy Moss. Dead Slow, Heavy Moss. Jeremy Bryant, that's $39.99 if you want one, okay? The last bid on Van Halen was Buddy Cordova at $35. LL Cool J right now is at $28. And then I missed a Steely Dan claim, evidently. I did. There it is. It's right after Mitch T went woo. He did a Ric Flair. Woo! And then we have James Young on Steely Dan. That is sold to James Young. And then we have, next was Cameron wants an Iron Maiden, okay? And then Tom Kelly wants an Iron Maiden. And Jeremy Bryant, your Heavy Moss came in. There we go. Jeremy Bryant's having a heck of a week. Shout out to Jeremy. He bought the signed Oasis guitar last night. So late last night, Jeremy all of a sudden said, hey, you got that signed Oasis guitar. Next thing I know, I was bringing it out, and we made a big sale last night. Shout out to Jeremy again on the Oasis. Boy, I need to take that off eBay. I still have, let me take that off. If somebody got on there right now and bought it, they would be heavily disappointed when I email them back and say, sorry. Let me take that off eBay, actually. Listings, active, and let's sort by price because I think it's one of the most expensive things I have on there. It is, no, I've already took it off. I've already took it off. Let me make sure. Let me go to unsold. Okay, it is. It had 18 watchers on eBay. There was actually a lot of offers. I mean, I got several offers for over $3,000 on that. But I declined them because after fees and shipping, it was like just not worth it because I knew if I waited, we'd come out better. And we did, selling it to our own customer, Jeremy Bryant. So thank you on that. Alonzo, yes, you're on a waiting list. Here's our first auction or our next auction. It's an 81 USOG, man, Raiders, Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford, Steven Spielberg, John Williams. What a lineup. $20 start on Raiders. That's now up for bid, okay? LL Cool J 30. What is the name of the Iron Maiden? It's called Maiden Voyage. This is our first crate of new vinyl for the night. Our first crate of new vinyl for the night. LL Cool J still getting bids, but let's go ahead and sell this Van Halen. And this Van Halen sold to Buddy Cordova for $35, all right? Maiden Voyage. Great sourced, 38. And yes, you do have a waiting list, Alonzo. You are on a waiting list. All right, that was our first crate of new vinyl there. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and that is, if I get to the rest of the crate, some of them fell over here. Here we go. Here is Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Stephen Tinley is begging for me to put up Man of War. Give me about 10 more minutes, and it's going to go up. Don't leave the chat. You're going to miss it. Duran Duran's a $35 start. We have basically some people at this point begging for me to put up Man of War. Holy moly. Here's what's left in here. Corrosion Conformity, Wise Blood. That's a double LP, $44.99. The Jaws soundtrack, that's $33.99. Speaking of John Williams, The Cure Disintegration, $44.99. Joni Mitchell Blue is $33. Charlie Brown Christmas on green vinyl. Folks, it's never too late to be buying Christmas albums. Charlie Brown is on green vinyl, $29.99. Last bid on LL Cool J. I see some outs. Lonnie Jolly had it for $33. Raiders 20, Raiders 21, Raiders 20, Raiders 30, Raiders 31, Iron Maidens $38.99. Kelly Volochek on Jaws. Also, we have Outer Heaven, Infinite Psychic Depths. That's on green vinyl for $33. Captain Fantastic, a great album by Elton John, $36. Jane's Addiction. So this is essentially a live, unofficial compilation. Orange vinyl, $28.99. 4 available. Mud Crutch, that is with Tom Petty, $44.99. And man, when these were out of print for the longest, I remember when these were not in stock and they were back ordered, it was more like an $80 to $120 album on Discogs. Of course, they finally pressed more and drove down the price. Now they're a lot more affordable, but they're usually not much less than that. $44.99. We have Guns N' Roses, red vinyl, double LP. That's Rare Tracks. Rare Tracks meaning stuff with like Tom Petty and Eat Loaf. And Aerosmith plays on here. Bruce Springsteen, Alice Cooper. It's Rare Tracks. Red vinyl, $36.99. The Cure's Greatest Hits, another double LP for $44. Wow, we still got all the lives. Mental Jewelry for $33. And there's the Iron Maidens. We're down to 3. We're down to 3 on Lagoon. It's a really cool, like lime, neon, green, and blue kind of splatter. $38.99. All right, Lonnie Jolly, you get LL Cool J for $33. Duran Duran did not get a bid, and we'll make that a buy it now for $35. Right, Paul? Paul said absolutely. And he just dropped off another Paul crate. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow will be a great day for processing.
I don't
Don't have your keys. No wonder you hadn't been jingling. Yeah, I'll let you out. I'll head up there right now to grab a monster and let out Paul. Okay? And let's put this right here. And $35 on that. Duran. Let me go let out Paul, and I'm going to go grab a monster while I'm up here. Yeah, I got an update on the Chevy Chase autographs. Did I just see somebody walk by the door? Or am I crazy? You just, okay. I just could have swore I seen somebody like, yeah. I guess not. Maybe I'm seeing things. My mom said I am crazy, so. All right, let me grab a monster. Oh, there's my shrimp cocktail. Definitely getting into that tonight. Hey, a Subway cookie. Thank you, Paul. I might see you tomorrow. All right, everybody. Yeah, so I found out Tanner opened the rest of the Chevy Chase to put them in sleeves and boards. And I've got maybe not really bad news, but it's going to get quite complicated. I'm going to have to reach out to literally everybody now and figure this out. So just don't even say anything right now because it's going to turn into a headache. But I found out they're not just all that design. I got these and I got this one, okay? So the whole 50 that I have is not just this, it's this one. Which is pretty funny, honestly, and this one, which is pretty funny. That's when he started losing his mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the movie poster to everybody that was first, and then I'm going to make a spreadsheet and literally have to message everybody now. I had no idea when I said I wanted 50, they was going to split them up to different designs. That's actually not what I agreed to, so I got really confused when Tanner said, hey, these are not all the movie poster design. I was like, holy crap, now we got to go back and redo everybody. So Tanner figured a lot of people that wanted 3 might want 1 of each. Like Tanner's already read your mind. He said, I bet a lot of people who got 1 of each will take that, and we might have enough movie posters. We might have enough of the same design for everybody. I mean, I like them all. I mean, I think it's funny. One of them, you know, he's holding the presents. He looks like he's, you know, that's when the presents burned up. It looks like he's already lost his mind. The other day, my mom was like, I'm going to go home right now and watch that movie. Some of my roommates in college, it was like fall semester, and it was fall semester. So it was like right now, like August. And I walked in and they had that movie on. I was like, what is going on? And I found out, of course, my family's watched it every year, but I found out that people watch it every year, or they watch it all year. They watch it year round. I was like, oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever watched it except for maybe November, December. All right. But yeah, if you specifically, maybe we can go ahead and get it sorted out now. If not, you're probably going to get a message from me over the weekend. I'm going to create a spreadsheet and figure out who gets what. And then I'm going to count how many that's left and then try to sell the rest of them, okay? So, all right, let's get back to action here. We're ready for another new crate. So here's what happened. We sold Jaws, Raiders 50, Raiders out, Raiders 55. Mark Steele got an Iron Maiden. Matthew Sherritt got an Iron Maiden. Now there's one left. Raiders 65, Raiders 70, Raiders 80. Duran was 35, Raiders 85, Raiders out. Matt wants 1 of each of the designs. Chevy Chase is 125. They come with JSA authentication. They were just witnessed up in Chicago at the Chicago Expo. They were just witnessed and authenticated. And Jason got that Duran for 35, okay? And then over here we have Raiders, and Raiders is sold to Travis Woods for $85. All right, classic soundtrack. Just 1 Iron Maiden remains there, okay? Let's go right into, that's crate number 1 of 4 of new vinyl. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate of stuff from my audiophile distributor. He does a great job. I'll say ship my order, and then it shows up the next day. Of course, they're just right in Nashville, so it's amazing. All right. Chevy Chase. They were offered several different times this week. I went ahead. I was worried I was not going to be able to sell as many as I thought. And so I showed them a couple times during the sale, but now I might not even have enough after all this is said and done. If you want one, regardless of the design, you can claim one right now, $125. So if you, like Billy, if you want one, you're probably going to get this one right here. I've got this one and this one. Of course, if you're already on a list, if you were already on a list, you're automatically going to get the movie poster one. And then these are the ones I'm going to have extras of, okay? These are the ones I'm going to have extra of. We'll probably call it Ty or, I don't know, Santa hat and Ty. He's wearing a tie in both of them. I guess we'll just say left or right. So, but yeah, those are the ones right now I've got extras of. Those are the only ones I have extras of. The other one, the movie poster is sold out. But they're all cool. I mean, they're all signed, so your preference. All right, new auctions. Here we go. First thing I've got is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, the Rhino. This is new from the stuff. This is the Chris Bellman cut, which brings pretty dang good money, and it's sealed. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is an $85 start. Chad, can we get the tie or the hat instead of the poster? You sure can, because I think I'm going to, since some people may not know that they might run out of movie posters, that's what we're going to do, okay? So, yeah, can we get either the tie or the hat? You can. Yeah, some people may want those instead of the movie posters. So, what I'm going to do is if you got a movie poster, you're getting a movie poster, but there's only 14 of them. There's only 14 of those, and it looks like my initial list. Let me tell you where I'm at right now. My initial list for Chevy had how many people on it? My initial list for Chevy Chase is, 11 people. And I have 2 more lists to add to that. So, yeah, we're going to run out of the movie posters almost immediately. So, there's that. A Christmas poster. I don't have any more of these. These are gone. It'll be one of the other 2. Okay, next auction is, we'll get it figured out. Like I said, I just want to let some people know that to be expecting messages. For me to do this where there's no mistakes, I'll have to just do 3 columns on a spreadsheet, type in everybody's name so far, and then do it green or red, as in yes, pass, or no pass, and then add go through all that. It's turned into something a lot more complicated now all of a sudden. But I'll get it figured out. And then probably by middle of next week, that we'll know exactly which ones are left. So, because they're going to be billed next week. They're going to be billed next week. No one's going to be billed on Monday. It'll be the next Monday. No billing for this week on those. So the invoice on Monday, you will not see Chevy Chase on there. He will be gone temporarily. All right, our next Japanese pressing is Steve Winwood back in the High Life. There is a tear up here in the obi. Not bad, though. I mean, it's still on the jacket and everything. And $35 start on that. Black Sabbath is an $85 start. And Tim, I'm fresh out of the movie posters. Unless a lot of people just change their minds, but I don't have enough probably to go around. Okay, let's open up this monster and let's get to work. I need to send Paul that guy's number right quick. Let me do that. All right, here we go. So Black Sabbath is the Rhino. It's the Rhino Chris Bellman cut from 2011. 2011 sealed, $85 start. Steve Winwood has a bid for $35, and so does Black Sabbath now for $85. Our next auction is going to be David Bowie Golden Years, which is an '83 remastered compilation, a $15 start. No problem, Tim. Yeah, I'm out of the movie posters. It's going to be the ones where he's holding the presents, the ones I'm probably going to have extras of, or the other one. All right, Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. Ministries of music on vinyl pressing, $38.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. This is Analog Productions Crossfire, cut from the original master tape, 100% analog mastering, superb jacket and vinyl. $46.99, probably one of my favorites of the Stevie Ray Vaughan. Speaking of one of my favorites, especially from Analog Productions, Lynyrd Skynyrd's pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. This is a double LP, $59.99, 100% analog mastering. It plays at a 45 RPM to be a simple kind of man. Extreme. Extreme is $38.99. Porno Graffiti, $38.99. Christmas Vacation. Yeah, that's a great one that needs to be made on vinyl. I tell you, the first Vacation is not in print either. I hope those come around one time. The one with Lindsey Buckingham's Holiday Road. That's a big one, because anytime I have that, of course, everybody, it's a big sale with Holiday Road, Lindsey Buckingham. All right, let's go back to the top here. We have Black Sabbath has a bid for 100. Kaiser, you're out. Only one bid on Steve Winwood. We're about to sell it. Bowie 15, Bowie 15. Kelly was in first. And then Stan McNessie getting a Stevie Ray Vaughan. Buddy Cordova on Extreme Porno Graffiti. And then I saw another Stevie Ray Vaughan, and that was with Pickle. All right, so Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. Both copies are gone. One's Lynyrd Skynyrd, one Extreme left. And the my puzzles and stuff are starting to become falling towers. Bowie is a full album. No, it's a full album. Fashion, Red Sails, Look Back, I Can't Ashes to Ashes. It's a full album. Okay, and then Extreme next is The Who's. Who's next? I've been talking about this album a lot lately. What an amazing album. Who's Next? A classic album. $38.99. We Won't Get Fooled Again. Behind Blue Eyes. Hey, speaking of Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry is $38.99, and we have Carole King Tapestry. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab Tapestry, $44.99. So Far Away, numbered, and those are $44.99. I got 2 copies of Tapestry. Kaiser's out on Black Sabbath. Final call to Gregory. Bill Samus does get Steve Winwood for $35, and now David Bowie is at $30. David Bowie's an EX or better. Bowie's an EX or better. EX are better on Bowie, okay? EX are better on Bowie. Here's David Bowie, Golden Years. And now we have 2 copies of Milestones. Miles Davis, $44.99. I don't remember the cover being like that with the green and white, $44.99. Next is Keel, and Keel is the Final Frontier. This is an 86 U.S. Club, Columbia Record Club, EX condition, $15 start on Keel. There's Miles Davis Milestones for $44, sold to Master Ma. And thanks to his request last week, is the reason I ordered some of these, because I couldn't find any, Sean. I went through all my crates. I was like, I guess we sold all that Miles Davis MoFi, because the only thing MoFi I still had left was, I don't think anything. There's nothing MoFi, hardly. So there's that. There's one left. I got 2 Randy Travis. Now, it seems like his stuff is finally coming back into print, but this is still the only way you can get Storms of Life. It's a great pressing, though, from MoFi. Randy Travis is $44.99. So any of his other solo albums are not in print. Just that one right there, $44.99. Sabbath is sold to Gregory Roberts. Nice pickup there. Those are amazing sounding records. That's $100. David Bowie's at $45. Fred, you're out. And Keel's at $25. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Rat. Here's another opportunity. Rat is an 88 U.S. Club, EX Plus condition, Reach for the Sky, a $35 start on that. I've got 2 copies of Santana Abraxas. This is super vinyl. This is on the super vinyl, $59.99. Man, they've really enhanced this cover. I've never seen it so bright where you can see all the details of it. They did a fantastic job. I'm just now starting to, excuse the nudity too, but I'm just starting to see details over here that I've never seen before. What a psychedelia masterpiece on the cover there. $59.99 for Santana Abraxas. That is on super vinyl. Steven, golly, yeah, let me get your Man of War, Steven. Sorry. I'll grab it right now. I almost forgot about you. I'm glad you're still hanging around. And that was Hail to England. Is that the one you want to bid on? Or Fighting, I think Fighting the World, right? There's 2 Man of Wars, actually. I've got it next to me, okay? It will be going up as soon as one of these sells. I think we're done on David Bowie. It's up to Fred Carnell. Kelly has it for $45, Keel 15, Keel 20, Keel 25, and now Rat has a bid for $35. Next is Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is The Sky's Crying. Now, this is also a single LP 46. This one's also popular because the OG is tough to get. It came out in 1990, so that's, or maybe even later, maybe 1990. 1991 is the copyright on the back. $46.99. One of the better sounding MoFi records you can get for the price. Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. Great stuff there. $44.99. Just the Two of Us. Use Me. Ain't No Sunshine. Lovely Day. Lean on Me. And one of my favorite, Grandma's Hands Clapped in Church on Sunday morning. We have Keel. This is sold for $25 to Chris Martin. That is done. Rat has one bid, and we're about to sell that. Now it has another bid for $38. Now Bowie's at $55. And we have Man of War. This is Fighting the World, an 87 US SRC pressing with the original inner sleeve. Folks, here we go. Man of War is nice with inner sleeve, a $35 start. Next is Stone Temple Pilots, Tiny Music. This is MoFi, a double LP, a fairly new release. And right now, it is the only way this album's in print. $49.99, STP Tiny Music. It used to be available as a single LP. Hasn't been pressed that way in a long time for some reason. And then Days of the New. I've only got one copy. $49.99. If I'm ever able to get these, it's like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But I have them. And let me make sure there wasn't an old waiting list. And there's not. So Days of the New is $49.99. It's got some great music on there. Kelly Gabney on Bill Withers. That is right here. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. Man of War has bids for $35 and now $35. John Kaiser, you are tied with Stephen. And then Miles Davis, Round About Midnight, also $44.99. Also $44.99, Round About Midnight. All right, David Bowie is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $55. Rat has a high bid of $38 with Josh Jones. Gregory, you have been outbid on that, just FYI. Man of War has a bunch of bids all of a sudden. And now we have Gregory Roberts on Stevie Ray Vaughan, Sky is Crying. All right, that's sold to Gregory. And Rat is, you've been outbid. And then we have Leonard Skinner. This is Collected. It's a double LP, essentially a compilation of Leonard Skinner music, but it is it's incredible. $49.99. I think it even has some of those first tracks that they used on that those Shade Tree demos. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that Japanese pressing is going to be Yoko Ono, Season of Glass. Season of Glass with that eerie cover there, the glasses John Lennon was wearing when he was murdered in New York City that night. Season of Glass, Yoko Ono. Scary, sad. $35 start, Yoko Ono, Season of Glass. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has this Japanese insert. It has this Japanese insert. Cover and Obi, Yoko Ono, a $35 start. Okay, let's go back up the top here. Man of War hit 40, then 50. Rat hit 40, now 42. Joy Fino wants a Leonard Skinner. And Yoko Ono is going to go up, did I say a price? $25 start. $25 start for Season of Glass, Yoko Ono. Next is Hall & Oates MoFi. Hall & Oates MoFi is a Greatest Hits, Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. Hall & Oates Rock and Soul. If you want a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits, closest thing you're going to get. Sarah Smile, She's Gone, Rich Girl, Kiss on My List, You Make of My Dreams, $44. Jason, did I not pull your Bill Withers? I didn't. Jason Thomas on Bill Withers. Almost forgot about you. Chris, you got Keel. Yes. Man of War. The last bit on Man of War was Stephen Tinley at 50. I think it's up to John Kaiser. Gregory, it's up to you on Rat. Josh Jones has it for 42. Gregory actually already bid 45. Josh, it's up to you. And we have The Doors, LA Woman. That is a 2LP Analog Productions, $59.99. For anybody that's relatively new to vinyl collecting, okay, a lot of this terminology may sound like Chinese to you, okay? It may sound like I'm up here speaking something that you don't understand, okay? Just like I watched Rush Hour 2 last night. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay, so this is what we call audiophile grade stuff there. This is cut from the original master tape. It's by an audiophile label. It's pressed at a super top quality pressing plant. They use the original master tapes to make these albums. For purists, collectors, enthusiasts, this is what they like to see. We're using the original master tape, especially for vinyl. Okay, if you have the right equipment, this is the ultimate listening experience for this album. I guess there is a Rhino, a hi-fi cut of this too. I'm sure both are spectacular, okay? LA Woman, $59.99 for the Doors, which is also a classic album. So if you're, as a lot of people may be, I know there's probably some pretty new people that are collecting vinyl. They might be like, what is he talking about? Analog this, that, master tape, blah, blah, blah. What does all this mean? Well, if I ever say Analog Productions or MoFi, you get what you pay for. It's pressed on better vinyl. They typically use better jackets and typically better mastering, especially Analog Productions. MoFi got into some crap about 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. They finally started telling people they were using copies of tapes and not actual master tapes. They got into a bunch of crap about, what, 5 years ago? I mean, like almost the point people were about to start suing them. So, but I think they've got all that out now. They're a lot more transparent. But a lot of people were buying MoFi for years thinking they were using original master recordings, and they were not. They were not. They were using like copies and transfers of stuff. Not on everything, but for a lot of stuff. Next thing is Marvin Gaye Collected. This is from Music on Vinyl. Music on Vinyl is not really an audiophile label, but they're still top notch. I mean, and they just do great stuff. They do great titles, out of print titles, really high quality jackets and stuff. $49.99. And Shangri-La Dee-Dah. Shangri-La Dee-Dah is $38.99 from Music on Vinyl. All right, Rad is sold to Gregory Roberts for $50. And then Man of War. Are we done on Man of War? John Kaiser went out. Steven, you got it. $50. Stephen Tinley, $50 on that. And then Yoko did get a bid with Dean Tefford for $25, and we're about to sell it. What are master disc? I think with a master tape, I think master disc, that might be like a term. I think they use master disc for like one of the first pressing plates that they used to make an album. I think that's what they inscribed that on a lot of dead wax, okay? You'll see master disc and the dead wax. I think that's something they use sometimes inscribed on some of the very first plates that they used to press a lot of this stuff. Dean Tefford gets Yoko for $25. Thank you. All right. Master, yeah, master. A lot of times, I think that might even be like a code for a pressing plant. Of course, if you say something's cut from the master tape, that is the original, you know. And then there's like safety tapes. They make copies, you know, because if you have like the tape of like like somewhere there's the master tape of Abbey Road, right? Somewhere in that vault on Abbey Road, in that vault, there's a master tape for Abbey Road. It's priceless. Well, they've since made copies, and I think they even store them in different places in case there is some horrendous accident, fire, theft, something like that. They make safety copies, I think. But somewhere there's a master tape of like, you know, Dark Side of the Moon, I guess, you know, that's priceless. But since then, there's been copies and stuff like that. Man, a lot of it's pretty interesting if you start studying it and read up on it. I tried a long time ago when I knew I was getting this hot and heavy. I've decided to get out of maybe the weeds of audiophile ifs and that. I just sell records. But I let the customers make their own opinions on quality and sources and stuff like that. I just show them and sell them. Because otherwise, man, there's now millions of remasters, and it can get really complicated. Marvin Gaye is sold to Bill Samus. But you know one thing with this company right here, they're going to put it right there on their cover. Boom. You know, right there. And then MoFi puts it on the back of their jacket. So MoFi, this is a comp, so it's probably a transfer. Let's see here. They have some notes on this one. Some of the MoFi on the back, I bet it's on this one because this is new. Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. There's the analog tape, okay? They did a DSD transfer. They cut it, they mastered it, I guess, or transferred it to this analog console, which cut it to the lathe to have it pressed. So there's the whole transfer right there. The tape, that's a DSD, like a digital transfer to an analog console, and then that's where they cut it to a lathe. So there's that. Okay, Master Ma on Adores LA Woman. All right, There we go on that. And let's go and thank you, Bill Samus, on that. And here we go. Let's put up some new auctions. Next thing I have is this. Let's do the other Man of War, and let's do Vinnie Vincent next. Okay, Vinnie Vincent's an 86 USOG EDP press, inner sleeve VG++, a $25 start. So what Scott's asking about is sometimes in the dead wax you'll see something that says master disc. I don't think that actually, that's not something that could signify being worth a lot more or not. I know what he's talking about. Sometimes in dead wax you'll see the word master disc. That might even be like a pressing plant identification, like something they use to make it, okay? So here is Vinnie Vincent Invasion, 86 USOG, EDP press, inner sleeve, VG++, a $25 start. Here's what I've decided. I'm going to be an expert on selling records. I'll let everybody else be an expert on how they were made and the sources they were using. I'll try to educate you when I can. But, man, some of these, like I said, you can really learn a lot about something looking up some YouTube videos. There's a lot of different stuff on those. So, but you always get what you pay for. And kind of like Sean just said, the audiophile stuff that's been collectible for a long time. Especially there's certain audiophile things that's out of print from MoFi. Like if you think about, there's a MoFi pressing of U2's, oh man, which one is it? With Bad and all those songs. I've been looking for that one forever. I've never even seen one before. Man of War, Hail to England. Man of War is an 84 UK OG Europa disc press. That is OG, a $65 start. 65. Unforgettable Fire. Yeah, I've been looking for that one. I have never had that come through for a collection. I don't know what they go for nowadays. I've been trying to get a sealed one. U2 Unforgettable Fire MoFi. There's probably not many. eBay, 500, 570, 449. Is any of them sealed? Yeah, a sealed one right now on eBay is $500. So I've never pulled the trigger, but I was hoping somebody else would redo it, soon. But because I love that album, I bet that sounds amazing because it demands big money. Okay, Unforgettable Fire. Yeah, see, that's like on my checklist. I've never even seen one before. Vinnie Vincent is at 25, 25, 30, 32, 30, 33, 35, and Man of War 65, Vinnie Vincent 37, 40. Here we go. Man of War is nice. No condition notes on the vinyl, just a little bit of a paper pull here on the cover. 2 auctions going. Let's read through these again. So we got music on vinyl. That is Ministry. That is The Land of Rape and Honey, $38.99. I still got 2 copies of that. We have Leonard Skinner Pronounced. That is Analog Productions, made from the original tape. The original tape. I always think that's amazing. $59.99. Leonard Skinner. Extreme is $38.99. Porno Graffiti. The Who's Next is $38. That's a music on vinyl remaster. So Music on Vinyl actually remastered that one. $38.99. And we have Ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste, $38.99, and that's $38.99. There's also a couple OG copies that are like the definite edition. One, most people will say, is the true hot mix of Led Zeppelin 2. That's like beats any kind of remaster that's ever been out, from what I understand. I've never listened to the classic records pressing. And then Dark Side of the Moon, the true OG Dark Side of the Moon, is evidently the one to have. Same thing for Led Zeppelin 1. The true copy to have is like a really high-grade turquoise copy. I think there's some others, but so sometimes it's the OG copy that everybody seems to want. Pickle is on Tiny Music. That is sold STP. Next thing I have is Carole King Tapestry. That's MoFi, $44.99. And a lot of OG copies are just poorly made, like Pink Floyd albums to begin with. Columbia in the 70s was notorious for using really low-quality vinyl. That's why even if you open up a near-mint, brand-new OG copy of Wish You Were Here, it's still already kind of noisy when you listen to it. It's just made on really cheap vinyl. Even though you could have a brand-new one, it's still not going to be perfect. So a lot of people go with the remasters for that one. Milestones, Miles Davis, that's $44.99. Last copy of that. Also, Randy Travis, Storms of Life, that's $44. Santana Abraxas, this is on super vinyl. This is like the best of the best as far as vinyl quality. Santana's 59. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Step, analog mastering, 46 on that. One STP left for 59, and Days of the New is $49.99. All right, so Man of War is at 76 with Stephen Tinley, and the final call over here on Vinnie Vincent is $40 with Stephen Lewis Jr. $40 on that. $40 start on that. Half-speed master. Yes, that's a good one to have. That's why that one demands good money. And the wall, same thing for the wall. That half-speed CBS of that is pricey too. Just because the Columbia in that era, their vinyl was not the best of stuff. Miles Davis, $44.99. I still got 2 copies of that. Leonard Skinner Collected. Leonard Skinner Collected is $49.99. That's a double LP. And John Kaiser said he bid first on Vinnie Vincent. He did. John Kaiser bid first. So Stephen Lewis Jr., you actually tied John Kaiser. You're out on that one. Patrick Lear on Miles Davis. Is that for round about midnight? If so, Patrick Lear, thank you. Paul Catrich on Carole King, Mo-Fi. What a great album. You've Got a Friend. It's Too Late. That's the good one there. It's Too Late. Tyler wants one each of Miles Davis. You can. There's round about midnight. And the last one I have over here is Milestones, okay? Those are sold and sold, done and done. Next thing is Hall & Oates 44. Miles was, it wasn't marked Super Vinyl, no. It's not marked Super Vinyl. Mono, Gang 2 Ultra Analog. It doesn't say anything about Super Vinyl on that jacket. Man of War 81, Vinnie Vincent still getting bids. There's Hall & Oates, another Mo-Fi 44 on that. There's the Analog Productions Doors for 59. Last copy of Marvin Gaye Collected. I didn't even really get to talk about this earlier. We've already sold a copy, but man, and this includes even all the duets like Ain't No Mountain High Enough, Ain't Nothing Like the Real Thing. First time I ever heard that was put on at a jukebox at a Waffle House. And I was like, what is this glorious sound? I knew it was Marvin Gaye, but I had never heard it before. I was like, what is this glorious sound coming through the Waffle House speakers right now? And it's Ain't Nothing Like the Real Thing, Baby. And I was hooked. Marvin Gaye, amazing stuff there. And then Shangri-La DDoS, Stone Temple Pilots, $38.99. This older lady got up and put it on the jukebox at Waffle House. I felt like I was in a movie or something. I was like, man, what a selection to come through the Waffle House jukebox, a Marvin Gaye song I had never heard before. I thought I'd heard them all. Of course, this was probably 10 years ago, so. You find out about something. He has so many deep cuts on all those albums. His cover of Groovin', the song that the Rascals do, Groovin', man, you should listen to the Marvin Gaye cover of that. It is so good. I've got one left, $49.99. Man of War is at 100, and Vinnie Vincent is at 44 of John Kaiser, okay? And next thing we have is I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction, and that is I Was Made for Loving You. We have a 1979 OG copy with poster of Dynasty. This is a 79 OG Pittman press, a strong VG, maybe VG Plus, but check this out. Did this come with it? I guess it did, yeah. We got the Kiss Army insert. Wow. The Kiss Army insert. The Dynasty poster is included. Wow. And the inner sleeve. And we're going to put that up for just a $15 start. Poster, Kiss Army, inner sleeve, VG, maybe VG Plus, VG cover. Man of War's at 112 and Vinnie Vincent 45. The Waffle House Stomp. Yeah. Waffle House Stomp. Yeah, they have all those Waffle House theme songs on the jukebox. I've played some of those before. Oh, man. I didn't go last night. I've been going on Thursday nights because Friday and Saturday nights, especially this time of year now, Friday night football. Oh, my gosh. You go down to the Waffle House at 2 a.m., it will be packed. It'll be people getting back from football game traveling, coaches, kids, everything. It's like a big party down there. at 2 a.m. Man of War's at 120. Kiss has gotten a lot of bids, and let's go into another crate. I'm going to go ahead and knock out all 4 crates of new vinyl right now. There's 2 more to go through, and then the rest of the night is going to be Hatchet Ed and new vintage and pre-owned stuff that Paul and what's his name, John, has marked, okay? So rest of the night, I got 2 more crates. We're going to go ahead and knock them out right now, and then nothing but Hatchet Ed and then Paul and John crates for the rest of the night. We'll probably go ahead and do the Paul crate stuff. That way, the John stuff for the rest of the night will be best offer. And it's all new arrivals. So, big night ahead. Viewers are still going up. Everybody's getting in from their Friday night games. Speaking of Friday night games, Friday night football has started up here in Tennessee. I'm a lot more committed to my business now than I was about 3 or 4 years ago. I would have definitely been at Gornsville High School's opening game tonight, which is actually down in Coalfield, which is a heck of a drive. So there's this Super Vinyl, no problem. So let's put back Super Vinyl, and I had that in stock not too long ago, but I can check on it. But of course, I think it's a little bit more, but I'll get you a price if I need to. If anybody else wants that last Miles Davis, let me know. All right, Kiss is at 80, Man of War is at 125. What about Vinnie Vincent? Speaking of Kiss, Vinnie Vincent solo album, John Kaiser, 47. Stephen Lewis Jr., it's up to you, okay? Everything's still getting bids. Here we go. I've got 2 copies of Linkin Park Meteora. Numb is on here. Gold and red splatter vinyl. Linkin Park is $33.99. And we have Whiskey Myers Mud. Whiskey Myers, $29.99. Whiskey Myers, which I found out is the name of the band, and that's not an actual person named Whiskey Myers, $29.99. And we have Linkin Park, Blink-182. This is $38.99. Enema of the State, $38.99. All the small things. That is $38.99 for Blink-182. Also, we got 2 of these. This is Slaughter Revolution. Now, Slaughter has been back in print. This has been OOP for a long time. This is $38.99 Slaughter Revolution. $38.99. All right, so what happened? Kiss 85, Man of War 150, Kiss 90, Kiss 90. Stephen Tinley takes a Meteora. I have become so numb. And then Brandon Jones over here is Brandon Jones on Whiskey Myers. That is sold to Brandon Jones. Thank you on that. And we have Alice in Chains Jar of Flies, $29.99. Man, I stay away. Nutshell. No excuses. Awesome. $29.99 on that. Chad, do you and your viewers like regular vinyl or colored vinyl? Well, on this new stuff, most people prefer indie exclusive colored vinyl. Some people don't care as long as it sounds good. And I don't think anybody's against colored vinyl. There for a while, there was rumors saying that it sounds worse, but I don't think that's all that true because some of the best sounding vinyl is actually clear. Some kind of formula they use to make it really clear. And then, of course, translucent is actually true virgin color. So it doesn't matter to me. Most collectors prefer these colored vinyl exclusives, though, over black vinyl for sure. Man of War's at 156. Yeah, most people's just against this new eco stuff now. I mean, the whole reason vinyl's popular is because it's supposed to be a superb sound quality. And now there's bands reissuing stuff on like eco-friendly vinyl, which sounds good at the surface, eco-friendly, but at the same time, it's like destroying the purpose of high-quality listening experiences. Like these new Coldplay albums, they're made from recycled water bottles. And I'm like, what? I mean, I know that sounds good at the surface, but at the same time, it's like, that's not good for vinyl. So we have 2 copies of Boston's debut, $29.99. Boston is $29.99. And we have Nirvana Bleach. Nirvana is $29.99. That's remastered from the original tape. That is their debut album, $29.99. Joe D'Agato on Jar of Flies. Boy, that was out of print for the longest, and did that get expensive. Now you can pick them up for less than $30. Jar of Flies, $29.99. Let's update Kiss. Man, man, I knew some of these auctions would take off. There for a while, we were flying through auctions, and now, all of a sudden, I've put up some very desirable stuff. Here is the first one. Matthew Kopus has Kiss, and folks, this has the poster and the Kiss Army insert with it. Matthew Kopus has that for $90. If somebody thinks they're in higher or you want to be in higher, let me know. The Man of War is an 84 UK OG pressing. It's called a Europa disc press. That's just the pressing plant. And Man of War is at $160. I've never had that too many times. Really cool cover on that one. Almost looks like a comic book cover. And then there's Kiss. And then the last bid that came in on Vinnie Vincent, I knew it was between Kaiser and Steven. Steven's out. I think we can go ahead and say a final call to Kaiser. Vinnie Vincent. And, well, no, he was the high bid, and then he went out. So Kaiser gets that for $47, okay? Steve McGee said he bid first at $90, okay? Thank you for letting me know that. I'll go double check. And Steve McGee did bid $90 first, okay? So, Matthew, you tied Steve McGee. He already had bid $90, okay? So, you're back out on that one. So, that's still probably going to get more bids. Man of War is definitely getting new bids. And over here is Donna Coe on Boston, okay? Can't go wrong there. How about More Than a Feeling, Peace of Mind, $29.99. $29.99. I still got that one, and Nirvana Bleach. Yeah, all of our pre-owned stuff, so anything we're selling in a pre-owned bin, we've hand cleaned it, and sometimes they use the ultrasonic cleaner. The ultrasonic cleaner really slows down our process, but they usually keep it running almost on a daily basis. And speaking of spin cleans, I have a couple pre-owned ones that we've bought in collections that we've been accumulating over here on a shelf, and if y'all want me to try to sell one tonight, we can. I still got the Beatles and Metallica autographs, and I'm going to show them again tonight, but they're available. At this point, it's just like all of our other high-end autographs. Now that everybody's seen them, you know I have them. If anybody decides you want them, they're for sale. Some of the stuff, it might take me a year to find the right buyer. That's okay. I'm in no hurry to sell them, but I do have them for sale. Now, I caught this on sale where I can sell these for just $19.99. And I'm going to take a waiting list, okay? These were marked down really cheap. I mean, I almost grabbed a bunch of them. It was crazy how cheap I could get these for. This is House of Pain with Jump Around, just $19.99. I just got 3 because I know I've sold a lot already, but we'll take a waiting list, and if I need to order them right now, I will. They're $19.99. Of course, that has the big song, Jump Around, as featured in Happy Gilmore. Featured in a lot of stuff. Fine Malt lyrics. They're only $19.99. I've only got 3. If you go on a waiting list, it will be next week. But I saw the price, and I was like, is that accurate? But I think when this came out, it was a huge deal. Y'all remember, we pre-sold like 100. Or maybe that week, over the course of the week, we sold 100. It's been out for a couple years now. So if anybody wants one for $20, I mean, brand new, $19.99. These 3 are already spoken for quickly. That's Master Ma, X-Wing, and Mark Stanley. Okay, I have a note from somebody. Let me check my note over here from Jake and Tanner. Chad, please ask M. Pierce 56 if it's for sure Mike Pierce. We need to get him to change his handle or confirm that it is Mark Pierce, okay? I don't know if that person's watching. We'll find out in just a second. All right, let's see what happened over here. So Kiss got a new bid for $95. Man of War, $163. House of Pain sold to Sean Lee, X-Wing, and Mark Stanley. Scott Dwallow first on a waiting list. Mega Blast on a waiting list. Amanda Darby on a waiting list. Jet Blue on a waiting list. And we have Brandon Jones on House of Pain waiting list, and Mike Pierce. Yes, Mike. We just wanted to confirm that. It's either me, I keep saying Mark, but yeah. Okay, so Mike Pierce is M. Pierce 56. Okay, here we go. We have John Kaiser bid $165. Yes. Did I not say that? Stephen, you're out of order, so I had to scroll up a little higher. John bid $165. Stephen, you bid $163, okay? So, Stephen, you're still out. I've mentioned a few times my name's Mike. I know that's a screw up on my part. So, yes, Jake Tanner, we'll make a note right now. M. Pierce 56 is Mike Pierce. I think one night he literally said, dude, my name is Mike. Yes, Mike Pierce. They were keying in records, and I think they was like, hey, we have a new buyer. And I was like, no, I bet that's Mike, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, Mike Pierce is M. Pierce 56. Okay, thank you. M. Pierce, Mike. I'll just say M. Pierce. They'll know it now, M. Pierce. Okay, there's that. And then what about Kiss? Man, these are still getting bids. So the last bid on this, Steve McGee went out. Now we can sell this to Matthew Kopis for $95. Boom, there it is. House of Pain. Joe Delgado once on the list, and Bob Reiger. Did I miss anybody else? Brandon Jones was that next person, and then Bob Reiger, then Joe Delgado. They'll be in next week, okay? Now, John Kaiser, sorry I missed your bid there. They just got out of order. Stevens back in at 166. Let's put up another auction. Next auction is Black Sabbath, the Eternal Idol. And folks, this is original. It's an 87 U.S. Club. 87 U.S. Club, a Columbia House, Carrollton with the original inner sleeve, $40 start on Black Sabbath, the Eternal Idol. Okay? There's that. Next thing I have is Alice in Chains Dirt, $38.99. Man of War has a new bid for $170. Steven, you're out. Dirt, Them Bones, Rooster, Angry Chair, Wood, $38.99 for Alice in Chains. Next is Offspring, Smash, Self-Esteem, la 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 da da. First time I heard that was in a tree class taking a quiz in high school. I had a teacher that used to put on 90s alternative rock. And I heard that for the first time, and I once again is like, what is this glorious sound coming through the speakers? Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, 2016 green vinyl. Is this green? It is. Limited edition green vinyl. Wow. It is 2016 green vinyl. I bet that looks cool. Sweet Leaf. I got two Black Sabbaths up. My bad. We'll do that one next. Never mind. Can't have two Black Sabbaths up. How about we go ahead and roll this big daddy? Holy moly. A 1991 Nirvana Nevermind. Do what here? A 1991 Nirvana Nevermind. What? Yes, a 1991 Euro import, Nirvana Nevermind. It is a German press, 1991. It has an inverted inner sleeve. It has an inverted inner sleeve. See this? It's printed upside down. It is a 1991, just $175 start. $175 start. Nirvana Nevermind, inverted inner sleeve. A 91 German press. Folks, I'm going to say this again. This Nirvana was pressed in 1991. It's a original Euro pressing. Now, let me step back for a second. I don't know if they actually slapped the word original on that 91 pressing, but this was made in 1991. It has an inverted inner sleeve, manufactured in Germany. That's pretty amazing. This was out the year the album came out. This was made the year the album came out, 1991. That's now up for bid, okay? This Black Sabbath doesn't have a bid. John Kaiser's bidding over on Twitch. That's why you can't see him, Steven. There's people watching on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Right now, he's back in. Steven's back in at 180. John, it goes back to you. Next thing is Led Zeppelin 2, $33.99. That is a remastered, a Jimmy Page remaster. Jimmy Buffett, this is Songs You Know by Heart, Jimmy Buffett's greatest hits, $34.99 on Jimmy Buffett. And Operation Ivy, $29.99. Operation Ivy, $29.99. That is brand new and sealed. Yes, this is a Laura inverted inner sleeve sticker to cover up his dingaling. That is now a $175 bid. It already has a bid. And now we have Prince, Purple Rain, $33.99. Etta James at last. Now, I've ran out of the jackpot pressings. I've waited a couple weeks. And here's another one from Wax Time. It says 180 gram clear vinyl, virgin vinyl. Etta James at last, $29.99. So it's another way to get that album because OGs are very tough, okay? Scott Dwallow on a Led Zeppelin 2, Stanley Richmond on a Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits. Nirvana has another $175 bid. And just FYI, John, you are out on Man of War. It has a bid for $180. Final time. Wow, an OG Eternal Idol. I don't think I've ever had this not get a bid. It's an 87 Club Columbia House Edition. EX Plus, a $40 start on that one. Never mind the Bollocks. This one's $33. with the original, I think what was the original pink and green cover. A couple weeks ago, I had a yellow cover. This is a different edition that's a little bit cheaper, $33.99. I've got 2 Sex Pistols and Rancid, and out come the Wolves. Rancid's $29. Stimpy wants a Purple Rain. That's so to Stimpy. And we have the Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits, and this is on Coke bottle, clear vinyl, $29.99, featuring the big song Iris is on here, $29.99. I got the Jackpot Etta. Which one do you think is better? Oh, definitely Jackpot. Jackpot is a analog cut. So yeah, Wax Time is a very affordable label. I don't know what kind of sources they use, but man, stuff from Wax Time is really inexpensive. You can get some really tough to get albums at great prices. Plus, they put a lot of like bonus information on the back. Has almost a whole biography here about Etta James and the album. $29.99 on those. Okay, first thing we have over here is Stimpy on Prince. Stimpy on Prince. Next thing we have Sex Pistols, the green vinyl. I don't think so. That's what I was looking for on the sticker. No, it's not on colored vinyl. Black Sabbath 40, Nirvana 180. Jeff Harris's Take Black Sabbath. That's actually up for bid right now. It's still getting bids. Kelly Vladicek on Purple Rain. That is so to Kelly. Scott Arnold has requested Y&T. Does that have Darling Nikki on it? Robin Glenn on Goo Goo Dolls. Who are we referring to there? Joseph Ellis on Rancid, Nirvana 190, Nirvana 200, and we have Nirvana 185. Okay, John, I just want to make sure, unless I've missed you, are you done on the Manowar? I may have missed your statement, but Manowar is being at... Or no, wait a minute. Yeah, Stephen bid 180, okay? So you bid 170. Stephen Tinley bid 180. Just make sure we're done on that one. It's still over here. Nirvana is getting lots of bids all of a sudden. Darling Nikki. Oh, yes. Purple Rain. Yes, it is. Okay, and he's out. So, Stephen, you get this for 180. All right, and now Nirvana. So, really cool to see a 91 pressing. So, there's a couple of really expensive pressings of Nirvana. The U.S. original, which we've had before, we've maybe had 1 or 2, high grade, maybe even close to $1,000. The MoFi pressing is also really expensive. That's another rare MoFi pressing. We were talking about some rare MoFis the other day, or earlier in the show. The 91 Euro is a great way to get a true year of pressed album, much cheaper than the U.S. version. And it's made in Germany, which I think has really good sound quality. So that's always desirable, saying a 91 Nirvana. They're such a big album, one of the biggest of all time. It was made during a time where vinyl production was really low in the States, so the Euro copies are much more common. Euro transitioned a little bit later to CDs and other parts of the world. That's why in other countries you see more common Euro pressings that are original, and like maybe like Korea or I don't know, maybe even Japan sometimes even too. But I think they maybe got into CDs just as quick as we did. So there's that. Black Sabbath, did this get another bid? Black Sabbath only got 1 bid from Matthew, and that's it. So let's sell it. Matthew Cope is $40. All right, and then Nirvana's at $230. I'll go over it again, and probably then again, and then again. The last bid on Nirvana, it is VG Plus. Laura has graded it VG Plus. Looks like it just has some scuffing on it. Nothing to fret about. Not Jim Mint, but nothing trashed on it. Okay? All right. Did we sell Etta James? I don't think I sold an Etta James. Clear vinyl, At Last, Cake Fashion Nugget. He's going the distance, $33.99. And then here is a Rhino Hi-Fi I missed. I actually ordered 3 and only got 1. They're numbered. It's the numbered Alice Cooper Love at the Death. Cut by Kevin Gray, all analog. I missed that one. $39.99, and then Ray LaMontagne, and this is the new anniversary edition of Trouble gatefold jacket. It's on frosted orange with poster, $33. Nirvana's at $250 with John Kaiser. Our next auction is going to be Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, green vinyl, a $65 start. It is cut from the 2012 remaster. It's a 2016 edition they did on green vinyl. It's sealed unopened, a $65 start. All right, $65 start on that. And then William Brown, let's see here. I may be missing a conversation. Oh, okay. I'm not for sure on that. But yeah, after just a quick read through there, sounds like maybe, yeah, a P.O. box, or maybe you can tell the post office like some people are telling you. Yep, got to watch Porch Pirates. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sorry, I just chugged a Monster and ate another cookie. All right, Alice Cooper, thank you, Mr. Guy Shard. All right, and then Nirvana moves to a final call. Andrew Hawkins, I'm going to make sure you're done. John Kaiser does have it over on Twitch for $250. And Black Sabbath is on green vinyl, no bid. It's sealed. I'm looking for a $65 start on that. Man, we got some crazy stuff still to be put up for auction. Let's go ahead and add another Japanese pressing. This is going to go up right now. I don't get much from this man on Japanese vinyl. Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, which is a different cover than was what is used here in the States. It's in shrink. It's going to go up for just a $25 start. I just had a Subway raspberry cheesecake cookie and a Monster. All right, I'm fired up again. $25 start. My tooth is feeling a lot better. I think it was the ice cream I ate last night. $25 start on that. There we go. Next thing is a quick read-through and then one more crate, and then we're going to go ahead and knock out all the Hatchet Ed and all the new John and Paul stuff. Man, we still got new arrivals to get to. Lincoln Park Meteora, $33.99. Golden Red Splatter, Whiskey Myers Mud, $29. Lincoln Park. Man, this is not Lincoln Park. This is Blink 182. Enema of the State, $38.99. Slaughter Revolution, $38. Jar of Flies is $29. We got Nirvana Bleach for $29. And don't forget about Boston's debut, More Than a Feeling. This is Alice in Chains. Dirt, that's $38.99. Offspring Smash is $29. And Led Zeppelin 2 is $33.99. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is make Black Sabbath a buy it now. Wow. Green vinyl. Some of those sealed have sold for as much as $139. That is $65. And then we have Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits, $34. Operation Ivy's $29. Nevermind the Bollocks, the Sex Pistols, $33. Mark Stanley gets the Black Sabbath for $65. I lost a couple people on Nirvana, so nice pickup there, Mr. John Kaiser. You get that $250, a 91 Nirvana. Willie has one bid for $25. Make that $26 with Jason Thomas now. Let's do another country auction. Here's one that's always been tough to find. Leanne Womack. Now, this one's called There's More, Where That Came From. And that's an OG. It is a promo copy, a 2004 OG Leanne Womack VG Plus, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. It does have some corner damage right up here. The corner has been dinged. The corner has been dinged. $20 start on that. So country, and then we're going to go right over here to some Cinderella. We got an 86 US original EX Plus, and we're going to start that for just $25. It is an OG copy of Night Songs. Also, Rancid, Out Come the Wolves, $29. Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits, $29. Etta James, At Last, $29. Cake Fashion Nuggets, $33. And Ray LaMontagne, Trouble, frosted orange colored vinyl, $33.99 on Ray LaMontagne. One more crate of brand new stuff to knock out. And then Hatchet Ed crates and new arrivals from Paul and John the rest of the night. And let's do it. Let's do it. All right. And the first thing I have was a pre-order. A pre-order. And it's one big item. Okay? One big, beautiful item. I'll tell you more about it in 1 second. First thing, let me swap out crates right quick. Oh my gosh. All right, and this is the Cheap Trick complete discography. The complete epic discography. Album collection from Cheap Trick. Music on Vinyl did 1,000 box sets, 14 LPs. Look at that. Look how beautiful. The complete Cheap Trick discography. Self-titled, in color, Heaven Tonight, Budokan, The Complete Show, Dream Police, Found All the Parts, which is that kind of that 10-inch release they did. All Shook Up, One-on-One, Next Position, Standing on the Edge, The Doctor, Lap of Luxury, and Busted. Okay? There was one pre-order. His name is Steve McGee. This is $349.99. 1,000 were made. What is that noise? It's weird. Oh, that must be the album. That's a weird. What is that sound it's making when I flip it over? Listen. Sounds like there's like something down in it or something. Is there some kind of bonus item rolling around in there? $349.99. This is sold to Scott Beebe. Did I say Steve McGee? Scott Beebe. Scott Beebe, okay? That's what the stock photo looks like. There was one pre-order. I only ordered one, and I was basically like, well, if anybody else wants one, I'll order them one. $349.99, okay? If anybody wants that, $349.99. Let's see what happened over here. I put up Willie Nelson that got bids for 25, 26, 27, then 30. Leanne got a bid for 20. Willie got a bid for 31. Cinderella, 25, 25, 25, 26, 26, 28, 35. Cinderella, 35. Willie, 35. Cinderella, 40. Cinderella, 50. And then Cinderella, 35. So Cinderella's at 50. John Durden's out on Willie. Leanne Womack still just has one bid. And it's at $20. Yeah, Leanne Womack has one bid for $20 of Alonzo. So it is, and it's got some damage there to the center part of the label. It has a corner ding. The vinyl's not bad at VG+. Final call on Willie Nelson at $35. And we have Cinderella's at $50. Okay, next from Music on Vinyl is Ministry, The Dark Side of the Spoon. Not the moon, the spoon, $38.99. Also, we have 90s Alternative Collected. Really cool set here on magenta colored vinyl, $49.99. Faith No More, Nick Cave, Oasis, REM, Fun Lovin' Criminal, Soundgarden, Smash Mouth. There's a couple things on here that you can't even really get on vinyl, or it's out of print, or it's never even been made on vinyl. I know for sure that Smash Mouth song, is it Hey Now You're an All-Star? This one is Walking on the Sun. Nothing from Smash Mouth is available on vinyl. That is called 90s Alternative Collected. I haven't had that in a while. I've got two in stock. Okay, we got Leanne at 26. That's getting new bids. Cinderella's at 51. I'm going to go ahead and sell Jason Thomas to Willie Nelson for 35. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve here. Okay, there's that. Here we go. Did Jeremy Barnes get the Jane's Addiction live? Yes. And Cinderella sale? No, it's still up for auction. 90s Alternative is sold over here. This is not the same one. No. This is sold to X-Wing 81. No, that's not the same one. Also over here, I have 2 copies of Ministry Twitch. Ministry is $38.99. Ministry Twitch. And Alice in Chains, but unfortunately, we got seam splits. There's a little bit of seam splits up here at the top. $39.99 for facelift. $39.99 for facelift. 2 copies of Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory. $33 on that one. And these are back available. George Harrison, Let It Roll, which is one of his first time ever on vinyl greatest hits compilation. George Harrison's $59.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is going to be Y&T. Let's do this one right here. Black Tiger, an 82 USOG VG Plus condition. Y&T is a $15 start. We got George Harrison, Let It Roll. Y'all probably remember that. I've got 2. They're $59.99. I have The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, $36.99. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, that's a double LP. Haven't had that in a while, $36.99. And another copy has come in of Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. Never Say Die from Black Sabbath is $33.99. 2012 remaster. Also got Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style. That's on clear vinyl, $34.99. And then Audio Slave is $36.99. $36.99. First thing is Albert Collins. How about I do it right now? Let me pull up my notes because I was looking up some more autographs last night. See if I can pull this out of the cloud. If not, I'll go back and get my laptop opened. First thing is Black Sabbath. That's So Did Cameron. That was Never Say Die. And the next thing I have is Leanne Womack with a new high bid of $30, now $35 of Alonzo. Alonzo has it for $35. The last bid on Cinderella is Travis at $60. Tim Graham, you're out. Uh-oh. Tim and Travis are bidding against each other. This could get crazy. Y&T 15, Y&T 15, Y&T 20, Y&T 25. And then next thing is... Okay, I've got 2 copies of Jethro Tull. This is pretty cool. It's the new Steven Wilson remix and a half-speed master of Living in the Past. They've actually called it Still Living in the Past. It has some great music on here. Song for Jeffrey, A Christmas Song is on here, Living in the Past, Sweet Dream, The Witch's Promise, Teachers on here, Inside. That's one of my favorite Jethro Tull songs from Benefit, Inside, Alive and Living. 39 Dharma for One live. Locomotive Breath is on here. Hymn 43. That's a great one from Aqualung. Sorry, I can't sing like Ian Anderson. $39.99. And folks, I love flutes. Oh my gosh. Jethro Tull, $39.99. Steven Wilson, half-speed master. Black Sabbath, I've got 2 copies of 13. This one has a seam crackle. $39.99 for Black Sabbath 13. And Eric Clapton, the best-selling live album of all time. Clapton, $44.99. Leanne Womack, the last bid on Leanne Womack was Alonzo at $35. I'm going to make sure Jeff Harris has said out. Jeff, if you're done, just say out. I'll feel a lot better about selling it. And then we have Eric Clapton is Unplugged, a double LP, $44.99. Matthew Sherrick on Jethro Tull. I recognize that tune. Yeah, that's how Hymn 43 starts off. It's a really crazy way. He goes right into it. He goes, $39.99. That is sold to Matthew Sherrick. Monica Malley on Black Sabbath 13. There's one left of a seam crackle. And we had a question on Y&T. Y&T is an 82. Yes, that would be a U.S. original for Black Tiger. It's in shrink and VG Plus condition. He's out on Leanne Womack. How about Depeche Mode Violator? $33.99 Depeche Mode Violator. And we have Disturbed. That's my best Disturbed impression. That is Down with the Sickness on green vinyl, $33.99. That is Disturbed. That's on green vinyl, $33.99. Let me make an adjustment over here. All right, here is, let me find this. Yeah, let's do a couple autographs right quick. Let me find Albert for John's request. Sierra Farrell. Any Sierra Farrell fans? Here we go. Mr. Albert Collins. This is signed, $125 start. JSA authenticated. Nice signature, not personalized. It's actually of a CD promo single, Traveling South. It's been JSA authenticated. Very cool. Cool picture of him there on the front holding his, I think he played a Telecaster, or he played a Telecaster a lot. JSA authenticated, $125 start on Albert Collins, okay? We'll make that our 4th auction because I'm actually going to make it now 3 auctions, and we're selling this Leanne Womack over here. Leanne Womack is sold to Alonzo for $35. John's in on Albert Collins at $1.25. All right, so he has that for $1.25. Y&T's at $55. And the last bid on Cinderella that came in is Travis Woods at $70. Tim Graham, you have been outbid, okay? Matthew Sherritt got Jethro Tull. There's that, and we got Monica Malley on 13. I've already pulled that. And then Michael Salazar on Depeche Mode. That is sold. Todd Emick on Disturbed, and Y&T's at 50. Y&T 55. Albert Collins 125. Here we go. So let's recap this crate very quickly one more time. Looks like we're still getting bids on all auctions. Albert Collins just got a bid for $1.25. Yeah, nice price on that for not being personalized. A personalized album recently sold for $200. That's the comp I was using. So, yeah, personalized album recently sold for $200. So, nice signature there on the CD. Not personalized. Very fair price right now. Final call to John Durden. We got Ministry, Dark Side of the Spoon. That's $38.99. We have 90s Alternative Collected. That's a double LP, $49.99. Ministry Twitch. Ministry is $38.99. Alice in Chains, but unfortunately they got seam crackles. How about if anybody wants to go ahead and do 35 on these? Does anybody want to go ahead and do 35 on these? I'll go ahead and do a seam crackle discount on Alice in Chains if anybody wants these. If anybody wants these, okay? $34.99. This is Alice in Chains facelift. $34.99. They have seam crackles. Next thing is Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory. Lincoln Park is $33.99. Gatefold jacket. That's a different 90s collected. That's the 90s collected. This is a different one. This is the 90s alternative collected. Just strictly alternative rock. The other one is the 90s collected. The 90s collected. George Harrison, Let It Roll's $59.99. And the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, that's a double LP, $36.99 on that one. All right, Albert Collins is sold to Mega Blast 9 for $125. Thank you on that one. Kelly wants a 90s alternative collected. That is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. And I think we were done on Cinderella. We had a truce on that. This is a truce on this. And this is sold to Tim Graham for $75. What about Y&T? I see Scott Arnold went out. Jason Wilski had that at $55. And that's going once and that's going twice. Going once, going twice. Next is Snoop Dogg. And Snoop Dogg is a double LP, which is clear vinyl, $34.99. Clear vinyl, this is $34.99. That's Snoop Dogg, and that is Doggy Style. Comes as a double LP. Also, we have Audio Slave, $36.99. And that is Chris Cornell, of course. Jethro Tull, Still Living in the Past is $39. Eric Clapton Unplugged for $44. That's a double LP. Depeche Mode is $33. And Disturbed is $33.99 green vinyl. I'll have to stay. I can only do $5 off on the seam splits. I have a couple offers, but I'll do them for $34. Joy Fino on Audio Slave. And now we're ready for more new auctions, okay? We're ready for more new auctions. Let's do that right now. Next thing we have is the following. Let's go ahead and put up Striper, and this is In God We Trust. Striper's an 88 USOG. It is VG Plus condition, a $25 start on Striper. Right, $25 start on Striper, and that is an 88 USOG. It does have an insert with it. Kind of comes as like a mini movie poster, a mini, I don't know why I said a mini movie poster. How about just a mini poster? Looks like $100 bill, striper. So it has that really cool poster in there. There's that, and now Y&T is sold to Jason Wilski for $55. So there's striper. And now let's get in some new pre-owned stuff that Paul's marked and hatcheted crates tonight. Wow, a lot of stuff to get to. All right, give me 1 second, please. Okay. Let me do this. 1 second, please. Okay. All right, so over here, sorry about that. Here we go. Let's go to that first Paul crate. I'm still here. Just having to knock out something over here on my phone right quick. I've got it taken care of, though. All right, striper. And now we have, let's see what's over here. Let me take a quick look at Paul. Uh-oh. Paul's marked some good stuff. Yep, let's do it. Here it comes. I'm here. The feed didn't freeze, I promise. It didn't freeze. One more thing here. Sorry. I'm actually trying to pull up a live scoreboard for this. All right. So Striper has bids for 25 and 25. The first one was with Cameron. And now, actually, Striper's already at 40 with Joy Fino. Striper's already at 40 with Joy Fino. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is more Black Sabbath, and this time on orange vinyl. That's Black Sabbath Volume 4 on orange vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $65 start. $65 start on that one. And first thing is this. This is Striper. This is In God We Trust. It's an 88 USOG with the $100 bill poster insert, VG++ condition. And the last bid on this was Joy Fino at $40. Auction number 2 is Black Sabbath Volume 4, a 2016 orange vinyl remaster. And Black Sabbath has 1 bid, 0 bids. I'm looking for a $65 start. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be none other than the Beatles 62 to 66 compilation. Don't forget, I've got Beatles mono boxes in stock for $1,500 if anybody wants one. Chad, I heard a rumor that the Ghetto Boys album Rap-A-Lot records are being reissued. Have you heard that? I have not, but we'll make a note to look into that. This is a Japanese pressing of a Beatles 62 to 66 for a $35 start. $35 start, not a bad cover whatsoever. There it is, okay? Let's go ahead and get started. This should be a fun crate. We have Buddy Guy live at Legends. That is sealed, a 2013 on blue and white split-colored vinyl, $39.99. These are new arrivals, sticker price, that just got marked today. These just got marked today. They are sticker price. Paul just marked these today. Next is the single soundtrack. That is the 25th anniversary. Great price, $34.99. Those are usually $5 or $10 more. $34.99, and it comes with a bonus CD with 18 additional tracks. That is sealed at $34.99. Punch Drunk Love, that's a soundtrack composed by John Brian. That is from 2023, Mondo, $34.99. The last bid on Striper was $65. Nobody's been on Black Sabbath, Final Call, and no bid on the Beatles, $35. Stan McNessie on Buddy Guy, live at Legends. There's one left if anybody else wants one. There is one left. We have Peppa Pig. This is Peppa Club, the album. A record store day on pink and blue vinyl. Oh, Peppa Pig there, just $19.99. How about the Hunger Games, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes? This is Hunger Games, 2024 Orange Crush vinyl, $34.99. Peppa Pig, so to Kelly Vlodarchik. World's foremost blues singer, Memphis Slim, sealed for $14.99. Also, Roosevelt Sykes, Music is My Business. Roosevelt Sykes is sealed, $14.99. And Slim's Shout, The Blues of Sunnyland Slim, sealed for $19.99. $19.99. Back up at the top, we got Garrett Seifert on Memphis Slim. That is sold to Garrett. X-Wing was next. Patrick Lear first on Roosevelt Sykes. And we got Tommy Flowers next on Roosevelt Sykes. Black Sabbath did not get a bid. The orange vinyl limited edition, $65 buy it now. A great price over here on the Beatles, 62 to 66. That is a buy it now for $35. $35 on the Beatles, 62 to 66. It's a 2 LP, double LP gatefold with both books, $35 if anybody wants that. Okay, last thing on Striper, Matthew Sherrick set out. So let's update that last bid over here. The last bid that came in on, excuse me, I think I've made a mistake. I made a couple mistakes. The first mistake I did was I said Joe Colosi had Striper at 65, when in fact he bid on Sabbath for 65, okay? Matthew Sherrick, you still have Striper for 45, which you outbid. Joy. Who did you outbid? I think you outbid Joey Fino from a while back. So Matthew, you in fact still have Striper. We'll go ahead and sell Joe Koloski the Sabbath for 65. And Joe, I completely missed your bid. And we'll definitely go ahead and sell Mike Torrey's the Beatles for 35, okay? That's so to Mike Torrey's. There was no bid that actually, maybe Matthew Sherrick. Golly, I missed a bunch of stuff there. Hold on a second. I think I missed a bunch of stuff. I completely screwed up all three auctions. Beatles, Striper, and Sabbath somehow got all mixed up. Matthew Sherrick, in fact, did bid 35, okay? He did bid 35 on the Beatles. I moved so fast-paced there. 35. Final call to him. Striper has a bid for 45 already with Matthew Sherrick. He bid that almost 5 minutes ago. Joe Koloski was, in fact, the only person on Sabbath for 65. So, Joe, you're going to get this for 65. That was no contest, okay? That was no contest. Yeah, I'm not going to look at my phone anymore for the rest of the night. I'll worry about these high school football games later, okay? I'll worry about all these later. First thing I'm going to do is say, now, Striper all of a sudden is getting new bids, because when I sold that, there was like 3 people I hadn't heard from. And now, Matthew Sherrick, you've been outbid on both Striper and Beatles, because there was other people bidding that I didn't even see. And then there was one other claim, and that was Tommy Flowers on RS. And Tommy, your RS claim probably was for something that already sold. Yeah, Roosevelt Sykes. Good golly, Miss Molly, I think we're good to go now. All right, first thing is Blood of Zeus. Music from the Netflix original anime series, Blood of Zeus. That is sealed, $19.99. Record store day, red with black splatter, $19.99. Everything in here is sticker price. These are brand new arrivals, no more, no less. No more, no less. We have Buddy Guy, Skin Deep. Buddy Guy is sealed, $34.99. I was trying to pull up the high school like scoreboard over here where it just automatically refreshes, but I can't. I've got it, but I've said screw it. I'll figure it out later. I'll just text in our group chat, and Seth watches those games like it's his life depends on it. So I'll just I'll get updates later from him. Big weekend, though. Opening night for high school football in Tennessee. Beatles is at 50. My dad was the high school radio broadcaster for Gordonsville for 25 years. And there from when I was a kid, pretty much all the way halfway through college, I didn't miss a Gordonsville High School football game. I think I'd went to every game with him for like, I don't know, 17 years or something crazy, traveling with the radio crew and the team. And so I follow it pretty closely, but I don't get to go to many anymore. I'm here selling records. We have Black Mirror Smithereens. This is Black Mirror Smithereens. It's sealed, a 2020 Record Store Day, $24.99. I've got one copy of Rock and Roll High School. That's sealed for $29.99. 40th anniversary on fire-colored vinyl. I've got two of those. Okay, the Beatles is at $50. The Beatles is at $50 with Mike Torres. And Stryper. Stryper is at $50 with Matthew Sherrick. If you're not Matthew Sherrick, you do not have to bid on Stryper. If you're not Mike Torres, you do not have the high bid on the Beatles. Next auction is going to go up right now. Tool Undertow. Do what? This is a later reissue with parental advisory printed on center as opposed to a sticker. Both discs are VG++ EX. Now, folks, if I were to hand you a random copy of Tool Undertow, you would have a headache looking it up. If you go buy a brand new copy, it almost looks like an original. It's very confusing. This is not an original, but it is a later reissue for a $20 start. That is Undertow, okay? $20 start on that. Beatles is at $55, and Guardians of the Galaxy Deluxe Vinyl Edition. This is sealed. Great soundtrack. You get the score, and you get the soundtrack, $24.99. Doctor Who, The Edge of Destruction. Doctor Who is a Record Store Day mono picture disc for $39.99. Stryper, $55. That's after Trent bid $51. Trent, you're back out. Mike Torres, did you want back in on the Beatles? Or Matthew Sherrick? Matthew Sherrick, did you want back in on the Beatles? He bid $55. Mike's out. There we have it. Tool has a bid for $20, and we have Kelly on DR. Did you mean Doctor Who? She did. And Stephen on Guardians of the Galaxy. Great pickups there. Moving right along. I've got The Crown. That's a soundtrack. That is music score by Rupert Gregerson Williams and Lauren Balfe. That's unopened on red vinyl for $34.99. And The Blues of Memphis Slim, Steady Rolling Blues, sealed, just $14.99. Tools at $22, now $25. And Art Farmer and Jim Hall, CTI Remastered, pressed at Palace. Nice, that is $29.99. $29.99. Let's go over here to the Beatles, and this is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $55. That's more like it. Now, Stryper, Trent's out. This is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $55. Now, we got more auctions to get to. So, Matthew, you pick up both of those, $55 each. Over here is Tool. This is a later reissue, VG++ EX. It's already got bids for $30. Joy has threw a challenge flag. She's saying maybe she was first on Guardians of the Galaxy. Let me go up and double check. Guardians of the Galaxy, that would be GG claims. It was Joy. Who did I say? I said Stephen Parton, didn't I? Guardians of the Galaxy definitely goes to Joy Fino. That's so to Joy Fino. And then Kelly got Doctor. And then, Stephen, you were next on Guardians of the Galaxy. My bad. Joy does get that. X-Wing on MS. X-Wing on Memphis Slim. And now we are good to go. Next auction. All right, so in the lower crate auction bin over here, I've got Dio. I've got GNR, I've got AC/DC, Bullet, Headpins, Hellcats, Hurricane. We'll do that right now. Somebody just asked for it. Icon, Motley Crue, Black Lace, Judas, Wasted, Y&T, Trouble, TSOL, Killer Dwarves, Rat, Raven, Godsmack, Nirvana. So let's do that one. And I've got the other supplemental stuff over here and a few more Japanese. Here is Hurricane. Hurricane is going up for bid. It's an 88 U.S. original pressing sealed, a $25 start. $25 start. Art Farmer and Jim Hall, Big Blues, remastered by Bernie Grundman, pressed at Palace, $29.99. Next is William Hooker. This is Mindfulness with DJ Olive and Glenn Spearman. Record Store Day, sealed, $19.99. Also, we have Buddy Guy. The Blues is Alive and Well, sealed, Buddy Guy, $29.99. And Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural. That is sealed, a Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Hurricanes at $25. Gornsville 14, Coalfield 18, 8 minutes to go in the third. See? Now that's what I like to see. Live score updates from Gornsville and Coalfield in the chat. What about Smith County High School, which I could very care less about, but I always keep an eye on them, and Gornsville, Coalfield. That's what I like. Score updates in the chat. Somebody just got an invisible handshake. Hurricanes at 50. Brent Robley on Buddy Guy. That is so to Brent Robley. Thank you on that. Next is Wayne Shorter, Schizophrenia, Blue Note Tone Poet, sealed, $34.99. And we have Cecil Taylor, Unit Structures Blues. Unit Structures. No, just Unit Structures. Cecil Taylor, sealed, $24.99. The last bit on Tool that came in. Jeff Hallsworth at $30. Everybody else is out. Final call. Final call. Hurricane, 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 Hurricane. There is no bid yet on Hurricane. There's one bid. There's two bids on Hurricane. Matthew Copus has Hurricane at $50. Ryan Mustaine on Wayne Shorter. Wow, some blues and jazz in here. Next auction, Dio, Holy Diver, limited edition, red vinyl. From Rhino, a remaster, red vinyl, red vinyl. Dio, Holy Diver, red vinyl, $45 start. Next is another Cecil Taylor. What about Crown by Eric Gales? That is a 2022 pressing on Go Vital, sealed, $29.99. Hurricanes at 50. Javi, I think it's up to you. Your opening bid got doubled by Matthew Copus at 50. All right, Dio is in near mint minus condition. Yeah, Paul didn't leave any notes, so near mint minus and pristine. Let's go ahead and sell Tool to Jeff Hallsworth for $30. Hurricanes, a final call for 50. OG sealed, and there is Dio. Next is Toots Thalmans. Philip, Catherine, and Friends, 2 generations. Toots is unopened, $29.99. Is Art Farmer 2x45 2017 press. Art Farmer was not a 45 RPM. No, it's a single LP. Remastered for vinyl for the first time in over 3 decades from the original analog tapes by Bernie Grundman, recorded at Electric Lady Studios, produced by Creed Taylor, pressed on audiophile grade 180 gram vinyl at Palace. It's a single LP, 33 1/3, $29.99 on that. Dio has a bid for $45, and we got John McPatriot on Ale, and we have a request for Icon. Yes, let's go ahead and do that right now. Icon, 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 Icon. I-C-O-N. Icon. Here it is. Icon is right between the eyes. Icon is an 89 US gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. It has never been reissued. This is the only pressing available. VG Plus, a $35 start. John McPatriot says KGDOI. Okay, KGDOI. And he wanted something. We'll make sure we get that straight. His cat may be walking across the keyboard. And next is Dio at 50. Stimpy on BB. If that's for Big Blues, I'll make sure. If it's for Big Blues, I'll make sure David Hoy doesn't want it. Icon has a bid for 35 and 40. And we have Easterly Winds by Jack Wilson, Lee Morgan, Jackie McLean, Bob. Another jazz. It's Jack Wilson, Easterly Winds, a tone poet, $34.99. And then we have another copy, and I have McCoy Tyner Today and Tomorrow. I don't know where all these came from, all these sealed jazz albums. Must have been somebody that bought duplicates or something, $29.99. All right, and then pass on Art. So Art was Art Farmer. We'll give that to Stimpy then. That's sold to Stimpy on YouTube. Hurricane is sold for $50 to Matthew Copus. And now Dio, the last bid that came in on Dio was Steve McGee at $50. Gregory Roberts, you were outbid on that, just FYI. Red vinyl, Rhino remaster. Icon has already hit $50. The other Buddy Guy, I believe, was in here. This one is, yes, Skin Deep with Clapton Derek Trucks and Susan Tedeschi plays on that one. How about Anthony Williams, Spring? That's a blue note. Kevin Gray, sealed for $24.99. I have also Larry Young, Woody Shaw, Joe Henderson, Elvin Jones. This one is sealed $24.99. Is it just me, or could my camera be pointed up a little bit? I don't know. Seems like the top, I just looked up at the monitor. Looked like some stuff was getting cut off. What if we go let's pull that other Buddy Guy then. That's so to Patrick Lear. What did I just do with it? It's right here. What deer is the Dio? The Dio is billed as a 2018 Rhino Red Vinyl Remaster. Icons at 55. Next thing we have is Golden Butter. That's a new sealed copy of the best of the Paul Butterfield Blues Band, and that is a Friday Music. Wow. I bet that wasn't cheap new. A double LP from Friday Music, those are like $50, $60 new, $24.99. Also, Dave Alvin from an old guitar, that is sealed for $24.99. And another Buddy Guy, The Blues Don't Lie, Buddy Guy is sealed for $34.99. The Japanese band has England Dan, Corey Hart, Simon & Garfunkel, Scandal, John Lennon, The Monkees, and Duran Duran. We're going to do Duran Duran right now. This is Duran Duran Arena. Duran Duran Arena, which is alive, doing some big hits, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There are the inserts, including the book. Both inserts, gatefold jacket with Obi, $35 start on that. We'll get Nirvana going right after one of these other ones sell. Icon is at 65, 68, 70, 75, 70, and Bill Talkin wants that other Buddy Guy. Okay. Thank you, and that was a pretty cool crate. A lot of blues and jazz in there. Didn't see that coming. Paul has marked another crate. Behind me looks like a lot of OG top vintage stuff, but don't forget, we still got 3 Hatchet Ed crates and 4 crates last night from John, and then 5 more he marked today. So all night, there's going to be new arrivals, okay? All night long. And then I'll get into, what shall I get into next? We'll find something else when all those. I got sealed stuff to auction. It's endless tonight. It's endless tonight, okay? First thing is Bill talking on Golden Butler. It wasn't for, but where did I come up with Buddy Guy? Buddy Guy is BG. You put GB, best of Butterfield. Okay, so there's that. All right, I got you. So you did not want Buddy Guy. I got some initials messed up there. Very quickly. Let me stretch my leg right quick. Holy moly. Oh, yeah. There went a good ankle pop. Let's try the other one now. Huh. Oh, man. I don't know if that's audible through the mic, but that was my ankles popping. Dio, did Gregory make a move? Gregory, I was going to make sure Gregory, he asked what year. Gregory, it's up to you. Dio, Steve McGee, $50. I know you asked the year. I was making sure you had time. Icons at $90. And Duran Duran's a $35 start. Okay, very quickly, if you need a price, let me know. Buddy Guy, Live at Legends. The single soundtrack, that was sealed for $34. Punch Drunk Love soundtrack. The Hunger Games, music from and inspired by Hunger Games. Sunnyland Slim is still available, sealed for $19.99. Amanda Darby picking up the single soundtrack. Icons now at $90. The Blood of Zeus soundtrack. The Smithereens Black Mirrors, that's still available. Can't believe no one's scooped up a Rock and Roll High School. That's got music from the Ramones, Alice Cooper, Devo, Brian Eno, Todd Rundgren, Chuck Berry, and more. It's on fire-colored vinyl, sealed for $29.99. That's a big soundtrack. We have the Crown soundtrack, William Hooker, Mindfulness, Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural, Cecil Taylor, Unit Structures, Blue Note reissue, Eric Gales, Crown, and we have Toots Thälmann's 2 Generations of Music on Vinyl. Amanda Darby on Rock and Roll High School. Okay? Dio has a new bid for $52. Steve McGee, you're out. Stephen Parton has bid. Icons at $90. Final call, and nobody bid on Duran Duran. $35 buy it now on Arena. The England Dan is a promo copy of Things Don't Come Easy. It's a promo copy of Things Don't Come Easy. That is the England Dan album we have. Okay? And Scott Dwallow asked, are you on mute? No, I am not. You must have me on mute. Next is Icon 92, Icon 95. Cecil Taylor was sealed for $24.99. Easterly Winds by Jack Wilson, that's sealed for $34.99. Also today and tomorrow, McCoy Tyner, Spring Anthony Williams, Larry Young, Dave Alvin, and another Buddy Guy. Okay? Dio is now at $52 with Stephen Parton. Icon has hit 110. Blood and Punch for Paul Brothers. That was Blood of Zeus, or was it Punch Drunk Love? Maybe both. Blood and Punch. These two soundtracks here. Both sold to Paul Brothers. ST. Icon out. ST wants Cecil Taylor. There's now one left. Dio Info. Icon's at 120. Which are the two Buddy Guys? This is Buddy Guy, The Blues Don't Lie, 2022, sealed, $34.99. And Buddy Guy Live at Legend, sealed, $39.99. Dio is with Stephen Parton at $52. This is a 2018 Red Vinyl Remaster. Red Vinyl Remaster from Rhino. It's now at $52. Our next auction is Nirvana. This is Nirvana Incesticide, a 2017 45 RPM remaster, a $35 start. Patrick Lear wants the live Buddy Guy. Okay? Awesome. Let me move these auctions in this crate so I can move this crate so I can walk through here easier to get to the first John crate. Probably going to do John crate sticker price, this next Paul crate sticker price, and then the rest of the night, well, we got Hatchet Ed stuff to do. Let's go ahead and knock out the first, see if John marked a check condition crate. Those are always super fun. England Ann's on deck, and a Dio has been a bizarre auction, but it's about to sell, and so has Icon. Warren Harden has it for $120. Dio still getting bids, 53, now 55. If you change your mind on any of those, they're right here behind me. Okay? Solid crate there from Paul. Let's check on this check condition crate over here. Okay, let's see what's going on right over here. Boom, boom, boom. John, check condition. Man, he's marked a lot of cool looking stuff. I'm just looking at the back and the front of the crates and I'm impressed. Is this check condition? Wow, no check condition crate. All right, that's unusual. Yeah. Everything's super clean. That's why he marks so much. He can mark more if he usually like calls out check condition stuff, and he can mark so much more because a lot of it's already like cleaned and ready to go. So let's revisit a Hatchet Ed crate then. We've got one little crate here with some CDs that didn't get paid for. An Iron Maiden figure, which I wish I knew what the price was for that. And let's get into the first Hatchet Ed. Is there any Hatchet Ed auctions? Let's see, this looks like Hatchet Ed auctions. This is Hatchet Ed vinyl, including some Hatchet Ed auctions, okay? I know y'all like those. Not much this week, just about 3 crates. Not much this week, which is good. Not much here. That's actually a good thing, okay? That's actually good when we don't have much Hatchet Ed. I wish every week, if somebody asks, any Hatchet Ed crates, I'll say, nope, no Hatchet Ed. That would be ideal. Dio is sold to Stephen Parton for $60. Icon is sold. Icon is sold. Icon is sold. Icon is sold. Nope, Warren Harden got outbid. Warden, do you want back in? Icon still has a bid on the table with Alonzo for $1.25, okay? Dio was sold, Nirvana 35, Nirvana 35, Nirvana 40, Nirvana 45, out and out, okay? There's that. Seems like a lot of no payments. Actually, not really. No. It may seem that way, but actually not much at all. 1986 US limited edition blue vinyl rounded die cut sleeve striper, $25 start. $25 start. I've always told everybody, if you think about how much we do on a weekly basis just to have a couple crates of no payments, which is not a lot of people. That's the thing. Most of this is just like, it's just a couple of people. It may look like a lot of stuff, but it's actually just a few people that we have to cancel. It's where they've bought way too much and we don't hear back from them. So that's it. It's not like this is 50 different customers here. That's not the story. I saw him cancel invoices today when I woke up. I woke up probably about noon, which is right in the middle of my sleep. I look at my phone and there's emails from Square saying invoice canceled, invoice canceled. And I clicked on some of these names, and there's only about, a couple of these people. I knew that account, that was a bizarre account for a long time. I need to go ahead and take him or her out of the group. Let me do that right now. Let me ask Ed. Because I've had a couple people, and I was like, at some point, we're not going to hear back from them anymore. And that's exactly what happened. Let me make sure that's who that was. I need to go to Ed and Tanner chat. There it is. Okay. Icon's 130, Icon 135, Nirvana. The last bid on Nirvana was Kelly at $46. Stephen Parton's out. Really cool striper. Really cool striper. 86 US limited edition, blue vinyl, $25 star. Do you have a wall of shame? No, we try to forget them and move on. The big thing we have is us, we basically have an investigative team, which is mostly headed up by me and Ed to make sure these people don't create accounts for the second time. So that's the big thing is, and of course there's a way Facebook can do that. And we watch out for the address. Ed knows addresses a lot better than I do. So we watch out for that and emails and just red flags because that happens a lot. People, I'm like, man, just give it up already. I just don't understand it, but it's a mystery of life. A mystery of life, just like the universe. There's some things that will never be solved, at least not in our lifetime. One is people who try to buy stuff with $0 and 0 cents, okay? If you're watching right now and you have $0 and 0 cents, I hate to tell this to you, but I'm going to be honest. You probably shouldn't be thinking about buying records, okay? If you have $0 and 0 cents right now, you probably shouldn't be thinking about buying records. That's just my best financial advice. Okay, this is like an ultimate luxury item, okay? This is like buying a Rolex or driving a sports car. Probably something that you should only be able to, it's on a smaller scale though, but you should be able to afford it, okay? Make sure you can afford them. Please don't go in debt trying to buy vinyl, okay? The next thing we have is Icon at $135. And then we have Icons at $135, Striper. Let's sell Kelly Vloddercheck this right here. Nirvana is sold to Kelly Vloddercheck for $46. $46 on that. Icon is $135 of Alonzo Breezy. I can't believe Striper just has one bid for $25. Striper has one bid for $25. $25 on Striper. Steve McGee, okay? Steve McGee. There's that. All right. Next, I just did a condense of crate. I'm ready to put up England Dan. This is a promo copy of England Dan and John Ford Coley for a $15 start. $15 start. This is Some Things Don't Come Easy, England Dan and John Ford Coley. Those symbols right there actually signify promo, not for sale. That's a $15 start. There is this, which is a Japanese solicitation. Another Japanese solicitation. It is promo marked. A little bit of discoloration right up here, and it has a promo sticker. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Here we go. We have dollars and no cents. Well, welcome to Colectco. Feel free to bid. I'm just taking dollars. I don't like no dollars and no cents, but I will take dollars with no cents. Does that make sense? Okay, here we go. Yeah, we don't mention names. I've only mentioned names a couple times when I think it's really something scandalous and they may be interfering with other people. I've reached out, you know, because there's groups out there and stuff, and I'm like, hey, this guy and this person, they're just gonna they're going like group to group and just trying to buy on credit and stuff, and it's just like this guy, this is a bad guy. All right, Hatchet Ed stuff. Overkill. Half Speed Master on yellow vinyl, $33.99. Saxon, Dogs of War, music on vinyl, silver-colored vinyl, $38.99 for Saxon. And Vandenberg Sin. Vandenberg is on green vinyl, $29.99. Megadeth, Peace Sells, But Who's Buying? That's $36. Why is this upside down? It's Doc Holliday, Modern Medicine. Doc Holliday is $24.99. Motorhead, the Manicore tapes. Nearly 50% of the pre-orders for this didn't get paid for. Crazy. I don't know what happened with that release, but like half of those didn't get paid for. Motorhead Bomber is $33.99. That is $33.99. And we have White Line Main Attraction, $38.99. And we have Chris Cornell, $44.99. Chris Cornell, $44.99. Icon. What happened over here? Goodness, this has been an all-out war over here. Icon, the last bid is Alonzo at $135. I got to make sure Mr. Harden, I almost said Warren Hardin. That's a president. Warren Hardin, D-I-N. This is at Alonzo at $135. Did you want to bid again, Warren? You never did actually say out, just FYI. England Dan is at $25 of David Johnson. And Stripers at $26 with Trent Peasley. Stripers at $26 was Trent Peasley. That's on blue vinyl with the die-cut cover. These mostly in here are new and sealed except for Doc Holliday. That's an OG record. These are records that either got put back or most of them didn't get paid for based on these sticker dates. Perfect Circle is $39.99. Cameron wants Chris Cornell. That's sold to Cameron for $44. And Motorhead is $39.99. Motorhead's $39.99. Another reason I don't mention names is because some of the stuff is like things happen. I've talked about this before. Things happen, a legitimate situation. We're provided proof. We either hold somebody's orders until they get that worked out, or you know, it's a medical emergency, family emergency, legit proof. We cancel it. They come back later when they're ready. So obviously I would never mention somebody's name like that. But some of them is just like straight up frauds, and I've warned, you know, everybody, because sometimes they might be DMing other people, like they get y'all's names out of the chat. Be careful who you accept friend requests from. You know, you might get solicited for something. So, you know. Survivor, $14.99, Premonition, and also Mongo Santa Maria, Shrink and Hop sticker. Mongo is $19.99. How much is Icon at? Well, I'm waiting for about 3 people to say out. It's been up for about a half hour. The most recent high bid on Icon is $135 of Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. Striper has been up for like 20 minutes, and it's only moved $1, but it was a 3-way tie, and then no one else has bid again. It's about to be sold for $26. And that's about to go to Trent Peasley. England Dan is up to Mike Torres. He has not set out. The last bid was David Johnson at $25. Chris Cornell is the only claim in there. We got Repulsion, Horrified. Repulsion's on green vinyl. That's $33.99. That's new and sealed. Acid Bath. Uh-oh, we have a waiting list for this. Let me wait on that. Those are coming back in. And we have Godsmack. I'll show that again in just a second. $33.99 for Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower. And we have the new album from Tyler Childers, Snipe Hunter, indie exclusive colored vinyl, $39.99. Rush Vapor Trails Remixed. Rush is $44.99. And We have Randy Travis. That's called Now Playing, a.k.a. Greatest Hits, $24.99, and she passed away. So these, I thought this was a special request for somebody, but evidently it's not. Naren Zolenlik, and that is $29.99, okay? Alonzo gets Icon. All right, Icon, this is sold to Alonzo. No more bids, it's over. Wow, that got hung up for a long time. That is sold to Alonzo for $135. I lost Warren somewhere. That was the person I was waiting on. Never did hear back from him. Striper's now at 27, and England Dan is sold to David Johnson for 25. And let me swap out crates right quick. Let me swap out crates. Yeah, I scrolled through the emails earlier of cancellations, and yeah, some of it's just bizarre. I don't understand it. I did see somebody who was buying a lot, and then they were posting pictures of their collection. And I don't even think it was pictures of their own collection, because I think I've seen them posted before, or they was under a different account, and that's what threw up a red flag. It's like, wait a minute. I've seen pictures of this living room before, and then found out a couple weeks later we've canceled their invoices. And I was like, aha, because that did not sound like a real name. So that happens a lot. I'm like, wait a minute. I think I've seen pictures of this living room before. Brandon Johnson, a perfect circle. That is sold to Brandon Johnson. There's that. Striper sold to Cameron for $27. And we have Allison Chains. There's $24.99 on that. We had one of those earlier. Mazzy Star is $33.99. And Mazzy Star, Among My Swan, Record Store Day, bone colored vinyl, $36.99. Godsmack on orange vinyl. Godsmack is an unofficial, this is a bootleg, $25 start. Godsmack, $25 start. That is now up for bid. And so is this right here, Killer Dwarfs, big deal. Killer Dwarfs, this is an 88 US, original under sleeve, EX Plus condition. It has a radio station promo stamp on the cover, and this is a $25 start. It was property of WLUR-FM, Washington and Lee University, Lexington, Virginia. This is a $25 start for Killer Dwarfs. Todd Emick on the Allison Chains Jar of Flies, that's sold to him. Godsmack has a bid for $25, and Janet on Mazzy Star. Do you want She Hangs Brightly, or do you want Among My Swan, or do you want both of them? And then there's that other She Passed Away, and that's $29.99, okay? Now, first thing we're going to do is, so Jerry, I'm glad you're watching. Let me show, because what's coming up next is unpaid for auctions, okay? So here's Acid Bath, and here's the deal on Acid Bath. We got these directly from Rotten Records. There will be another delivery on Monday, okay? And there's actually ASD, Acid Bath. The waiting list right now on Acid Bath is, give me 1 second here. Let me close out of this. Let me see if I can search my spreadsheet for this correctly. Command F, Acid. Let me search for Acid. Okay, so yeah, I don't have that actually in. Over here was this waiting list right here, okay? They did not pay their invoices. Okay, good. So I'm going to take them out of the group. This person I'm talking about, I'll do that in just a second. But if I don't remember now, I'll forget. All right, so first thing is Acid Bath. So coming Monday is restock number 2. And we have a waiting list already for Patrick Malloy, Charles McDonald, Brandon Jones, Michael LeBlanc, Kyle Lozier, and Paul Richards. If anybody else wants one, we'll take down your name. They're going to be $39.99. These are not offered through major label distribution. So the only way you can get these is through Rotten Records, which is the way I've got them wholesale, so I can get them through y'all, okay? Now, the only other person left that didn't get one is Jerry Metal Guy, who just commented, Jerry Metal Guy Garrar. He was on the wait list from the last time, but the problem was I ran out, okay? I ran out, and so this is the only way one could possibly popped up. Somebody didn't pay for one. So that's sold to Jerry Metal Guy Garrara. Jerry, I'll take you off that list. And then here's the other one that comes in on Monday, Pagan Terrorism Tactics. And there's a lot of people on that list. A lot of people, okay? And those will be in on Monday. So you won't get billed until next Monday, because those won't be here until Monday. That is the other Acid Bath. And if anybody wants either one, let me know, because I've got like 50 coming and like 20 coming. So there's extras right now as of on everything, okay? So I had a pending on Mazzy Star. Janet wanted Swan. Okay, that's sold to Janet Gray. Killer Dwarfs got a bid for 25. Godsmack 26.27. Killer Dwarfs 30. Vapor Trails by Rush was 44.99. Double LP. Todd needs to put back Alice in Chains. No problem. That's still available for 24 if anybody wants it. Godsmack 28. Godsmack 29. Killer Dwarfs 40. Godsmack 30, Godsmack 31, details on Godsmack. It's actually a bootleg unofficial on orange vinyl. Before this was reissued a couple years ago, it was a bootleg only. Never was released on vinyl, except for the original press, which was a picture disc. So it was bootleg for years, underground, the underground world of bootlegging. That is what that one is. It's sourced from the CD Master, though. It never was a bad bootleg. It's high quality. $31 with Joy Fino. And then Killer Dwarves, the last bid on this was SIG at $40. I'm about to add another auction. First, one of our first unpaid auctions is Bad English. I don't have any details, but it sold for $45. Let me take a quick look. Maybe VG Plus. I see a pretty big scuff right here. It's not bad. Bad English is not bad. 45. Let's call it conservatively strong VG, maybe VG plus. Bad English, that's $45. Next auction was Kansas, the Prelude Implicit. 2016 sealed. It possibly could be on colored vinyl, but there's no way to tell. Okay? And that is $45 on Kansas. And Dio, Master of the Moon. That sold for $45. It's a remaster, Master of the Moon, $45 on that. Information on the Iron Maiden. I'll bring it over right now. I sold this one night on a metal night. It is a, let me see if Ed left me the price in here. No, I'll just re-auction it. This was Eddie and the Devil. This was sold one night on metal night. It's a pretty large 80 figure, and it's from Number of the Beast cover. So there's 80, and I don't know who bought this, but they didn't pay for it. That's been back there forever. 2002, and this, and it probably needs to be about a $45 start, best of my memory. I think we're missing his spear or his trident. Goes right there through his hand. That is missing, but that's a $45 start. Okay, there's Dio and Smithereens. Noah, that was from the previous bin. The Smithereens back here was from the last bid. That's called Black Mirror. Music by Rasuchi Sakamoto. It is sealed, a 2020 record store day, $24.99. Is that anything to do with the Smithereens, or is this some kind of soundtrack? Black Mirror, Smithereens, music by Rasuchi Sakamoto. I really don't have a lot more about that other than what I just told you, okay? Now, next thing was Godsmack got a bid for 35, then 36. Info on the Killer Dwarf. SIG has it for $45. It's an 88 USOG with the original sleeve with promo sticker. From a radio station. Alonzo put D for Dio. He got that for $45. Godsmack 38, Godsmack 40. What's the Dio? It's already sold. And here is Van Halen, an 86 US Specialty OG, 5150 VG Plus with the original sleeve. That is $42. And we have the Cult Wildflower, an 87 USOG, $23 on that. And we have Kiss Destroyer, a 76 Japanese OG with 4-page inner, EX Plus condition. Kiss is $100. And the Best of the Monkeys, a Japanese pressing, the Best of the Monkeys is $25. I don't like that sleeve that's in. Best of the Monkeys is $25. That's a Japanese sleeve. I like keeping everything uniform. All right, that was mostly a sealed crate of Hatchet Ed. The next crate's mostly OG stuff, and the crate after that looks like it's pretty mixed. All right. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Godsmack 40, Godsmack 45, Godsmack 46. James Davidson grabbed that Colt auction at 23. David Polkey second, Scott Arnold third. Mike Torres is going to grab the Kiss for 100. And over here is this. All right, let's do this right here. Killer Dwarfs. Eddie Bruce gets the Monkeys for 25. Killer Dwarves, the last bid on Killer Dwarves, was sold to Sieg for $45. Sieg for $40. Sieg got this for $40. SIG, sell that to him for $40, okay? Colt is already sold. Kansas Info. So the note on the back from Laura for Kansas, there's only 3 unsold auctions. 2016 Euro OG. Assuming this is black vinyl, it could potentially also be silver white or mint green. All are similar in price. That doesn't tell unless you open it. It's sealed, $45 start on that one, okay? Now, Godsmack over here, the last bid on Godsmack that came in, Joy Fino at $46. Nobody's bid on the Iron Maiden figure. Final call. Man, it's going to cost, we'll have to put that in a big box to ship it. $45 start on that one. I think it brought like $75 or something the last time. Let me jump over here and do this. And we have 3 OG records in here. Doc Holliday, Modern Medicine, that was 24. Survivor Premonition was 14, and Mungo Santa Maria was 19. Tom Sullivan wants Kansas. We'll make sure that Topographic doesn't want it. And then sealed vinyl, Overkill, Saxon, Vandenberg, Megadeth, Motorhead, White Line, Motorhead, Repulsion, Godsmack, Tyler Childers, Randy Travis, and this is She Passed Away. That's the name of the artist. And then Mazzy Star, Rush, Alice in Chains, and then 2 auctions, Bad English and Van Halen, okay? Next is Godsmack. Godsmack is Joy Finos at 46. I got to make sure Josh MF or Jones is done. And we have Iron Maiden, if anybody wants this, a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on the Iron Maiden figure, okay? I have that available. And next is another Killer Dwarves. Killer Dwarves is called Stand Tall, an 86 USOG in VG condition, and this is $25 start. $25 start on that. Next is Tom Sullivan on the Bad English for $45. Can you hold up the Iron Maiden figure so I can get a picture for someone? And which Tyler Childers? This is called Snipe Hunter. It's the newest album by Tyler on Indie Exclusive. And we have a pending Topographic, let me know on Kansas. No rush, but that is sold either way. And then over here we got Godsmack sold to Joy Fino for 46. Topographic does get Kansas, okay? Topographic does get Kansas. And let's hold this up to the screen. And here is the big, it's like an 18-inch figure probably. That's probably about as good of a shot I can get you, maybe sideways. There's that. Josh, dang it, I just missed your bid on Godsmack. I thought I lost you there. And then there's the devil. Maybe like that. It's about an 18-inch figure. Yeah. I think it sold for like $75 the last time. Probably if it's brand new in box, it would not be cheap. Okay. Smack, that just came in, Brian, on Tyler Childers. Okay. Probably going to keep Eddie at $45. That's going to take a surplus and shipping to get that thing packed up. We have Rat. Is 84 US Club, VG++/EX. Rat, VG++/EX. Rat is a $25 start. Okay. Killer Dwarves has a bid. Whew. Let's look at the other Hatchet Ed crate over here. Let's see what's going on with that. And yes, David, I just now got around to your question. The Simon & Garfunkel Japanese is a compilation. I'm going to put it up for just a $25 start. This is Simon & Garfunkel. It's a greatest hits. It's called Go Disc, single LP, insert, gatefold cover. It has a book with lyrics. Awesome. $25 start. Wow. Rat just at 25. King Diamond 25. Scott at 45. Okay. There is a one more person, Johnny Hancock, if you can let me know as soon as possible, since he asked for a photo. If he passes, then it's so does Scott, okay? We just got to make sure that person who wanted to see it one more time is passing. It looks like they were reaching out to somebody. If they're passing, then it's yours, okay? Let's see what's going on in this next Hatchet Ed crate. Oh, my gosh. Sorry, that's the sound of me squatting down to flip through them right quick. This one's pretty mixed. A lot of OG stuff. There is sealed vinyl in here. There's no auctions, but there's some great titles in here. Great titles. And there's even a box set, okay? And I'm going to stand up in 3, 2, 1. Let me sling this around, and here we go. All right. Okay, here we go. So first thing in here is a metal church box set. This is sealed, even though the shrink is busted. The shrink has been busted on the bottom. No damage or anything. It's just the shrink got busted. $169.99. And this has got the albums Masterpiece, The Weight of the World, A Light in the Dark, The Present Wasteland, and Generation Nothing, which is not in print individually. That's a fairly new release. One of the worst things ever, an unpaid box set. $169. Or Ed might have ordered another one because the shrink got busted. Who knows? But $169.99. Okay? And then Killer Dwarfs. This has a new bid for $30. Rat has one bid for $25. That's a final call. And that's an 84 US Club, VG++ EX. And Simon & Garfunkel's a $25. Wow, I don't think I've ever sold a Rat debut EP for just $25 before. Next thing in here is Metallica Garage Inc. That is $59.99. Of course, y'all know the story on this. You get the $5.98 EP, the Garage Days Revisited there, all their covers and B-sides. That is $59.99. Static X Shadow Zone, $44.99. Gold vinyl, gold and green swirl. There's one of those Metallica bootlegs. Those came back in this week. They're numbered on the back. That is $38.99. Lagoon colored vinyl. Lagoon colored vinyl. And the Everly Brothers Original Golden Great Hits, or Original Greatest Hits, the Everly Brothers. That is a 2LP, $44.99. Also, Preston Epps, Bongo, Bongo, Bongo. Preston Epps is $19.99. And the Everly Brothers, End of an Era. That is $14.99. Those are all, of course, vintage OG records. Here's another sealed record, Smash the 80s. That is a double LP, $33.99. Pretty sure there's a wait list for that. The Essential Hendrix Volume 2 is $29. And Led Zeppelin Coda, EX condition, $37.99. William Howe on Metallica. Thank you on that. If anybody wants the Simon & Garfunkel compilation, it is a $25 buy it now if anybody wants Simon and Garfunkel. That's right over here. I need to run through all the no bids right quick. Metal Church is available if anybody wants it. So is this Simon and Garfunkel Gold Disc. Killer Dwarfs is still getting bids, and of course Rat is. I was worried there for a second. I was like, hello, hello. What's the deal with Eddie? The other guy just said, I'm waiting on a response. By all means, sell it to the next guy. I already told him to start watching because stuff comes up like that. Picture this from last night. Okay, so that means, Scott Arnold, you do get Eddie and the Devil for $45. This means it is sold to you for $45. I'm going to take that off the table and lay it in here nicely on the operations desk. That's going to be the first miscellaneous item of the night, not vinyl. Hadn't sold a lot of miscellaneous this week. I'm sure the shipping department's going to love that. That's another reason they're getting orders out so fast. I hadn't been doing crazy CD runs and posters and cassettes. And if we just do strictly vinyl, they can get y'all's orders out so much faster. Anything else that requires additional wrapping and packing and stuff like that, man, that's when they want to shoot me in the back of the head. We have King Diamond, not to be dramatic or anything. We have Rat at $35. Next thing is Peter Gabriel 4, Shock the Monkey, VG Plus $24.99, and Dick Dale and his Deltones, King of the Surf Guitar. That's in shrink. Wow, those don't come through very often. An actual, real Dick Dale album. King of the Surf Guitar. Capital, VG Plus $24.99. Peter Gabriel, Shock the Monkey, is so does Stephen Parton. Rat is at $35 of Ken Crooker, and King Diamond, or excuse me, Killer Dwarfs. King Shubalaba. We have Killer Dwarfs at $40. Mike Straws, it goes back to you. Rats at $36. Let's get a third auction going. Raven is Life's a BITCH, folks. It is when I run out of monsters. An 87 USOG EXEX Plus, $15 start. Life is a BITCH. That's when you walk in Walgreens and they say, is there something I can help you for? And I'm like, yes, I'm looking for double stuffed Oreos. And she says, sorry, we just sold the last pack. And I'm like, what am I going to do now? Dick Dale, this is sold to Tim Voldness. Thank you. Rats at 38. Brad, I forgot your bongo claim. I'm so sorry. I saw that earlier. I didn't pull it. That's sold to Brad Bolin. And then any idea of the pressing of Garage Inc. So it's whatever the most recent reissue is. What do they show up as when you scan them? They probably don't show up as 2025s, but it's the most recent edition. If you scan this, it shows up as a 2014. 2014, last sold $55, which was actually, I'm assuming, pre-owned. But yeah, so it was probably manufactured this year, but it shows up as a 2014. Ravens 15, Raven 15, and then Rats at 40. Coda was EX $37.99, and we have, hey, I just restocked these today. Pretty much the only George Harrison greatest hits that's in print. Let It Roll. It's a double LP. This is supposed to be $59. $59.99. I think I just got them in today for $59. These are $59.99, right? This one says $69. Let me go look at the other ones that came in. $59 or $69? At $59, somebody probably needs to grab them. Maybe I mispriced them. This one says $69. The one I had over here that came in today is marked for $59. Wow. Yeah, $59. I'll do them for $59. $59, and that is Let It Roll. So all the best of... Wow, My Sweet Lord, All Things Must Pass, What Is Life? Isn't It a Pity? Oh my goodness. And then some of the Beatles songs are live cuts, like While My Guitar Gently Weeps, Something, live, Here Comes the Sun, live. Those are probably live cuts. A lot of times they use that Bangladesh concert for those. I'm not for sure if that's accurate or not. Next thing is Kate Bush, Hounds of Love. That's on colored vinyl. Kate Bush is $44.99. And Sex Pistols, Ever Get the Feeling You've Been Cheated? I think there's a wait list for that. So what I'm going to do, no one bought the 80s comp. Let me look this up right quick, because this is a waiting list with Chris Smith. Chris Smith, you was on the waiting list for this Smash the 80s, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that. Let me check on the Sex Pistols, too, unless somebody claims it in the next few seconds. I have Brian Arrigo on a waiting list. Yep. Brian Arrigo, Ever Get the Feeling You've Been Cheated? This is sold to him. And actually, on this George Harrison, I had a note, Paul Brothers. Yeah, Paul Brothers. So let's tag this one for Paul Brothers. I've got two more if anybody else wants it. Two more if anybody else wants it from the new stuff tonight. Make sure that goes in for $59, though, to Paul Brothers. You was on a wait list for that, Paul. All Things Must Pass getting 50th anniversary reissue. That's already happened. Is it getting a repress? See, it's been out of print or it's been out of stock forever. It must be getting a repress. Unless a different label's doing it. Is a different label doing it? That will be amazing. But that happened a couple years ago, the 50th. Maybe it's a different, is it a different label? All right, Killer Dwarves is sold. Killer Dwarves is sold to Jeff Brindley for $40, okay? So Rat, let's go over here to Rat. Rat is an 84 US Club VG++ EX, never been reissued. Not even in the Rat box set, not even in the Rat reissue series. This has never been reissued. Ken Crooker had it for $38. Tony Bradford bid $40. Tony Bradford still has it for $40, okay? And then over here, we have Raven. Life is and Tom Sullivan has that for $42. Tom Sullivan, $42 on that. It's probably a repress, which is good, because they did that one pressing when they did the 50th anniversary, and they never did make any more, ever. I was like, gosh, that's crazy for an album like George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. The Best of Sam and Dave, that's in shrink wrap, $26.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Earlier, we had the Analog Productions pressing. Here is The Skies Crying from Music on Vinyl, $39.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. I have Linda Ronstadt, a retrospective. I always recommend this if you want a Linda compilation. It even has her music from the Stone Ponies, which is my favorite recordings of hers from the 60s there, $24.99 to the beat of a different drum. Next auction is going to go up right now. We still got some crazy 80s stuff to do. But first, let's knock out this remaster from Motley Crue. Girls, Girls, Girls. 40th anniversary remaster, a $15 start. Rat has new bids. Raven has new bids. Another Alice in Chains Jar of Flies, $24.99. And Five Finger Death Punch is $39.99. That's that new reissue. Also, I wanted to... So I used to order all kinds of Five Finger Death Punch. Now I really don't know because they're starting to re-record their catalog, kind of like Taylor Swift did. So now I don't know what to order anymore. I don't know if, because this is the newest redone greatest hits. And now some of those original albums, I'm assuming everybody still wants them, but I'm kind of confused at this point. Should I order the original greatest hits? Should I order the new greatest hits? Does people still want those original albums? I'm kind of confused. Yeah, there's George Harrison's signature. How cool is that? Yep. I love how the Beatles, their signatures are so iconic that they used them for their logo. We talked about that one night. That's amazing. I wonder what Tanner did with those. I actually don't know where the Beatles autographs are right now. I'm hoping Tanner put them back all in the safe. I need to ask him right quick in case somebody wants to see him again tonight. If anybody seriously wants to see him tonight. I figured either the Metallica, I figured something would sell. I have a feeling some people are waiting. They're waiting for the right time. I bet by the end of the year I won't have them. It's just August right now. But I have a feeling some people's waiting, so which is fine. Waiting is the hardest part, according to Tom Petty. Let me ask him where those are. I'm assuming he put them back in the safe. Okay, Rat, $42. Tom went out, or Tony went out. Okay, Crew has jumped up to 20 and Ravens at 52. There's Five Finger Death Punch. Next over here is the Masquerades, Everybody Want to Live On. EX $12.99. Tom Sullivan on Linda Ronstadt. That is so to Tom Sullivan. Also, we have the Marvelettes, Sophisticated Soul, VG minus $12.99, and Stories. Stories is VG plus $14.99. Rush poster sold for $3,000. I got the whole set of Beatles for $15,000. I got a signed Harrison Ringo autograph for $3,500. And I have signed Metallica for $10,000. So here's the only thing they didn't sell last night. Signed Metallica, $10,000. Beatles 4 set, $15,000. And then I have a Harrison Ringo dual signed photo album page. That is $3,500. So those sold. And we sold the Oasis guitar. That's now out of inventory. The stuff coming up next week or maybe even tomorrow, I got a signed Kid Rock guitar, I've got a signed Creed guitar, and I have some other signed guitars from Dale's Pittsburgh collection that hadn't been brought out in a long time, but I would really love to sell them. I've got a couple. They're signed by various different people. We hadn't brought them out in a long time. I would really like to move them if I could. We've had them in storage for a while. The Beatles is on Apple. This is 62 to 66. $49.99 for the Beatles. No condition notes on that. And we have Having a Wild Weekend, the Dave Clark 5, $9.99. And Chris Cornell, $44.99. There's another one in case you missed that. Rat is sold for $42 to Ryan Mustaine. Raven is Tom Sullivan at $52. I got to make sure that Stephen Lewis Jr. doesn't want to bid again. Motley Crue, this is a final call for the third time. Mark Riley vinyl has it for $20. A couple people hadn't set out, but we got to sell it. I'll get Don Williams out right now. I'm glad you reminded me now instead of at 2 a.m. If you would have asked for it again at 2 a.m., I would have said no. I'll do it right now, though. We have 83 US, a VG copy of Mean Strike. Y&T is going to go up for a $10 start. Janis Joplin, I got them old Cosmic Blues again, mama. Columbia 2i, VG $14.99. Nice. Skinner second helping, no price. I think these are $46.99. Analog Productions, Baby Huey, Rhino all analog, $38. And the Struts, everybody wants the Struts, $33.99 on that. All right, next thing is Raven out, Motley Crue out. Good. All right, so Motley Crue, or bad actually, but we'll sell them. Mark Riley gets Motley Crue for $20 and Raven, and so did Tom Sullivan for $52. Y&T's a $10 start. Next thing I have over here is Trouble. Trouble. This is Trouble. Trouble is a 1977 hard rock album, EX, $10 start on Trouble. Marshall Bassett gets the Leonard Skinner. Make sure that goes in for $46.99. We can take a waiting list for that pickle if you want to get one next week, maybe. Some of those aren't available, though. VG, $9.99, that's Tanya Tucker. Judas Priest British Steel is $29. Mott the Hoople Live, $19.99. There's another one of those Metallica bootlegs, Lagoon, numbered on the back, number 39 of 300, $38.99. Van Halen bootleg, that's live in Tokyo, 1989 with Hagar, $29. And the Beastie Boys music, which is a great compilation, $34.99. I need to start giving away these Hatchet Ed flyers. We need to give these away like we give away lore stickers. If somebody buys, let's see, if somebody buys the Metallica, I'll give you a Hatchet Ed flyer. Wow. Hatchet Ed flyer for if you purchased a Metallica Garage Inc. There might even be some people saying, Chad, I was going to buy it anyway. The Struts have Could Have Been Me on it. The Struts could have been me on it. Let's see here. Struts. Oh, that's Van Halen. Struts. Yes. Edwin. He's like, heck yeah, I'll take that Hatchet Ed flyer. Collect code, non-payers, overdue invoices, irresponsible and reckless claims. That's literally a picture of Hatchet Ed holding that hatchet. And you should hear the noise it makes back there hitting that metal steel table when he's smacking those invoices in half. Bang, pow, 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 pow. Lothel wants the Struts. All right, Trouble and Y&T. Y&T's at 12, Trouble's at 11, okay? So let's sort the new stuff from the OG and just do a quick read-through. We got so much to get to. Man, we're going to have a backup again of John crates. Golly, we still got so much to get to tonight. It's just every night we're loaded with crazy auctions, and we still got 9 crates over here of John stuff to get through. That's insane. All right, and if there's all the OG stuff and here's all the new, I think I got it sorted, okay? First thing we have is Trouble. That's a final call. Y&T's at 24. So new and sealed stuff. Van Halen, Beastie Boys, Metallica, Judas Priest, Chris Cornell, Baby Huey, Five Finger Death Punch, Alice in Chains, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Kate Bush, Static X, and then vintage or OG stuff, or OG or vintage stuff is Mott the Hoople, Tanya Tucker, Janis Joplin, also Dave Clark 5, The Beatles, Stories, Marvelettes, The Masquerade, Sam and Dave, Coda, Hendrix, Everly Brothers, okay? Trouble is sold for $11. That was quick. Bradley Smith, Y&T's at 25. And the first thing we have is TSOL, Hit and Run. TSOL is an 87 US with the original insert and company inner sleeve. Shrink and Hop, a $15 start. Natasha, I can get you a Struts. Yeah, no waiting list for Pickle on Leonard Skinner, no problem. And yeah, the Struts is a waiting list for Natasha. Hatchet Ed t-shirts. Those are actually in the works, right, Craig? Those are actually in the works. So I think what we're going to do is do like a t-shirt every month, and I'm going to get with my regular t-shirt maker as well, and we're going to do some of our classic Godfather designs because I know she already still has the model. And hopefully in the next couple days, or we'll say within this week, you should see a pre-order up for 2 different t-shirt designs, okay? And Jeannie, if you're watching, I'm going to get with you on some Godfather ones. And then Craig is going to do a Hatchet Ed crate for us. It's going to look a lot like the flyer, I think. We'll try our best to replicate it. But how about a Collect Code t-shirt of the month? I think that way we can knock them out by the end of the year. We need Hatchet Ed crates. We need Otis shirts. We need Lore crate shirts. We need Julie's Pie Club. We got to do a Julie Pie Club. All kinds of different stuff. We got to do all kinds of different stuff. So, and then stickers. I got to bring back stickers. Steve will take care of that for us. Steve designed our last sticker. I am very lucky. I'm very lucky to have some great artistic people working here. Of course, y'all know Laura. Don't forget about Steve. Oh my gosh. Of course, Laura kept it quiet for a while, her talent. Steve, first day he brought in his artwork to hang above his desk, and I was like, good gosh, who did this? And he was like, I did. I was like, you drew that? You drew that? You know, I was like, oh my gosh. And of course, he's into like comic book stuff, so it's kind of in that style. And then Laura, of course, started making these doodles, and I was like, are you drawing these back there, Laura? How are you doing this? Are you printing these out? So, yeah, we got to do like Julie's Collecco restaurant or something. And of course, my favorite style is the Godfather Puppeteer. That's the logo y'all know from our group. And that's one of my favorite logos. This one here. That's our classic, like, standard shirt. Records you can't refuse. Of course, I'm a super Godfather fan. And there's me controlling the records. I'm pulling the strings. Yeah, we could go. This could be endless, okay? And I think Craig's going to do our kind of T-shirt of the month. And then I got to get with Jeannie. Jeannie has been doing T-shirts for me for like 6 years, probably longer. And she was my elementary and high school art teacher. And I got to get with her. So what we're going to do is Craig's going to draw them up about every month. We're going to do a pre-order, and then we're going to try to constantly keep in our standard stuff, you know. So, yeah, I mean, we could do a different thing every month, you know, as long as Craig don't need a minimum, or maybe. I don't know. I'll have to talk to him about that. And we got to find the right price. I got to figure out which are the perfect price. There's a perfect price for everything. Okay. Let's see what happened over here. Next thing is this. Y&T got a bid for 24 with Kristen Driscoll. Don't forget about TSOL. That went up for a $15 star. Their stuff's not in print. Y&T got a bid for 25. Natasha on the wait list for the struts. Kate Bush with Running Up That Hill. Kate Bush was right here, and that was $44.99. And TSOL got a bid for 15 with Jeff Brindley. Melissa Bailey also on the struts. Melissa Bailey on the struts waiting list. And we have Jerry Metal Guy also wants an acid bath pagan terrorism. You got it, Jerry. Now, Jerry, I'll tell you a suggestion. You might want to wait until next Monday before you get a bill. That way you get both of them together. Have you made a purchase this week? Because if you hadn't made a purchase, because I know maybe that happened the last time you bought something, you might want to just wait and get billed at both of these at the same time, because that way it'll work out better for you. And, of course, I would never really think ever to do that. It's $8 every week, but that would also help me out not messing up the pre-order. All right, let me scroll through here. And TSO has another $15 bid, okay? What is the Van Halen? The Van Halen here is live at the Superdome 1989, $29.99. Y&T just got another bid for 22. Scott, there was already a bid of 15 on TSOL, okay? That was already a bid, all right? Here we go. All right. Let's see what the last Hatchet Ed crate looks like. And if it's vintage, let me see what this looks like here. Because it's about that time anyway. Yeah, let's actually wait on this one. Okay. I'm actually going to wait on this one. And I think we're going to go ahead and get into New Arrivals Best Offer. Okay. That's mostly vintage, not the most premier titles. So if I show those later, we'll do them later, best offer. I also have a new Paul crate, which would be the last thing I probably do at sticker price if we want to do these right now. It looks like he's marked some very interesting stuff. Yeah, okay. I think you're going to like these. So this is our last crate of true new arrivals before we get into pretty much nothing but new discount stuff. And when I say new, I'm talking about brand new stuff that will be best offer. These are going to be the last crate of sticker price right before we cross over this 10 o'clock mark. These are going to be best offer. Tanner says, where's the, where is that then? Interesting. Okay, here we go. So Y&T's at 30, TSOL's at 17. Chris Cornell is $44.99. Chris Cornell's $44.99. How much are both acid? Acid baths are $39.99 each. They'll be in on Monday or Tuesday, so you won't get a bill. You won't see an invoice for that until September 1st, Labor Day. You won't see one until September 1st, Labor Day. All right, these are new arrival sticker price. Misguided Youth, Nameless. 1988 Private Press Hard Rock album, $19.99. Black Lips, Third Man Records Live. Black Lips is $14.99. Also, we have Plan 9, 1985 French Import Garage Psych album. Plan 9 is $19.99. Plan 9 is $19.99. Playmates, Long Sweet Dreams, an 86 UK alternate rock power pop album, $9.99 for that. Davey Allen and the Arrows, Aerodynamic, an 85 US and Shrink, $19.99. The Knights of the New Crusade, a challenge to the cowardice of Christendom. That is a 2006 Garage Punk, $19.99. The last bid on Y&T that came in was John Nazarko at $32. This is an 83 US original in VG condition. TSOL is called Hit and Run. TSOL is an 87 US original with the insert and the original company inner sleeve. The last bid on TSOL was $17 with Scott Arnold. Okay, what was the Static X in the crate? The Static X that was in the crate is called Shadow Zone. It was on metallic gold and green swirl colored vinyl, $44.99. That had been long out of print up until about a month ago. TSOL got a new bid for $20. Y&T and then Chadwick, Mike Massey. Mike was first on Playmates. Chadwick Smith first on Plan 9. That was right here. That's Plan 9, so to Chadwick Smith. Edwin says, I'll take the first album shown. That was this one right here. Chase and Hart on Playmates. That was just so to Tommy. William Drugovich on Nights. Okay, and then over here, Chad, tell me the Playmates name again. The Playmates album is called Long Sweet Dreams. Long Sweet Dreams. Generator is plugged up and good to go. Jeff says he's at 20 on TSOL. Jeff Brindley has TSOL at 20. Y&T's at 36. Y&T 36, TSOL at 20. Next is the Bread Makers, The Night the Moon Forgot to Rise. The Bread Maker is a 1994 Australian Import Garage, $19.99. Playmates instead is not going to go to Mike Massey. It's going to go to Tommy Flowers, Chasing Hearts. So, Tommy, you're in fact going to be getting the Playmates, okay? That's so to Chasing Hearts, okay? That is now figured out. We got Bread Makers. Also, we got Drive-In, Shotgun Eddie, and the Ravens, an 85 Swiss Import Rockabilly, that's $19.99. TSOL's at 21. Y&T's at 36. Final call, next auction. We still got plenty to sell, including Wasted Vices. Wasted is now going up for bid. It's an 83 US with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Terry and the Hot Socks Shake Well, an 83 Swiss Import Rockabilly, $14.99 on that. I Don't Care, Ask Anyone, a 1976 US Blues Rock and Prog album, $9.99. And Sojourner, Wings Like an Eagle. Sojourner is a 1979 Private Press Rock Folk album, sealed, $24.99. And this is Banan Metallic, Nice to Meet You. And that is sealed, a 2010 Psychobilly Punk album, an unofficial pressing on red vinyl, $24.99. Y&T is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $36. He's also leading TSOL at $22, and Wasted has a bid for $24. Joy Fino wants I Don't Care. That's sold to Joy Fino. Let me wait right there on that because I need a bottle of water. I am thirsty as the devil with cotton in his mouth. The devil with cotton in his mouth. That would be pretty dang thirsty. Holy moly. Let's grab a bottle of Dasani 100% recyclable water. Next, Apple Core behind the tier. Apple Core is a 79 US Power Pop sealed, $29.99. We have Redeker Mental Health, an 85 Canadian folk rock album sealed, $9.99. Black Lips was $14.99. $14.99. And this we have Mark Lee, Rhododendron Valley. Mark Lee, an 86 Garage alternate rock and psych album, $14.99. Amanda got the Black Lips album, thank you. We got Jesse Tolbert Blues, a 1990 US seal, $19.99. Wasted's at $25, TSOL's 30. TSOL 30, Wasted right now is at $25 with Danny Thomason. The Maharajas in Pure Spot, 2007 Garage, $14.99. We have Hiram Aponte on Banane. This one right here. That's sold to Hiram. Michael Butler on Jesse. That is sold to Michael Butler. Whoops. And we have, did I miss Motley Crue? You did. That was a remaster. It's already sold. Game called in Cofield due to weather. Not sure how it'll be called, but Gornville up by 3. Yeah, I actually just pulled up Facebook a while ago to see what happened. My friend Patrick Warren, who is now doing the radio, lots have been out here in Cofield. When we know more, we'll update, try to go live. The game continues. Okay. Yeah, right now it looks like they're in a big weather delay up there in Cofield. Interesting. Yeah, I'm getting Facebook updates right over here. Really interesting. All right, we have Justin Tyler, Nightfall, sealed, $29.99, a 1980 U.S. private press rock album, $29.99, and we have Challengers. This is called Country. Challengers is a 1976 private press country album, $9.99, and Demolition and Girl, the Strawberry Boys. This is exclusive mastery, 16 SM hits for multi-socialized kids. A 2000 Italian import, that's a punk album, $14.99. TSOL, The Last Bid, is a final call to Jeff Brinley for $30. Kristen Driscoll, It's Really Just Up to You. And you also have Wasted for $28. Danny Thomason, that one's now up to you. Mike Massey on Demolition. Paul, as usual, marking some very interesting stuff here. We have Sensational Beat and Bop Combo, The Neat Beats. That's a 1999 rock garage album for $14.99. We have The Winks, WINKS, Too Hot to Be This Cool, 2005 Garage Punk, $14.99. Wasted has a new bid for $30. We have String Beans, King of the Trash. String Beans is a 1990 Finnish import psychobilly, $19.99. TSOL, The High Bid's a final call to Jeff Brinley for $30. Kristen Driscoll, it's up to you to bid again. Next auction is Judas Priest Rockarola, a 1979 US VG, $15 start on Judas Priest. Jeff Brinley, you've been outbid on TSOL, just FYI. And then over here we have the Prime Movers. This is Matters of Time. That's an 85 Garage Punk album, $14.99 on that. Judas Priest has a bid for $15. I Ragazzi del Sol. That is a 92 reissue of a beat record from 1966, $24.99 on that. Swamps, Catano Hombre. That is a 2006 Garage album. That's sealed for $19.99. And Leroy Jody Pearson, Rusty Nail, an 88 US Electric Blues, $14.99. So Wasted has a new bid for $30. That means that Kristen Driscoll, you're out. You're also out, Kristen, on TSOL. It has a new bid for $35. And Ninja Pony is the lone bidder right now on Judas Priest. That's at $15. Going once, going twice. Green on Red. Here come the Snakes, an 89 US alternate rock, $24.99. Cycle Guitars and other instrumental smash hits by the Born Losers. A 2012 Surf, that's $19.99. And Alpha Waves, Locust, that's a 76 US funk album, $19.99 on that. And this is C6 Steve, Doghouse Music, 2006 sealed, $34.99. Judas Priest is marked as a 1979. This is not an OG. This album came out in 1974. This is a 1979, okay? Kristen Driscoll put Way 33, Way 33. He has bid $33 on Wasted. So that means Danny Thomas and you've been outbid. TSOL. The last bid that came in on TSOL was Jeff Brinkley at 35. He outbid Kristen Driscoll, who had it for 33. Judas Priest has a new bid for 20. Now Kristen has bid 38 on TSOL. Also, we have Crusaders of Love, Never Grow Up, sealed 2010 Garage Power Pop, $14.99. And we have Now is the Time for Hearts and Flowers, an 87 UK reissue, $24.99. So right now, there's usually about two people. Right now, there's two people that typically buy like every garage album that sometimes when I show it. I don't think they're on the chat right now. So if they don't sell now, they're definitely going to sell later. Seasick Info. Let's go back over here to the top. Judas Priest is 20, TSO 38, and then Seasick Info. Seasick Steve is 2006. It's sealed for $34.99. I don't have a genre. Doghouse Music, Seasick Steve, $34.99. That was for Michael Butler. TSOL 40, Danny's out, and Danny was bidding on, which one was Danny bidding on? Wasted? He's bidding on Wasted. So Wasted is sold for $33 to Kristen Driscoll. By the way, Danny, I tagged you for both of those Slayer puzzles. Both of those Slayer puzzles you asked for, you did get them, okay? TSO is a 40, now 43, and now Judas Priest is sold for $20 to Razman. All right, time for more new auctions. Next thing over here is Black Lace. This is called Unlaced by Black Lace. It's an 84 Belgium import with poster. It's on the Mausoleum label. That's going to go up for a $20 star. Black Lace. We have Becky Wells on Blues Acoustic. Blues Acoustic. Is that a genre that I said maybe? That I mentioned one was Blues Acoustic, Becky? I did say electric blues on Leroy Jody Pearson. I don't think I've said acoustic blues. But I did say electric blues, Becky, on that one. TSL 45. And I don't think there was many 45s. No, unfortunately not from this New Orleans batch. Third time we bought records from this man, but unfortunately no negative. Negative. Oh, I know something I was going to grab. I'm glad I reached blah, 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 blah. What am I talking about? Okay. First thing I have. Let me find this over here. Hopefully he's still watching. Steven, I'm only going to put this up if Steven's watching because he's asked for it. And I told him to remind me. He did. Then I forgot about it again. Now let me see if I can find it again. I got to work on all this stuff. I don't know what tomorrow's plan is. Paul asked me about doing a show. And I said, Paul, I'll leave that up to you. And he said he'd rather work on processing stuff. So we'll have a huge week next week. And I said, I'm okay with that. So I think that's what we're going to do. Let me pull this up for Steven. Give me 1 second over here. And 1 second, please. I have a pretty good idea what this thing goes for. Yeah. All right, so there's a JSA greatest hits, Steven, that sold for $215. All right. That's sold $215. There's an active photo. Any more albums? This is a pretty cool item because it's a picture disc. I'll be willing to put this up. So this is Don Williams. It's an autographed picture disc. JSA'd. Very cool. Signed by Don Williams. Thank you, Don Williams Expressions. And this is going to go up for I'd be willing to do it for a $145 start. Okay? Just as a reference for a comp, a signed greatest hit sold at the end of July for $216 plus shipping. So $145, very nicely. It's not personalized. He wrote, thank you, Don Williams. No, I'm not kin to him. That is now up for bid. It's signed, $145 start. Let me see if I can find that matching card for you. If it's not inside of the sleeve, which I didn't see it. What is this? CD02227. I bet it's right here. Yep, right there it is. All right, and there's the card for it. All right, great price on that. And that's signed by Don Williams. Stephen has it at $145. It's up for anybody and everybody. TSOL's at $45. Pass on Seasick. No show. So tomorrow, if I do anything, it's going to be coins and knives, of course. Oh, wait a minute. Tomorrow is Saturday. Golly. Sunday. 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 I'm talking about Sunday. Tomorrow is Saturday. My bad. I'll be here tomorrow. Why am I thinking it's Saturday? It's Friday night. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. I'm talking about Sunday night. Sorry. I'll 100% be here tomorrow. Okay, this is the Shamrocks. The Shamrocks is a 60 Swedish beat group. It is a reissue from 85. It's a 2 LP compilation, $24.99. We have Doobie Twisters, the Doobie Twisters, Rock Pocket, $29.99 for Rocket Pocket. What a name. And then the Flesh Tones, Beachhead. The Flesh Tones is $29.99. And then we have Goatee Hook, Banana Man, and 97 Power Pop Rock Punk, Orange Vinyl, $99.99. $99.99. Okay, first of all, after a long, long battle, TSOL is sold to Jeff Breenley for $45. Black Lace does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $20 start. Don Williams has one bid for $145. $145. Ride the Lightning is $10,000. Kill 'Em All has been pre-checked by JSA. It's good, but we got to wait for the letter to come back. It will most likely not be for sale. If I do sell it, it's going to be more than Ride the Lightning because it's, I think, signed on the front. But I think they're pretty similar in value. It's just a preference. They're both signed by Cliff Burton. They're both signed, of course, by Cliff Burton. Now, I want to make sure I said the price right. This was $99.99. That is sold to Jeff Dedman. 1 penny short of 100. That's sold to Jeff Dedman. Ryan Eaton was second. Next is Trash County Dominator, Second Sight. That is a 91 UK import rock album, $9.99. We have Eat Sprouts, original tracks from Belgian 60s garage bands. That's a Belgian garage compilation for $29.99. And Jungle Fever, Maha Thurup, right? EX, $9.99, a 2011 French psychobilly punk album, $9.99 on that. And Morticia's Lover, Smash the Radio, EX, $12.99. Yeah, very bizarre stuff here from Paul. We have nothing left but tonight but new great titles in these John crates over here that are going to be best offer. Those are coming up all next. This is sold to Stephen Parton for $145, signed by the man himself, Don Williams, and JSA authenticated. Let's get that in a sleeve. Actually, I'm just going to leave it like this and that and put that, and thank you, Stephen. He's only been asking about that for 3 nights every night. Finally got it to him. Great price on that. Fantastic price on that. And that's sold. That's one of about 3 crates full of signed albums I have over here. A lot of various stuff. I got stuff for $35. I got stuff for $25,000. Anywhere in between. William Drugovich on Eat. Eat Sprouts is sold to William Drugovich. Amanda Darby on Morticia's Lovers. And then earlier, Natasha says, on the next read-through, can you get aside the Power Pop for a potential bundle? Heard you mention a couple times, but too fast for me to look up albums. Okay. First thing we'll do is this. And we have new music for electric and recorded media. That's a 77 US VG 34.99. Paul says it plays great. New music for electric and recorded media. Why was it graded VG? Must be some scuffing or something. Looks nice. VG 34.99. Here is this, and we have the Neat Beats. The Neat Beats is EX 17.99, and Earthling Society VG Plus 14.99. 2006 German import Space Rock. Space Rock. There's that. Let's click on this and this and this. And then over here, we have Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue is an 83 US SRC VG minus. It does have some cover damage on the spine. $10 start on Motley Crue. Over here, it's Link Ray, Be What You Want To. Link Ray is a 73 US VG condition. $14.99. Ivan R on Earthling, and Butler Twins live in Detroit. Butler Twins is an 88 US Blues, VG Plus $14.99. We have the Rockin' Devils, a rare 66 US monopress, a Mexican beat garage surf album, EX $99.99. The Rockin' Devils. Robert Johnson on Link Ray. That is sold to Robert Johnson. Michael Butler on Butler. Michael Butler got the Butler Twins. And Dinner with Drac. Children of the Night. You got Dracula, the Wolfman, Frankenstein, the Mummy, VG Plus, $19.99. Dinner with Drac. Also, we have Otis Spann, The Blues Never Die, EX $27.99. Chadwick next on Link. William Druvich next on Link. And then Black Lace. The last bid that came in on Black Lace feels like it was 3 hours ago. Jeff Brindley has it for $25. About 17 people have not bid since then. This is a final call to Jeff Brindley for $25. Over here, next is this. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. 83 USSRC, VG minus. It does have cover damage. Original pressing, though, just $10 on Motley Crue. Wait, how much was Dinner with Dracula? VG Plus, $19.99. Hang on to your persistence. This is VG Plus $14.99. Tom Cochran, a 74 Canadian import. VG Plus $14.99. Danny, these are sticker price, no more, no less. They honestly should be even more. Motley Crue's at 10, and then Ninja Pony says Dinner with Drac. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Next is the Fugs. This is VG Plus $14.99, a 67 US. Also, we have the Sands of Time, a 73 Gospel Folk, VG $9.99, and Funky Blues. This is a 62 US mono with Charlie Parker, Johnny Hodges, Ben Webster. That is EX $17.99. Our next auction is not Motley Crue. We already have one up. Our next auction is Hellcats, a gold stamp promo, a 1982 specialty press, has the original company inner sleeve, $10 stud on that one. Garrett Seifert on Funky Blues. That is so. Black Lace has a new bid for $30. Sean Drake bumped. Sean Drake, you're immediately outbid. We have Crew at $15. Next thing I have is Sweet Thursday. Sweet Thursday is VG Plus, a 69 US rock with Nicky Hopkins, $14.99. Allen Ginsberg First Blues, an 83 US promo with the newsprint insert, VG Plus $24.99. And Infernal World Volume 2, a Beat Garage comp, VG Plus $19.99. And the Neat Beats, everybody need. 2000 Japanese import garage, EX $17.99. And then over here we have Chadwick Smith. How much did the Beatles autographs sell for last night? And Chad Smith, how much did the Beatles autographs sell for last night? $0. They're still available. Motley Crue 16, Motley Crue 17, William Drugovich on Infernal. That is sold to William Drugovich. Hellcats does not have a bid yet. Lace is at 30. I'm waiting for Sean Drake. Chris Knapp next on Infernal. Chris Knapp, I've been waiting for you to make an appearance. This entire crate here is nothing but garage and psych and punk and garage and beat and neat. And Chris Knapp wants neat beats, okay? Let's read through these again. I'm going to be quickly this time because there's so much more stuff to get to tonight. Over here. All right. Sorry. Okay, I didn't know. I thought, man, that's weird. Two people. That's two different Chad Smith. That's the same Chad Smith. That's the same Chad Smith. Yeah. Chad Smith. They're still available. Still available. I was talking about Paul earlier. I was like, Paul, I mean, I'm kind of surprised they didn't sell, but also it's like not many people decide they're going to buy Beatles autographs for $15,000 or even $3,500 on a daily basis. That's something you got to find the right. It's not like me throwing up a Megadeth album that's less than $200 and there's like 100,000 people who want it. Selling Beatles autographs, it's not like you just boom and they're sold for, $10,000. You kind of have to be patient with it, okay? It's not something that you can just flip unless you have a buyer ready to go. So you got to kind of wait on something like that. I thought, based on what I've seen before, though, people chit-chatting, I thought I had some buyers for everything. That's why I wanted to put them up. So that's why I wanted to put them up, because I thought I had buyers for everything. So I think everybody's just being a little bit more patient, maybe waiting for the right week to purchase them. Might be some people trying to wire the money, get the money ready in hand. So, but yeah, I still got them. I got a Harrison Star cut together on the same item for $35,000. And the whole set I'm asking $15,000. And then I got the Metallica Ride the Lightning for $10,000. Okay. So all that's available. Yeah, that's a big purchase. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your financial situation is. I mean, plus you got to kind of want them. So that's a big item. That's a lot of dough. That's a lot of dough. Details on Otis Spann. We're about to do that right now. Let me find it, and let's read through this bin one more time. Let's do this right here. Okay, we have Otis Spann, The Blues Never Die. It's a 69 US stereo. It is EX, $27.99. $27.99. All right, so black lace. I never did hear about Sean Drake went out. This is sold for $30 to Jeff Brindley. The VG minus Motley Crue just got a bid for $24. Nobody bid on Hellcats. If anybody wants Hellcats, it's available for $10, okay? These are all new arrivals, sticker price. Otis Spann is sold to Patrick Lear. These are all new arrivals, sticker price. One more read-through quickly. Next auction is Motley Crue. Nope, that's still up. Next auction is Headpins. Headpins is an 83 US EXEX Plus, $10 start. Next is Davey Allen and the Arrows, Aerodynamic, an 85 US in shrink, $19.99, no condition notes. The Headmakers, The Night the Moon Forgot to Rise, 94 Australian Import Garage, $19.99. Drive-In, Shotgun Eddie, and the Ravens, or the Ravers. It's an 85 Swiss Import Rockabilly, $19.99. Hellcats for $10 is sold to Mike Strauss, then Edwin, then Jeff Brindley. Motley Crue's at $25. Todd Coe, you're out. This is Terry and the Hot Sox, Shake Well, an 83 Swiss Import Rockabilly, $14.99. Sojourner, Wings Like an Eagle. Sojourner is sealed, a 79 Private Press Rock Folk album, $24.99. Chris Knapp on Davey Allen, The Arrows, sold to Chris Knapp. Apple Core, Behind the Tier, 79 US Power Pop, sealed, $29.99. We have Rediker, Mental Health. This is sealed for $9.99. Now, Natasha's interested in a Power Punk bundle or a Power Pop bundle. I'm going to read these one more time at sticker price, and then Natasha, I'll flip around the crate, and what I'll do is I'll pull all those out, and I'll see what's left and see what they're priced for, and we'll do a deal. But right now, we'll keep them sticker price, but I'll figure out what's left when we're done. Mark Lee is a 1996 Garage Alternate Rock Psych album, $14.99. Tom Sullivan's in on Headpins at $10. Motley Crue is sold to Scott Arnold for $25. Headpins has one bid for $10. That's a final call. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is called Freedom. It's a 1988 UK 12-inch single in VG condition. Alice Cooper's a $10 start. And then over here, I have another Motley Crue, this time Theater of Pain. This is an 85 US specialty, an original retail copy with the original inner sleeve, VG++, maybe even EX, a $25 start on that. The Maharajas in Pure Spot, a 2007 Garage, $14.99 on that. And Justin Tyler, Nightfall. Justin Tyler is sealed, a 1980 US Private Press Rock album, $29.99. Challengers Country, that's a 76 Private Press Country album for $9.99. The Neat Beats, and that was a 99 Rock Garage album, another Neat Beats for $14.99. And we have the Winks, Too Hot to Be This Cool, $14.99 on that. The Headpins has a new bid for $15. Alice Cooper's at $10. Motley Crue's a $25 start. Next thing is String Beans, King of the Trash. That's a 1990 Finnish import, a Psychobilly album, $19.99. Chris Knapp on Ma, Ha, and that's the Maharajas or something like that. So did Chris Knapp. Motley Crue 25, Alice Cooper 13. We have the Prime Movers. This is the Matters of Time, and this is an 85 Garage Punk album, $14.99 on that. And we have I Ragazzi del Sol, and that's an 82 reissue beat record from 1966. That is $24.99 on that. Chris Knapp on the Neat Beats. That's right back here to Chris Knapp. And now we have Headpins at $17. Jeremy Bryant on the Winks. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Headpins $18. Motley Crue $30. What is the B-side of Alice Cooper, Freedom? Alice Cooper, Freedom, and the flip is Schools Out Live and Time to Kill. Schools Out Live and Time to Kill, an 88 UK 12-inch single. Now we have headpins at 20. Alice Cooper still just has one. Now it has a bid for 13 with Todd. And now Motley Crue's at 30 with King Fluffy. Next is Swamps. This is Kentaro Hamare or something of that nature. A 2016 Garage, sealed for $19.99. Green on red. Here come the Snakes. Green on red is an 89 US alternate rock, $24.99 on that. Cycle Guitar, sealed, a surf record, $19.99. Alpha Waves Locust. Alpha Waves is a 76 UK funk album, $19.99 on that. And this is Crusaders of Love, Never Grow Up, sealed, 2010 Garage Power Pop, $14.99 on that. Now is the time for Harrison Flowers. This is Bam Corusco, I think, 87 UK reissue, $24.99. Now's the time for Heart and Flowers. Bam Corusco's the label. That is the label, just FYI, okay? Alice Cooper has a new bid for 20. Motley Crue has a new bid for 32. Headpins is still at 20. Born Losers is sold to William Drugovich. Motley Crue is a U.S. pressing of Theater of Pain. It is an 85 U.S. specialty retail copy with the original under sleeve, VG++, maybe even EX. Next is Seaside Steve, Doghouse Music. 2006 sealed, that's $34.99. Leroy Jody Pearson, Rusty Nail, an 88 U.S. Electric Blues album, $14.99. Chris Knapp on Bam, this one right here, that is sold to Chris Knapp. Also, we have the Shamrocks. That was originally a 60s Swedish beat group, an 85 compilation, $24.99. Motley Crue has a new bid for 35, now 38, and now Alice Cooper's at 23. That's a final call, and Headpins has been a final call for a while. This is the Doobie Twisters Rocket Pocket. The Doobie Twisters is a 91 Finnish Blues. It's on blue vinyl for $29.99. The Flesh Tones Beachhead. The Flesh Tones is a 2006 Italian import Garage, also on blue vinyl. The Flesh Tones, also on blue vinyl. That's $29.99. And this here, we have Trash County Dominators, a 91 UK import rock album, $9.99. We have Jungle Fever, Maha Thurup. That's a 2011 French psychobilly punk, EX $9.99. And we have new music for electric and recorded media, 77 US. Paul says it plays great, VG $34.99. And the Neat Beat, Sensational Beat Boys, EX $17.99. Headpins, at the last second, Headpins has a new bid for $22. Alice Cooper is sold over here to Todd Co. for $23. And now Motley Crue is at 38 with Mark Riley. We have Chris Knapp on Trash. And Trash is right here to Chris Knapp. Next thing is the Rockin' Devils, which is a rare 66 US mono Mexican beat garage and surf album, EX $69.99. Hang On to Your Persistence by Tom Cochran, VG Plus $14.99. Well, now I'll go ahead and sell it. That last $2 bump got it for Edmund Riviera. Tom held on to it for a long time. Also, Motley Crue is now about to sell. Our next auction is Bullet, No Mercy. Bullet is an 84 US with the original company inner sleeve. Just a $5 start on Bullet, just FYI. Now Headpins is sold, Edmund Riviera. Lisa, too late on that one. Tom Sullivan had it for like 7 minutes. And then Edwin bumped it, and he went out, so I went ahead and sold it. The Fugs is a 67 US, $14.99. The Sands of Time, a 73 Gospel Folk, VG $9.99. Sweet Thursday is VG Plus $14.99. And Allen Ginsberg, VG Plus $24.99. Motley Crue is sold to Mark Riley for $38. Okay, we're going to go right into another vintage new arrival crate for best offer. So right now, John, last night was crazy. We had, of course, insane auctions that took up most of my time, most of my talking time, called out bids last night. When that happens, we pretty much don't ever hardly have to go through any crates. On top of that, 10 crates of new vinyl came in last night. And then Laura marked 2 crates of insane metal. Long story short, we didn't even show any John stuff except for 1 half crate of check condition stuff. So I still got 4 crates he priced yesterday and 5 crates he priced today. Probably for the rest of the night, unless I think I don't need to show anymore, because it's just too late and we can save them for another night, I'm going to be going through new arrivals best offer. And some of the most recent stuff he's priced from these new collections have been great records in great condition, okay? We got a new collection. He'll go straight for the throat. He gets out the best looking stuff, and that's why a lot of times I'll flip through his crates. I'll find 4 or 5 auction records. First thing we have is Chris Knapp on Sands. And Natasha, if you're still watching, I will try to pull out the Power Pop. If not, I'll do that later, okay? Bullet is now at 16, and let's put up another auction. The next auction is going to be AC/DC Fly on the Wall, an 85 US specialty. It is visually a VG, but Paul says it probably plays at least VG plus. $15 start on AC/DC. Somebody asked earlier for the no bids. Let's go through those right now, actually. The no bids. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, a Japanese pressing, $25. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, $25. I have Duran Duran, a Japanese pressing of Arena, near mint minus, $35. More Creedence Gold, a great compilation, $35. And the Rolling Stones, High Tide and Green Grass, a great Rolling Stones compilation. So compilation, live Duran Duran, and a CCR compilation. Those prices are as follows: $25, $35, $35, and $35, okay? There's that. Bullet has a high bid of $29. AC/DC has a bid for $15. AC/DC has a bid for $15. All right, let's go straight into one of these new arrival crates. Let me take a peek in them, because his check condition crate last night was pretty sweet. And let's see what else is over here, okay? See if I can get an update on this game. Where are you, Pat Warren? There you are, Pat Warren. Still no update. Interesting. Interesting. No contest. Wow, they had to cancel a game, a high school football game. Gordonsville, which is the team I'm following and for, they was up 21-18. They canceled it with no contest. Wow, that's crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen. All right. Oh, there went my knee. All right, let's go through this crate. New arrivals here. Buy it now or best offer. Some cool looking stuff here. Okay. Taking a quick peek, just see what kind of collections he's gotten into. I've only pulled one record for auction, and let's get started. All right. Here we go. Oh, quick leg stretch before I get full-fledged focus mode here. All right, so first thing we have. I remember saying Bullet was at 29, and now it's at 45 with Tom Sullivan. AC/DC had one bid for 15 with Trent, and he still has it for 15, and now we're almost at the bottom. They canceled due to lightning, and here we go. These are all buy it now or best offer. Hits from the heart, Mr. Hank Cochran, LSP 3303, an original RCA title, $19.99 on that. The Call, Reconcile. The Call is $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Next is Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. Lionel, $19.99. AC/DC 16, AC/DC 17. And now we have Bullet. Tom Sullivan has it for $45. Going once, going twice. If anybody else wants in, now would be the time to do that. Our next auction is Rat, Dancing Undercover. Rat is an 86 US club copy. It's an RCA Music Service Edition. Inner sleeve EX Plus, really nice. $30 start on Rat. Sinatra and strings. Frank Sinatra is on Reprise Records. Beautiful vinyl, $14.99. So anything in here you can go ahead and buy or make an offer on. I'm a deal maker. We have Nat King Cole sings the great songs. A little bit of color discoloration up here. It's $9.99. It's in mono. Roy Gallagher, the story so far. Roy Gallagher is $19.99. Red Polydor label. And The American Dream. This is from 1970. Ampex Records. That's the name of the band. It's a white label promo, $34.99. Frank Sinatra is sold to John Durden for $10. Also, we have Ride on the Sunset Strip. That's a 1967 Tower Records soundtrack. Take a look at this. The Standales, the Mugwups, Chocolate Watch Band, Mom's Boys. There's a little bit of a faint name. It looks like Doyle or somebody wrote their name on the cover. It's very faint though. Duke. It's in mono. It's $39.99. That includes the Chocolate Watch Band, which their album, the Chocolate Watch Band album on Tower Records, is a $500 album. Very rare. Only ever had 1-2 come ever through here. Roy Gallagher sold to Robert Johnson. Next thing is Bullet. Nobody else bid, did they? This is sold to Tom Sullivan for $45. Thank you, Tom. Now AC/DC's at $22, and Rat has a bid for $30. Next is Charlie Parker, Live Sessions, not Live Sessions, Live, $19.99. And Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Mr. Frampton's $9.99. We have Billy Squire, Enough's Enough, in Shrink and Hop. Billy Squire is $19.99. Really clean vinyl. AC/DC still getting bids. Rats going once, going twice. Daniel Amos, Alarma, that's $19.99. And the Beach Boys Today in mono, $19.99. Sundown is in shrink wrap. Ampex Records, that one is $19.99. And we have this, Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is $19.99. AC/DC's at $23. Next auction is Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. This is actually, this is a bootleg on red vinyl. It's an unofficial bootleg on red vinyl, $35 start. The Mamas and Papas 20 Greatest Hits. California Dreamin', $19.99 on that. And Red Fox in a Nutshell. That's one of those old, dirty Red Fox records, $14.99. We have BS for $15. BS, Chris Martin, was for Billy Squire. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. I figured there'd already be claims. BS. Matt Parsons on Red Fox. That's sold to Matt Parsons. And we have Journey in the Beginning. This is a double LP, 75 to 77 compilation, and my crate is full. Let me swap out crates right quick. That was our 4th full crate tonight. Holy moly. A lot of good stuff there. So let me grab another emptiness. Another emptiness over here. Still chipping away at some of this. Still chipping away at some of that. And then we got to do a little bit of this later. So don't forget to do that before you come back so we can do the rest of this. There's Journey, $34.99. And we have Styx. This is Man of Miracles. It's called Miracles as a reissue, $19.99. And REO Speedwagon 2. REO is on the Yellow Epic label, $19.99. Journey was $34.99. AC/DC is sold to Trent for $23. Rat is sold for $30. And that's sold for $30 to Gregory Roberts. And over here, Guns N' Roses is on red vinyl, a $35 start. Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. This is AC/DC, an 81 specialty, OG pressing, EX Plus condition, a $15 start. Next is Pro Call Harem, Broken Barricades. Pro Call is $19.99. Poco Legacy, Poco from 1989 is $19.99. Poco Legacy. Also, we have Stevie Nicks, Stand Back, Stand Back. This is the Wild Heart, Mr. Stevie, or Mrs. Stevie. How about just, I call her Stevie Nicks, $19.99. Next thing, Journey was $34.99. Yes, Ed Riviera on REO Speedwagon. And then how much was Sundown? Sundown, Jim, was $19.99. We have an offer on Journey for $28, AC/DC $15, AC/DC $20. Next is Harry Chapin, Heads and Tails. Mr. Harry is $9.99. And Neil Sedaka sings his greatest hits. There's Neil Sedaka, $19.99. This is an awesome Eric Clapton box set. It's called Crossroads. It's a 6 LP with books, $69.99. You get music from the Yardbirds, John Mayall, Cream, Blind Faith, Delaney and Bonnie, Derek and the Dominoes, and then the early part of his solo career, which is through like After Midnight and his Slow Hand album. Awesome, $69. If Eric Clapton put out a 6 LP box set right now with all that music on it, especially the Cream stuff, it would be $349.99. Okay, he just came out with a double LP that come out today with his like mid-career solo stuff. Retail price on that was $45. It was a double LP. If he put out a 6 LP with all that other licensed music on it, it would be $400 easily. Those are at great buys anytime you see that, or the Bob Dylan Biograph box. His would be, if they ever do anything like that again, super expensive it would be. How about Bluegrass Banjo featuring Flatt and Scruggs? That looks pretty cool. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. From Archive of Everest, $14.99. All right, so Dirty Deeds. First of all, Edwin Riviera, let's go back to your Journey offer. I'll do Journey for $28, okay? That's a $3 bump from your offer, and that means I've come down $7. So that's pending to him, okay? And then Josh Brown offered $14 for Sticks. This is sold to Josh Brown for $14. Dirty Deeds got a bid for $23.25. Jim Cazzo, Jim Ciazio, Jim gets Sundown for $15. Deeds is at $28. Tom Sullivan first on Eric Clapton. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. And then Lothel was second. And then Trent was third, and then Michael Butler on Bluegrass Banjo. Ed Riviera gets Journey for $28, and nobody bid on the Guns N' Roses on red vinyl, $35 buy it now. The last bid that came in on AC/DC was Chuck Edgar at $28. Al Stewart, Modern Times. Al Stewart is $9.99. And Badfinger Airwaves. Badfinger is $19.99. The Essential Jimi Hendrix Volume 2, $34.99 on Jimi Hendrix. And Neil Young, Old Ways. Mr. Neil is $39.99. Our next auction is Dio. This is the last in line. It's an 84 USOG Jacksonville press in shrink with the original inner sleeve. A $30 start on Dio, the last in line. The last in line. Next few records in here was the Love and Spoonful. Has that die-cut flip-open gimmick cover, $14.99. Oso gets GNR for $35. Tom Sullivan gets Neil Young for $28. That's so to Tom Sullivan. And Lulu sings one of her best songs here, To Sir With Love, $14.99. Should give arrangement credits on here. It doesn't on the jacket, though. John Paul Jones, yeah. Arranged by who? John Paul Jones. You may know him from a band called Led Zeppelin, $14.99. We have Santa Esmeralda, another cha-cha. I always knew when I would listen to her music, I was like, man, there's just something about this I like. And then I found out, oh, it's John Paul Jones, some of the mastermind behind of it. And I was like, no wonder. No wonder. Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful. That's in shrink wrap and for $19.99. And Johnny Rivers, Not a Through Street, $9.99. Okay, what happened on AC/DC, Dirty Deeds? If I get to the bottom and there's not a new bid, I'm selling the Chuck Edgar for $28. Next thing over here was Lulu 10. Lulu 10, and then Ron Burns put LS. That was for Love and Spoonful. So go ahead and sell that to Tom for 10. Sell Ron Burns the Love and Spoonful, and Dio is at 40. D is at 40. John Paul Jones was a British naval sea captain. Something like that. Let's keep going here. Tom Sullivan Rivers. Tom Sullivan is $8 on Johnny Rivers. Jethro Tull was he invented some kind of mechanical device for agriculture. That's the real Jethro Tull. Water break. I feel so much better. Chuck Edgar, you get AC/DC for $28. Tom Sullivan gets Johnny Rivers for $7. Let's keep these crates rolling. We can do these for a long time. Brand new stuff too. Dio's at $50. Next auction is AC/DC Who Made Who, an 86 US Club Edition, unique label variation, not on Discogs. Columbia House under catalog. This particular label is not on Discogs. VG Plus, $25 start. If you need a price on anything left in here, let me know. Hank Cochran, The Call, Lionel Richie, Nat King Cole, The American Dream, Ride on Sunset Boulevard, Charlie Parker, Peter Frampton, Daniel Amos, The Beach Boys, Genesis, Mamas and Papas, Procol Harum, Poco, Stevie Nicks, Harry Chapin, Neil Sedaka, Al Stewart, Badfinger, Hendrix, Santa Esmeralda, and Bee Gees. Okay? Anybody else? Anybody else on anything in there? If not, I'm going to put these right over here, and I'm grabbing the next crate to go through right now. Okay, let me take a quick peek in here. What the heck is that? Don't know what that is. Ooh, I'll leave that in there. Ah, I'll leave that in there. Ooh, I'll leave that in there. Ah, I'll leave that in there. Okay, here we go. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Charlie Parker was $19.99. Charlie Parker 10. Stevie 10. I'm assuming these are offers. Let me go back and find some of those. First thing we have Stevie Nicks. I'll do Stevie Nicks for $15, and I hate to. And I'll do Charlie Parker live sessions for $14, and I'll hate to. Okay, so there you go. Somebody's already offered 15. So I'll do it for 14. Michael, 14. If not, Tom definitely wants it. Stevie Nicks, 15. I'll definitely do it for that, even though I hate to. And then Jimi Hendrix, 20. Jimi Hendrix for $22, Joseph. I'm just asking for $2, a donation to Collecco to help fund Chad's monster addiction. Okay? That's all I'm asking. Can I see the AC/DC cover? This is AC/DC Who Made Who, which is technically a compilation. It's a soundtrack to the movie Maximum Overdrive. Hell's Bells for those about to rock. You Shook Me All Night Long. It's a soundtrack. Okay? Tom Sullivan says he was first on. Oh, that's Tom and Michael. Tom Sullivan did ask first. Okay, never mind. So that's no contest then. This is sold to Tom Sullivan for 14. He was first, okay? Joseph Ellis gets Hendrix for 22. Chris Martin gets Stevie Nicks for 15. New crate. Here we go. What happened on Dio? The last bit on Dio that came in was Gregory at $50, going once, going twice. Next was AC/DC. AC/DC is at 30 with Josh Brown. Blue Juice. Blue Juice is rare occasions because it's high in sugar and it's a local coffee shop. So two things, it's kind of logistically tough to get them, especially if I pull up and there's like 12 cars in the drive-thru. That's about a 45-minute wait. So the shows would be really, really late if I went and got them. I used to send Laura, but they're probably, I don't know, 120 grams of sugar. So I try to stay off of them. I eat a lot of sugar, but I stay away from sugary drinks. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I don't really consume any kind of drink that has sugar in it. Josh Brown, AC/DC is at $30. Josh Brown, Johnny Hancock has it for $35. Johnny Hancock has that for $35. Everybody else is out. REO Speedwagon Live, You Get What You Play For. Double LP, $34.99. Badfinger, Wish You Were Here. These are all buy it now or best offer. Badfinger, $19.99. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. Rod Stewart is $14.99. Herman's Hermit, Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter, $9.99. And Little Honda, GTO, The Scramblers. This is pretty cool, $19.99. Little Honda, GTO, The Scramblers, $19.99. Pete Seeger, Archive of Folk and Music compilation, $9.99. Al Stewart, Time Passages, $9.99. The Whackers, Hot Wax, a 72 original with textured cover, $19.99. And Poco Legend, that has a lot of their biggest hits on it, $9.99 on that. Gregory gets Dio. Make sure everybody was done on that. This is sold to Gregory for $50. Thank you, Gregory. That's sold to you. And then guess what's next? Our next auction is Dio, The Last in Line. This is a 1984 USOG specialty press with the original on her sleeve. VG++, maybe EX. Another Dio, $30 start. REO Speedwagon, Lost in a Dream. REO Speedwagon is $19.99. Kansas Mask, $19.99. And Journey Captured. Journey's a double LP, $34.99. Ted Nugent, Ambroy Dukes, Tooth and Fang and Claw, $26.99 for Ted Nugent. Rush, All the World's a Stage, an original 1976 press, no condition notes. Awesome Rush there, $49.99. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, $34.99. Super Clean, original on her sleeve, and mastered by Bob Ludwig. That's a beautiful looking copy, by the way. Dio's at 30, Dio's at 35, REO Speedwagon 14. You're probably talking about this one, Edwin. Sold to Edwin Riviera for 14. Slayer Nation 1 on Ted Nugent. Sold to Slayer Nation 1 for $22. This AC/DC is sold to Jeff Brindley for $40. Actually, you know what? Let me retract that. So he outbid, you outbid somebody that had it for a long time, Johnny Hancock. Johnny, do you want backing on this for $40? I never did actually give him a fair question of call there. $40 to Jeff Brindley, okay? Now, over here, Dio, the last bid on that was $35. Ted Nugent's already sold for $22. Ryan Mustaine got Dire Straits. John Durden second. Now Johnny's back in on AC/DC at $41. Yeah, I never did give him really a lot of time to respond on that one. Now he's back in at $41. Next is Billy Joel, 52nd Street, $14.99 for Billy Joel. And this is $24.99, 2005 Indie Rock. This is the one I was like, what the heck is this? It's Old Mossy Face Chinese Democracy. Indie Rock. Interesting. China, USA. China, USA. $24.99. Ted Nugent debut or self-titled with Stranglehold. A little bit of cover wear. $12.99 for Ted Nugent. Also, we have Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, Gold Stamp Promo, Music from The Exorcist, $14.99. The Ohio Express, Yummy Yummy Yummy, down at Lulu's, $14.99. Everybody Loves Somebody, 20 Love Songs from Dean Martin. That's $9.99, and this looks like old Bing Crosby. This is a Bing Crosby where the blue light of the night meets the gold of the day. The original soundtrack from Bing Crosby's early films, $9.99 on that. AC/DC's at $45. Johnny Hancock's out. Nobody else bid on Dio. This is sold for $35 to Jeff Brindley. Sold for $35 to Jeff Brindley. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Hootie and the Blowfish, Fairweather Johnson, a 1996 U.S. original pressing. Wow. 96 OG Fairweather Johnson, VG++ EX, OG Hootie, $35 start on that. Next thing is Christina on Ted Nugent. That was Ted Nugent's guitar doing Stranglehold. Edwin Riviera offered $10 for Billy Joel. Have already pulled that. Did I already pull that? Did I pull Billy Joel for him? I don't think I did. What happened to it? There it is. That's sold to Ed Riviera. Christina got Ted. Dean Martin 7. Dean Martin 7. Dean Martin 7 sold to Mega Blast. He's out on AC/DC. Terry Gearhart gets Badfinger. And I'm assuming you wanted this one right here. Righty Terry, that's sold to you for $14. Chad Smith on Tubular Bells for $12. And AC/DC is sold to Jeff Brindley for $45. OG Hootie is now up for bid. That's something I don't see too often. Our next auction, do what? Yes, a third in a row of Dio, The Last in Line. This one's an 84 U.S. Club with inner sleeve and shrink, EX Plus condition. Dio is going to go up for a $30 start. Wow, 3 in a row. You heard me correctly. We have the nightcaps, Go to the Line. The nightcaps is $9.99. Rough Mix, Pete Townsend and Ronnie Lane, $14.99. And the tokens. And this one has their big song, The Lion Sleeps Tonight, $12.99. Rush, $15. I will do $45 on Rush. Chad, info on REO Speedwagon. I think the only one left is the live album, right? The only one left is the double live album, which is you get what you play for. That's $34.99. Dio has a bid for $30. Traffic, $19.99. So earlier there was about 3 people bidding on Dio. Then there was 2 people bidding on Dio, and now there's 1 person on Dio. That one might actually sell for minimum bid unless somebody steps up. It went from like 3 or 4 bidders. He got 1, so he didn't bid on the next one. And then he got 1, and then now there's only, I think, 1 person left. So that's how an auction works. It takes at least 2 to make an auction. Kevin Eubanks face-to-face, $9.99. And Traffic on the Road, a double LP, $29.99. Toto, that is their self-titled debut with Hold the Line. Toto, is this Japanese? What's going on here? This feels weird. $19.99. The jack, it felt awfully heavy, maybe. Yeah, it's Japanese. John probably didn't even catch that. That's a Japanese pressing with no obi, $19.99. Wow, nobody bid on Hootie. This is a buy it now for $35. An OG copy of Fairweather Johnson. Now Dio's at $30, $35, $36. Our next auction. In the misty morning, that is Black Sabbath, the first Dio album, an 80 U.S. club. This is EX, a $25 start. $25 start. And somebody has made a homemade Black Sabbath inner sleeve. That's actually pretty cool. Fan art, $25 start on that. Next thing over here is Dio 35, Dio 36, Toto 15, Toto 15, Toto 15, Toto 15, Toto 15, Toto 15, Toto 15. Eden Riviera gets Toto for $15. What is the Rush album again? Toto has another offer for $15. Frank Galena got Hootie for $35. Black Sabbath already has a bid for $25. Dio 40. Ryan was going to pay full price for Toto. Sorry, I've already sold it for $15. Black Sabbath has another bid for $25. Black Sabbath has a bid for $35. And now Dio has a bid for $41. Mossy Face Info. Mossy Face. Was that this thing right here? Was that the Chinese Democracy record? O or Olay. Now, if it has that accent mark above the E, it's Olay. If it doesn't, then it's O. Mossy Face. It is on. You can email them actually for more information. oldmossyface@yahoo.com. Somebody send them an email and see if they're still around. Boy, I bet somebody that was in this band probably still has access to that. They're probably like, who the heck is messaging me 20 years later? They put their email address on there. Okay, we have Dio at 41, Toto. Lots of big offers still coming in, but y'all are, they're gone. Poof, no more. Next is Arlo Guthrie. That's by Arlo Guthrie, $14.99. Carl Perkins, Old Blue Suede's back. Carl Perkins, $16.99. George Jones Anniversary, 10 years of hits. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. The Beach Boys, 15 big ones, $19.99. Elvis, Moody Blue. Elvis, Moody Blue. Carl camouflaged his name, but it's written there. $19.99. Blue vinyl, $34.99. And David Soul playing to an audience, $9.99. Old Mossy Face was $24.99. Yep, $24.99. Poco was $9.99, head over heels. And Creamed Israeli Gears, 180 gram reissue, $34.99. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. Dun dun da, ra da da da, dun dun da, da da da. It's getting near dawn. That's Cream. Sunshine of Your Love. Dio. The last bid that came in on Dio, Dio was his name, was Trent Peasley at $36. Scott Arnold bid $40. Dio bid $41 with Trent, and Scott Arnold said out. Out. So Trent has Dio at $41. Black Sabbath is at $40. Heaven and Hell. Black Sabbath is a 1980 U.S. club, an RCA club. The vinyl is EX or better. EX or better. If anybody else wants a price on anything in here, just let me know. We've been through 2 John crates. I can condense them into 1 crate. We've been through 2 whole crates. We've sold about half out of each crate. That means we can do another one and another one and another one and another one next. I'm not going to waste any time. If you need a price on anything left, let me know. Here's the titles that are left. If you need a price, just let me know. If you was waiting to make an offer, now's the time. Rod Stewart, Herman's Hermits, Little Honda, Pete Seeger, Al Stewart, The Whackers, Poco, Kansas, Journey, Rush. Somebody asked for the details. This is a 76 OG pressing of All the World's a Stage. Beautiful, $49.99. I already told somebody I would do $45 on it. Ohio Express, Bing Crosby, The Nightcaps, Pete Townsend, The Tokens, REO Speedwagon, Traffic, Kevin Eubanks, Traffic, Arlo Guthrie, Carl Perkins, George Jones, which is a double LP compilation. The first track on side 2's The Grand Tour, Gold Stamp Promo, 1999, Beach Boys, Elvis, David Soul, The Old Mossy Thing, Paco, and Tupac, and then Derez, exactly, Cream. Joseph, I will do $28 on this. $28 on Cream. Black Sabbath, $45, and Josh Brown says he'll take Rush for $45. Ra-da-dun-da-dun-dun, ra-da-dun-da-dun-dun-dun, ra-da-dun-da-dun-dun, ra-da-dun-da-dun-dun-dun. That is YYZ from Moving Pictures. That's sold to Josh Brown for $45. REO, Edwin offered $25. Sold to Edwin for $25. What is the George Jones again? The George Jones is called Anniversary, 10 Years of Hits. Double LP compilation, $19.99. Joseph, I will sell you Cream for $25. Dio is officially sold to Trent Peasley for $41. The most recent bid on Black Sabbath is Jeff Brindley at $45. Dan Ingerson says he's done. Going once, going twice. Next auction, Def Leppard, Photograph, I Don't Want Ya. This is an 83 USOG Pittman, VG minus condition. Def Leppard's a $10 start. Which Beach Boys? 15 big ones. Gatefold jacket, $19.99. 15 smackers on there. All right, that was crate number 2 of 3,000 we're going to be going through for the next couple hours. Hope everybody's already had their coffee, their milk, their cookies, and, of course, your ramen. Nothing like some good old ramen. I got a shrimp cocktail waiting for me in the fridge up front with that cocktail sauce. I'm going to dig into that as soon as I say good night, everybody. But it's only 11 o'clock. Wow. How long have I been live, too? I started an hour and 15 minutes later than I normally do. So, really, it's the equivalent of 10 o'clock. For me, for my time schedule and my pacing, it's actually 10 o'clock, but I started an hour. There are not really. The last Hatchet Ed crate might as well be like a vintage buy it now best offer. There's no modern and no auctions. It's just all vintage. It's all vintage type stuff, okay? Here we go. I've condensed 2 John crates together, and let's get right into another one. I'm about to put up a Rush auction that I pulled out of one crate. You might want to stay put for that. I'm about to put it up right now, another Rush auction. Let me take a quick peek in this crate. Ooh, that's nice for no condition notes. That's cool. Can't believe no one bought George Jones. I was as shocked if I would go over here and stick my finger in an outlet. I wouldn't be any more shocked. I am so shocked. Let's go ahead and do this right here. Oh, I have squatted down way too low. Here we go. Let me get squatted back up. Hup! So, yeah, I started way too late. I got here on time. I advertised 6:45 to 6 o'clock start, and then Paul and Ed wanted to have conferences with me. So if you missed that information when I went live, that's why I started so late. I'm usually always late. We get hauled up just talking, discussing business. I planned on starting late, and that made me even later than normal. So I got a lot of heck out of it when I went live about almost 5 hours ago. I don't think I started till like 6:20. So, yeah, I've been live for 4 hours and 39 minutes, 6:22 exactly. So, yeah, 6:22. So that means the Facebook feed won't end tonight till 2:22 a.m. There's no way I'm going to go that late. So we better get everything in. I got to get ready for tomorrow because I don't think they have auctions pulled yet. And if we're going to wrap up this week in a big way, I got to work on some more stuff over here. So, first thing is Black Sabbath, and this is sold to Jeff Brinley for $45. But if y'all hang around for the next 2 hours, it's probably going to be nothing but great best offer stuff that's probably going to be new arrivals. Because guess what? They're all going to be back again tomorrow marking even more stuff. And then they're going to be back the next day marking even more. I hate having a backlog of stuff. So, there's that. Def Leppard details. An 83 USOG Pittman VG minus. High bid right now is $23. Next thing going up for auction is Y&T and Rock Retrust. Y&T is an 84 US. It is a strong VG, maybe VG plus. $10 start on that. This is Red Hot Rockabilly, the rock and roll era. This is $19.99. You get music from Billy Lee Riley, Wanda Jackson, Eddie Cochran, Jack Scott, Johnny Burnett, Jerry Lee Lewis, who's featured on the cover, Buddy Holly. It's a Rockabilly. Roy Orbison's on there, $19.99. Rock Island Line, starring Johnny Cash and Johnny C. Riley. That's $9.99. That's from the Longinus Symphony Society. We have Genesis Live, $19.99. This feels like it could be a foreign copy. It is. It's on this black famous Charisma label. What country is this? France. That's a French copy. $19.99 on that. Def Leppard's at $29. Lonnie Mack, Roadhouses and Dance Halls. Lonnie Mack is $16.99. Michael, if you want Johnny Cash, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Vladorchek at Sticker. We got Roseanne Cash, King's Record Shop. Roseanne Cash is $14.99. We have Manfred Mann Earth Band, Do Wah Diddy Diddy Dum Diddy Do, $19.99. And Donna Summer, Unconditional Love, She Works Hard for the Money, $9.99 on that. Moby Grape, this is called Wow, one of my favorite words, Wow. Moby Grape is a Columbia 2i original. Wow is $29.99. Wow. Michael Freiberger says he'll take Johnny Cash at sticker price. Def Leppard's at $30. Nobody's been on Y&T. Wow. It's only a $10 buy, a $10 start. It's about to be a $10 buy now. Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, one size fits all, $49.99. That's on the discreet label. Sheena Easton, A Private Heaven. Sheena Easton is $9.99. Neil Young is $39.99. A nice looking copy of On the Beach, a very desirable one in his catalog. Def Leppard's at $32. Also, Roy Orbison. This is the original sound on the Sun label. Sun, he's into that stuff from Wisconsin. That comes from Wisconsin there. Roy Orbison is $9.99. An Evening with John Denver, which is a double LP live, $44.99. Wow, I looked down to make Y&T a bot now, and look what happened. There's three $10 bids. Slayer Nation, Jerry Rock, and Trent Peasley are all over here on the board. So now, Jerry Rock, you're out. Now, Trent, you're out. And Frank Galena, I'll go ahead and sell you Neil Young for $30. Def Leppard is up to one person, Johnny Hancock, and he says he's out. Todd Coe. What about Nick Bargeron? Nick already went out. That's a final call then for $32 to Todd Coe. We're about to sell that to Todd Coe, okay? Next thing is the Pointer Sisters. Contact. Pointer Sisters is $9.99. The Flying Machine, $19.99 for the Flying Machine. No condition notes on that. Radio, Ray Parker Jr., A Woman Needs Love. Shrink, Hype, $14.99. Rufus and Shaka Khan, Master Jam, that's $9.99. And Vangelis, To the Unknown Man, Volume 2. Buy Volume 2 and get Volume 1 free. Gatefold Jacket, $19.99. And Herb Albert and Tijuana Brass, What Now My Love. This feels UK. It is a German, wow, that's a cool label. Gold and black German London label, $19.99 on that. Kelly Vladorchek on Vangelis. That's sold to Kelly Vladorchek. We have Joe Ely, Honky Tonk Masquerade. That's $19.99. And this is Hannah's Amorphous Hat, Nikki Meets the Hibachi. I love hibachi. $9.99. Leon Redbone, Champagne Charlie, $14.99. And Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Wow, look at that. Horzu, that means German press. A German press, a Bob Seger, $24.99 on that. Def Leppard is sold to Todd Coe for $32. Y&T, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 12. And now Trent Peasley has it for $13. Next auction, Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. Judas Priest, VG minus cover, ring wear, a little bit of writing, $10 start on that. All right, next thing I have is Real Life Herbie Never mind. I don't know why I almost said Herbie Hancock. Real Life Heartland. This is an 83 German synth pop album, $14.99 on that. Ron Burns picking up the very nice Seeger there. Thank you on that. Over here, I have They Call Me Mellow Yellow. More from Donovan here. This is $14.99. The arrangements by John Cameron and John Paul Jones, especially for Mellow Yellow. Another one. He also worked with Donovan. And the reason I bring all that to light, I knew about it for a while. I kind of forgot about it. But if you watch the Led Zeppelin documentary, on Netflix, which is streaming right now, you'll hear those bands being mentioned that John Paul Jones worked with. Spyro Gyra, Access All Areas, $19.99. George Jones, that's Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes. George Jones is $9.99. Tuesday, April 19th, The Unspoken Word, a 1968 press on the Ascot label, $39.99 on that. Y&T's at $13. Slayer Nation's out. So to Trent Peasley for $13. Judas Priest is a $10 start, and our next auction is Nazareth. No Mean City. Nazareth is a 79 USOG Terre Haute with the original on the sleeve. Cool artwork. Around a VG copy, and that's a $10 start. Johnny put JJ. Did you mean GJ for George Jones? Also, we have The Sound of Wilson Pickett. I was looking at this a second ago. It's a nice copy for an Atlantic record. Two-tone plum label, $29.99. $29.99 on that. Transcendental Nazareth at $10. And we have Gallery. And Gallery is $9.99 featuring Jim Gold. That's on the Sussex label. Johnny Hancock on George Jones. That is sold. And we have the Nickel Bag. Not Nickelback. The Nickel Bag doing their love thing. That's pretty bizarre. I've never seen that before. $29.99. What an interesting looking record. I wonder if that is, I wonder what that class, wow, beautiful vinyl too. The Nickel Bag, $29.99. Also, we have Poco. Poco is $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, Midnight Lightning. Hendrix is $34.99. Polydor, beautiful vinyl there on the Jimi Hendrix. Oh no, it's in a dreaded plastic inner sleeve. $34.99 on Hendrix. That's a foreign copy. From where? UK, that's definitely a UK edition. Also, we have Everything You Wanted to Know About the Chiffons but Couldn't Get. That's $9.99. Bob Dylan is $24. That's for New Morning. And Black Oak, Arkansas, $14.99. Ain't Live Grand. And Styx Cornerstone, $19.99. Judas Priest did not get a bid. That's a $10 buy now for Judas Priest, if anybody wants that. Nazareth is now at $15, and Hendrix has been offered for $27 from Tom Sullivan. Wow, a lot of stuff still left in there. That's a best offer crate. And, hey, it's Friday night. Don't hesitate to make offers. Rush is going to go up for a $45 start. Boy, take a look at this. Always been a tougher album to get. This is an original 87 Hop Hog with the inner sleeve shrink and hop sticker. Rush is going to go up for a $45 start. Time Stand Still. Hold Your Fire. OG and Shrink with Hop. Judas Priest is sold to Michael Freiberger for $10. Chris Knapp was second. Real Life price. Real Life is an 83 German synth pop, $14.99. Any CDs? The only CDs I have are from the Hatchet Ed crates over here. There's one little container. Let me look through them because some of them look kind of like they were very pricey at some point. Yeah, they were. Let me see what's going on here. Is there prices on these? All right, that's $9.99. Those are $9.99. I'll do that for $6. That for $6. That was $9. That was $9. That was, I'll do that for $6. Wow, somebody didn't pay for that. That's sad. That'll be an auction. This was $9, but I'll do it for $6. All right, and that was $9. That was $9, and it's autographed. All right, so that's $6. All right, so my next thing is going to be an auction from the CD box. And then here are some $9.99 CDs from the Hatchet Ed crate. Okay, $9.99 CDs from the Hatchet Ed crate. First thing I have is Black Star Riders, All Hell Breaks Loose, signed $9.99. UFO, Phenomenon Enforcing, remastered, a double in one. Extreme Porno Graffiti, a deluxe edition. Extreme Boston 2009, Take Us Alive. David Gilmour, Live in Gadsnick, 4-disc, wow. And David Gilmour on an Island. And Buckingham Nicks, the deluxe edition, which I think is maybe borderline an unofficial. That might be an unofficial, just saying, but definitely worth the $9.99, okay? Those are all $9.99. That's coming from the Hatchet Ed. So after I get through a lot of these new arrivals, if we do any other CDs or miscellaneous tonight, it's pretty much going to be all at random as I work on clearing out some crates. And I have a lot of signed CDs that I kind of need to research the price for tomorrow. And if somebody wants to go ahead and buy them, we can do that. If not, I'm going to try to run them for auction tomorrow. All right, so let's go back to the top. When I walked away, Travis Woods had asked the price on Real Life, which was $14.99. Keaton asked for CDs, and that's why I brought those over. Ed Riviera offered $13 on Sticks, sold. Edwin bid $18 on Naz. Travis offered $10 on Real Life, sold. Mike offered on Lonnie Mac, but I think he passed later. Naz is at $19. Wait, What Rush? Naz has a new bid for $20. Scott Oman on BS, and I think that's the first CD claim. Black Star, right, Scott Oman for $9.99. And then Mike Strauss was next. Ed Riviere was next. Shakedown got the David Gilmour. I'll see which one he wants. He's got dibs on both. Tim Graham on Extreme. You got dibs on both. I'll see which one he wants. Patty next on Black. That means you were fourth. Shakedown wanted David Gilmour Live. Okay. And I'm going to make sure that's the only one he did want. That sold to him for $9.99. Eric Van Leuven was next on BN. Buckingham Nicks. That sold to him for $9.99. Patrick Lear next on the David Gilmour. Travis on Extreme Boston. We'll see which one Tim wanted. Tim was next on Buckingham Nicks. Can I see the Naz? What signed CDs? And then Scott Oman said yes, and his answer to yes was for Black Star, which already sold. Okay, then the next comment is Tim Graham got both Extreme, and that leaves UFO, that is Force It and Phenomenon, a double here, $9.99. And then was there anybody else on David Gilmour? It was Shakedown, and he wanted the Live. Patrick was next on Live. That means nobody claimed On an Island, which does have the DVD. It's a double, okay? First of all, Rush is an OG original pressing of Hold Your Fire in Shrink and Hype, a nearly top copy, $45 start. There's no bid yet, okay? Nazareth. Nazareth is no mean city. Nazareth. The last bid on Nazareth that came in was Ed Riviera at $20. It's a 1979 OG Terre Haute with the original under sleeve in VG condition. We have first Edwin Riviera getting UFO. That just leaves David Gilmour, okay? Rush has a bid for $45. We are essentially done with Hatchet Ed. There's another half one that has like OG vintage stuff in it. I said if I do that later, I'll just go ahead and do them best offer. All the auctions are done. All the auctions did sell, all the new vinyl, the other two crates have been gone through. Yeah. Right now I'm going through Hatchet Ed CDs, which I'm showing right now, okay? I've got two more $9.99ers. Let me go ahead and bring over the $6.99 CDs, okay? There's about 6 CDs over here, all right? Let me do those. Michael Hamburger gets the last $9.99 Gilmour, okay? And then here's two more that were $9.99. Paradise Lost Gothic and Dream Theater Octavarium. This is going to go up for auction. This is the Eagles studio album box set. Everything from self-titled Desperado, On the Border, One of These Nights, Hotel California, and The Long Run. Eagles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 studio album box set. $10 start. Naz has a new bid for $30. Rush has a new bid for $46. Matt, you're out. Okay? Now, I've only read through these once. Generator is plugged up and ready to go. Generator is plugged up and ready to go. Oh, man. Okay, give me 1 second. Muscle fatigue is setting in from last night. Oh. I can barely lift my arms above my head. Oh, wow. Where's the Tylenol at? All right, Rush is at $46. I think that's going to do it. Nazareth is still getting bids. Here's what's left in here. Red Hot Rockabilly, Genesis Live, Lonnie Mack, Roadhouses and Dance Halls, Roseanne Cash, Manfred Mann Album, Donna Summer, Moby Grape, Frank Zappa, Sheena Easton, Roy Orbison, John Denver, Pointer Sisters, The Flying Machine Radio, Rufus and Chaka Khan, Herb Albert, a German press, Joe Ely, Hannah's Amorphous Hat, Leon Redbone, Mela Yellow by Donovan, Spyro Gyra, The Unspoken Word, Wilson Pickett, Gallery. Somebody wants to see the Nickel Bag again. Here is the Nickel Bag doing their love thing. $29.99. The Nickel Bag doing their love thing. Poco, the Chiffons, Bob Dylan, and Black Oak, Arkansas. Okay? So Nazareth is at $32. He's out. This is sold to Ed Riviere for $32. This is a 6-disc Eagle Studio album box set. The high bid is Topographic at $20. He has that for $20. Rush is sold for $46 to Travis Woods. Right now, there's only 2 unclaimed CDs, Dream Theater and Paradise Lost. Also, we have Roseanne Cash price request. Roseanne Cash was right here. This is $14.99. Next comment is Donovan Specs. Donovan had no condition notes, $14.99. Original Yellow Epic label, $14.99. Eagles 18, 21, 25. That auction crate is empty. Wow. Okay. Let me be getting into some other stuff over here then. All right, there's that. First thing I have is Roseanne Cash, Tom Sullivan, $9. Sell that to him for $9. Donovan sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. Sold for $10. Let's grab another crate to go through, buy it now or best offer. Once again, a full crate from John turned into a half a crate. Let's do that about 7 more times in a row. Let's find another one over here to go through and see what we got, okay? Let's take a quick peek in here. Let's see what he's priced, okay? Interesting, yes, all right, that looks good, okay, yes, yes, sure. All right, okay, there's that, all right, so looks good, sure thing, okay. All right, yes, okay. That looks pretty good. Let's see what's in this one. I'll make my selection after reading through all these. We got, yes, all right, okay, yes, yes, all right, sure. Okay, yep, yeah, looks good. That looks, yes. Ooh. Oh, we got to remember to show that. That's hidden down in there. Okay, yep, yes. Okay, let's do this one. All right, here we go. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Here we go. How much are these, Chad? Well, they're priced as marked, but they're buy it now or best offer. Eagles box sets at $26. What's the stuff to your left? These are tonight's no bids. Simon and Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, $25. The Rolling Stones, High Tide and Green Grass, $35. Creedence Gold, $35. Duran Duran, $35. Those are tonight's no bids. They're all still available. We're going to be doing some recapping a little bit later tonight. I've just got a handful over here of some Japanese pressings that have not been shown. That's what I'm digging out to reach for right now. There we go. There they are. All right, and then here's a few Japanese pressings for tonight. Still to do, we got Corey Hart, Fields of Fire. Corey Hart is a Japanese pressing. This is near mint minus and pristine. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Corey Hart has the inner sleeve, cover and obi, and that's a $25 start. It has something else in here. It also has a poster and an insert. It also comes with a Corey Hart poster. There you go. You can hang that on your wall. There's Corey Hart. $25 start with obi. That's now up for bid, okay? There's this here. Let's do this here. And there's that. All right, and then nickel back for 20 bucks. Nickel bag. It's all the metal gone. No, now I'm just going to really draw it out and make you sit on here for the rest of the night before I put any more up. So just got to really make sure you're not going to go to sleep, Gregory. So I know you was thinking about going to bed, but now you might as well just go ahead and stretch and go get you some coffee, and you're not going to go anywhere for a long time tonight. So just FYI, you've got, yeah, it's not even close. All right, over here is this. I've still got to pull a few records. First thing was, what am I even looking for? There's the nickel bag. We're going to sell this for $20 to Jackie Reynolds. We got unbought on Moby Grape. Moby Grape Wow, right? You wanted Moby Grape Wow. I'll sell that to you for $20 if you want it. 20 bucks and it's yours. And then over here we have High Tide for $33. Thomas Hujar wants the Rolling Stones for $33. This is sold for $33 to Thomas Hujar. Michael Church got Creedence Clearwater for $29. That is sold to Michael Church for $29. Still got Simon, still got Duran. Corey Hart's a $25 start. The Eagles, the last bid was Tim Graham at $28. Final call. And then over here, are we taking a breather? No, we're about to go into another crate. Unbought's at $20. Every time I turn around, there's more offers, and here we go. That's sold right into this crate. This is the E.T. soundtrack as a picture disc. It's an 82 UK, $34.99. No breathers tonight. I haven't had time to breathe myself. Captain and Tennille, Love Will Keep Us Together, $9.99. We have Eric Carmen. This is $9.99 for Eric Carmen. Everything in here is bought now, best offer. Even Caterwall, Pen and Web. Caterwall is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Peter Cetera, that's a solo album for him, $9.99. And Al Stewart, past, present, and future. Al Stewart, $9.99. Steppenwolf for ladies only. Steppenwolf is $14.99. Dunhill Records, original. America Hideaway is $9.99. And the American Breed, Lonely Side of the City, $9.99. If anybody wants Corey Hart, it's a no bid for $25. This Eagles box is sold to Tim Graham for 28 bucks. Here comes some $6.99 CDs. First $6.99 CD is called Heart, Zeppish. Heart doing Zeppelin. Sealed, Savoy Blues box set. Unopened 3-disc. Sharon, Need I Say More? Reservation Blues Hot Spell, and Widespread Panic, free somehow. Looks like a copy or some kind of bootleg of it. That is available. We have SW for $7.50. SW for $7.50. SW. Steppenwolf, I'll do that for $10. I don't like the pennies. No pennies. We have Heart, and this is sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. I'll do 10 on that, though. Also, we have Angel on Earth, It Is in Heaven, $19.99. Steppenwolf is sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. And we have the Beach Boys in Concert, $24.99. The Beach Boys in Concert. Next auction is Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. This is a Gatefold 2 LP original album from Led Zeppelin here. And, of course, it's live recordings, Madison Square Garden, 1973, released for their concert film that came out in 1976. Gatefold 2 LP, $35 start. Don't forget, I still got Corey Hart, Fields of Fire, complete with poster for just a $25 start. $25 buy it now. Now it's just a $25 buy it now. First thing we have is Bad, $13. Let's figure out what that is. BAD, $13. BAD, ET, $25. Sold to Travis Woods. Next thing is Nectar. Nectar is $19.99. Allman Brothers Win, Lose, or Draw is $19.99. Over here is these CDs if anybody else wants them. Cool and the Gang Emergencies, $14.99. And Cooking with Fats. Fats Domino is a 2 LP compilation, $19.99 on that. And American Worker, Busboys, $9.99. Zeppelin's a $35 start. Next, Japanese pressing is Scandal, Warrior, featuring Patti Smythe. And this is a Japanese pressing with Obi. This is going to go up for a $25 start. Warrior, Scandal, featuring Patti Smythe. There's the insert. There's the Obi. There's the cover. There's the insert. There's the Angel, $13. Let's go ahead and sell that right now to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you. And over here, the Everly Brothers, 24 original classics, $14.99. And Henry Gross, Show Me to the Stage. Henry is $9.99. And what do we have here? Girl at Her Volcano, Ricky Lee Jones, a 10-inch, $9.99. Is Seth working? He's not here working. I'm the only one at Collecco right now. I'm assuming he abandoned his wife and child and went to the high school football game tonight. Not surprised if he did. I'm assuming that's what he did. He probably abandoned Rachel and Bo and took off to the football game tonight. We would not be surprised. We have Henry at $5. Tom Sullivan, I'll do that for $7. Zeppelin, a VG Plus cover. The vinyl is EX Plus or better. He has been sending screenshots all day, all week of tickets to the Syracuse game. Him and Clay keep speculating they're going to keep going down and keep going down. I'm like, just go ahead and buy the tickets, guys. Come on. Waiting for these hotels to go down and down. I'm like, just book it. Here's the credit card. Do it. Nectar is $10. Nectar, this is sold to Joseph Ellis if you want it for $15. Tom Sullivan got Henry Gross for $7. Zeppelin has a bid for $35, and Scandal has a bid for $25. Commodores, Natural High, $14.99 on Commodores. Rye Cooter, Borderline. Rye is $19.99, and The Life and Times of Country Joe and the Fish from Haight-Ashbury to Woodstock, a double LP compilation, yellow Vanguard label, $29.99. Big cheapskates. I've seen Seth try to rub together 2 pennies to start a fire before. I was like, dude, just buy some matches. Goodness gracious. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Over here, it's got Greg Morris for you from Mission Impossible, $9 from Mission Impossible, $9.99. And Seth's still coaching the baseball team, or to get fired. I think he's been fired from every kind of coaching position he's ever been in. Next thing is Joseph Ellis at Nectar, $15. That is sold to Joseph Ellis. And over here, we have 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company, $19.99 for 10 Years After. Earth, Wind, and Fire is $14.99. Zeppelin sold for 1 bid to Travis Woods. Y'all must be getting really sleepy for a Led Zeppelin album to sell for $35. That is almost disgraceful, everybody. I think I might just wrap up the show after that one. Scandal is sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming for $25. That is not Logan Vance either. That's somebody completely different. $25. Scandal, that's sold for $25. Let's try another Japanese pressing over here. And this is what? This is the best of John Mayall. What a package. $34.99. We need more auctions. First new auction we have is John Lennon, Rock and Roll. Stand By Me. We had one of these last week. It's John Lennon doing epic early rock and roll covers, including Benny Key's Stand By Me. $25 start on John Lennon. It has the inserts covering Obi. John's a $25 start. Earth, Wind, and Fire for $10. Sell that to Adam Bernardi. Cheryl Smith put 10 Years After, $14. Sell that to Cheryl Smith. And the Busboys album, I think, was Minimum Wage Rock and Roll. No, it's American Worker, $9.99. $9.99. American Worker, Busboy, $9.99. Seth Hackett, super cheap guy. Super cheap. It's amazing. Super cheap dude. Super cheap dude. Over here, I have Robert Palmer, Riptide, $19.99 on Robert Palmer. Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section. Kim Carnes, this is $9.99 for Cafe Racers, $9.99. And Elton John, MCA Records, that's his debut album. This is Your Song, $19.99. Next Japanese record, next record is this. The Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. And this is a Japanese pressing for a $25 start. Now, I've had a lot of Japanese pressings of Monkees albums. I don't think I've ever seen one that comes with a sticker. How cool is that? How cool is that? $25 start. Comes with a Japanese insert. That is now up for bid. And it comes with a monkey sticker. We have Sieg on Atlanta Rhythm Section. Sieg on Atlanta Rhythm Section. Thank you on that. We have the Plight and Premonition, David Sylvian, and Hold Your Ecus Something, $29.99. And Graveyard, Lights Out. That's an interesting one there. Yellow vinyl, 2012, German pressing, $34.99. Argent Circus, $14.99 on Argent. The Very Best of Gordon Lightfoot, Volume 2, $14.99. That's pretty sweet there, $14.99. That is available. Also, Jerry Lee Lewis, Rockin' Rhythm and Blues, $9.99. And the Motors, and this is Tempa Steps, and this is $14.99. And Bill Withers, how cool is that? A 72 original Monarch, $64.99. Boomer Rock, a.k.a. the greatest music ever recorded. That's why we're all here, Gregory. Boomer Rock? What is that supposed to mean? Graveyard, Tom Sullivan, $26. $26 for Graveyard, and I'll do that for $28 on Graveyard. Here's another handful of CDs over here. These are all $6.99. First thing I have is Extreme. This is Something to Rock. Extreme, we have Roger Hodgkin, Rites of Passage, and we have Gillan, Ian Gillan. That is a Japanese for $6.99. Judas Priest is $6.99. And The Jam, this is The Modern World, $6.99. Over here, I'm a boomer, I guess. That's the greatest generation of classic rock. I think without that stuff, we probably wouldn't be here. We have Kim Carnes and Jerry Lee Lewis, 7 and 7. That's so for 7, and this is so for 7. Gregory wants that hair metal. He wants that long curly hair with the guys with the exposed chest. The same thing Angela Lewis used to buy. He wants the long curly poofed up hair with guys in exposed chest. That's sold to Christina for 7 and 7. Next thing over here, we have Graveyard at 26. I counted at 28. David Sylvan at 17. David Sylvan at 17. David Sylvan at 17. David Sylvan at 17. David Sylvan, I don't even know where that is. Is that in here? Where did you see that at? And then Scott Oman on Judas Priest. That's sold to him for $6.99. Scott Oman. And then we have Graveyard also said he'll take it for $28. Boomers are people that was born from 66 and below. So that means if at the latest, let's say they were born in 60, they were 15 years old in 65. That would have been music they listened to in high school. That's where most stuff was manufactured on vinyl, from about early mid-60s all the way through the 70s. That's where I think that'd been anything that those people had been listening to as their teenage years and young adult. That pretty much is the majority of the vinyl market, I think. John Lennon's a $25 start. And we have the Monkees does not have a bid yet. Did I miss something there? I got to figure out what David Sylvan was for $17. That must be something in this crate. I got Bill Withers. I got the Motors, Gordon Lightfoot, Argent, David Sylvan. This one right here. This is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $17, okay? $17 on that. Boomers. I was born in 1995, and I relate to boomer stuff more than anything then. $46 to $64. So if you were born in 70, that means you were 15 years old in 1985, okay? So it means in high school in 85, you were listening to the top of the charts in 85. I wish Gregory was still here. I was very curious what year he was born. Gregory, surely you're still here. What year was you born? I think he said one night. I can't remember. So I was born in 95. So in 2010, I was 15. And the music absolutely sucked. Have y'all ever seen the charts? Have y'all ever seen the charts from 2010? I mean, it's just horrible. There's nothing on there. Kesha, Lady Antebellum, Katy Perry, and Train. That was the hot end singles. Kesha, Lady Antebellum, Train, Usher, Eminem, Lady Gaga. I don't know any of these other people. There's Rhiannon, Bruno Mars. That's when I was 15. That's the chats. So that's the charts. Owl City, Fireflies. Oh my gosh. Flow Rider. That's what was on the charts when I was 15. Michael Church was 15 and 69. That was like the best year ever for music. 69, that's a crazy year for music. 69, 70, 71, insane. That was an insane run there. 69, 68, 69, 70, and 71. That is insane, the music that came out. The music that debuted, the artists that came out, the albums that came out, it was just crazy. That was insane music that came out in those few years. And then it went on a generational run from there on. Okay, so let's see, make sure I didn't miss anything here. The first thing I have was we sold Graveyards. Do you ever get any POD vinyl? That's all new in print. I'd have to order it for you, Jim or James Chilcote. If you want something, just let me know. Let's go over here. And let's go down. All right, and then Jeremy Bright wants to put back David Sylvan. All right, I need to go right into another crate. Let's put this back for this, okay? 76 for best year in music. I'd have to look it up. 70, well, it's impossible to pick a year, of course, but a 5-year span, a 5-year span is tough to beat 68 to 72, in my opinion. 68 to 72, man, you get Zeppelin in there, Sabbath, the Beatles, Hendrix. As far as this game-changing music. But also, if you go back 1 year plus or minus, if you include 67, you include so much more. And of course, if you say 72, you get so much more too. So it's like 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, yeah. But if you do 68, 69, 70, 71, that's 5 years. 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. It's like, yeah, do you want to go back like 1 or 2? Yeah, and then all the soul music. Think about all the Marvin Gaye stuff, Stevie Wonder stuff, Neil Young, Crosby, Stills and Nash, the Dylan stuff that was coming out, Janis Joplin, Pink Floyd. Yeah, that's Yes debuted in those years. 69, you get all the early Yes stuff. Don't forget about Sabbath. Golly. The Stones. Oh my gosh. Here's 69. The Doors. Oh my gosh. The Doors. Yeah. 69 albums. Fifth Dimension, Archies, Stones, Beatles, Sly and the Family Stone, Tommy James and the Shondells, The Temptations. CCR is in that era. Elvis is still putting out Suspicious Minds. This is 69 charts. Led Zeppelin. Johnny Cash doing Three Dog Night. The Doors. Marvin Gaye. Yeah. I've went through these. So you can click on these articles that's like 69, and it'll tell you what happened, what albums, what bands formed, which is an insane list to look through. Badfinger, Blind Faith. Golly. All these bands that formed. Rush was 74. Okay, so John Lennon's a buy now for $25. And the Monkees is a buy now for $25. Buy it now for $25 on those. Okay? $25 on those. John Lennon and Monkeys. There's those. Sweet dreams console. Yeah, it's insane. That's just something to look into later. Kraftwerk. Albums released. Johnny Cash, Led Zeppelin, CCR, Dr. John, Bob Seger System, Cream, Beach Boys, Monkeys, MC5, Jefferson Airplane, The Byrds, 13-4 Elevators, Genesis, Dusty Springfield. I mean, that's the first months of January, the first 3 months of 1969 has put out more culturally significant albums. The Velvet Underground, James Brown, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, Quicksilver Messenger Service, Steppenwolf, Genesis. The first 3 months of 69 put out more iconic albums than in the last 15 years. Easily. I mean, there's nothing even close, or maybe even 25 years. Just the first 3 months of 69. Then if you go into April, Chicago debuted. Joe Cocker with a little help from my friends. Al Green, Bob Dylan, Nas with Todd Rundgren's making their debut. Townes Van Zant's cranking out some masterpieces. Aretha Franklin singing her butt off. Neil Young doing Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. These are albums that 50 years later people are still buying and talking about. Tommy. We haven't mentioned The Who. There's my favorite album, Crosby, Stills and Nash. Booker T putting out Green Onions. The Hollies. James Brown. Elvis. Elton John putting out his debut album, Pink Floyd. Deep Purple coming out. The Bee Gees. Chuck Berry still putting out music. Or just in July of 69, Nick Drake. Fairport Convention. The Ivies, which is Badfinger. Blind Faith coming out. Yes is debuting. Miles Davis putting out some jazz still. Steppenwolf. More Johnny Cash. Humble Pie. Jethro Tull putting out debut or putting out stand up. Donovan. Muddy Waters. Santana. This is insane. This is insane. We're just in a few months. We're just in a few months of 69. Janis Joplin, the Rolling Stones. I could keep going. Name anything in the last 25 years that's close to that. Just one of those albums. We're living in the dark ages. There's some good stuff coming out, but there's nothing even close to that. That's insane. Chad Smith gets John Lennon for $25. That's sold to Chad Smith for $25. You could probably even say almost the last 30 years. That's absolutely insane to read through that. That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay. We just got through half of 69. I was just reading off albums, not to count singles and compilations that possibly can coming out. And yeah, Adam Bernardi got the Monkeys for $20. Whew, makes me dizzy. All right. Of course, there's some people out there that's like, yeah, that music's not too good. I don't hear many people say that, though. That's why we bought these albums. That's the John crates. I'm about to go through about 5 more of them full of those. That's crazy. I need to start sorting stuff by year and be like, guys, look at all these albums that came out in 69 and just put all the Santanas and all those that I show every time. I'm like, wow, look at this. Okay, let's go back to the top here. 69, Led Zeppelin's first and second album came out. So that was like the first of 69, and then around October, Zeppelin 2, I think. So yeah, crazy. All right, let's go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Here we go. Abbey Road. Sorry, I'm not done with this list. I couldn't look away. Abbey Road, Beatles, Al Stewart, Vanilla Fudge. I couldn't imagine just all that coming out at the same time. It had to have been overwhelming. Also, there's that run in the 90s, too. Let's not forget about that epic run, all the grunge stuff, which I also think is that last great wave. What was it? In like 1 week, Nirvana, Soundgarden. What was all those albums that came out with like within the same month or same week? It was like Bad Motorfinger, Nirvana, Nevermind, Soundgarden, Super Unknown. That had to have been crazy too, living during that. That was like crazy. I think that was one of the last great, like, crazy, epic, creative, just stupid. Yeah, Alice in Chains. That was wild. The Black Album. Yeah, 91. Nevermind, Super Unknown, Bad Motorfinger, I guess, 91. Yeah. Pearl Jam. Yes, Pearl Jam. Alice in Chains, the Black Album had come out. Of course, that's not grunge, but it also came out. All that was like hitting the shelves. I was like, golly, that had to have been like dizzy walking into a music store. Like, oh my gosh, what am I going to buy? You're hearing it on the radio. You're hearing it on the radio and you're like, good gosh, what is going on? What is happening right now? Bush, yeah, that was a great run. Can't argue with that era. I like that stuff. Of course, I'm very partial to the 60s, but man, yeah, that's some great stuff coming out. All right. Okay, did I miss anything else? Did I miss anything else? If I have missed anything, Stone Temple Pilots, man. Yeah, Poisoned, and it is a flick. Yep, all that was gone, and then it was that. Okay, so if I missed any claims or anything about business, let me know. We've got off to a tangent, but a cool. Gregory went to bed and has no idea what he stirred up. He wasn't stirring up anything. He just strictly here for the hair metal. Strictly here for the hair metal, which I'm fresh out of. If we have any more, it'll be tomorrow, far as albums. About the only other thing I'm going to auction, I've got sealed stuff to put up. And it's midnight. I usually don't run many auctions this time of night. It's just really time to go through crates. I'm still going through new arrivals, and I'm going to try to go through a few more of these. They're technically discount crates, but they're brand new. They're brand new arrivals, so that's what I'm working on right now with these. And then at some point, I need to show you all the new vinyl that came in again tonight. And yeah. Have y'all ever said that that chart of Jack Black from School of Rock? He's drawing that chart with all the crazy. It's on the board. They don't really show it in the movie, but somebody the other day like froze that scene, and they actually recreated it where you could read it a lot better. I wonder if I saved that. I was going to post it in the group. Skid Row, that's right. Sebastian Bach has given us a shout out before, thanks to Mark Fallon. But the good thing about music is everybody has their own personal taste. There's probably some jazz connoisseurs right now going, Chad, what about jazz? But I did mention Miles Davis. Didn't Bitches Brew come out? I think I read that one off too. And then all the blues, of course, that stuff don't get up in the charts. So when you're just reading charts, if you're just reading charts, you're going to forget about a lot of stuff, right? You're going to forget about jazz. You're going to forget about blues. You're going to probably forget about a lot of rap and other genres that was revolutionary because they just weren't on the Billboard charts, which that's what I was reading off earlier. These are just like, well, actually, this is everything here. This is just albums. These are just albums from '69. But this isn't everything. This is just mainstream, you know. This doesn't have everything. It did have some soul and some country on there, but not everything. There's no way. Every album in '69 would take up, it would be a heck of a spreadsheet. Oh my gosh. Okay. These are all bought now best offer. We have Flesh Tones versus Reality. This is brand new price stuff, $19.99. Flesh Tones versus Reality, $19.99. I have no idea. Here we go. We have Ted Nugent Double Live Gonzo. Ted Nugent's a 2LP, $24.99. Ray Charles, Have a Smile with Me. Mr. Ray is $19.99. These are all buy now best offer. There's Ray Charles, Have a Smile with Me. And Flash in the Pan. That's $19.99 for Flash in the Pan. Eddie Cochran, Come On Everybody. Looks like some kind of compilation reissue, $14.99 for Eddie Cochran. Ray Charles is sold to Ada Bernardi for $12. Tonight, I am making deals on this last few segments here. I keep saying last few like the show's clubbing to an end. We got 187 viewers. I'm going to keep showing vinyl. We got Arlo Guthrie for $19.99. Marvin Gaye, I was talking about him earlier. This is a compilation I've never seen before. A Music Testament, 64 to 84. Tragically murdered by his father, a gatefold 2LP, $29.99. That looks pretty cool, actually. Martha and the Muffins, Trance and Dance, $14.99. Steve McGee, I'll go ahead and say Ted Nugent for, oh man, I'll go ahead and do 16. You just got bumped by John McPatriot, but I was already saying sold. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. That's okay. Next thing, I should have countered, but you got it for 16. The Carpenter's Voice of the Heart is $9.99. And we have Tommy. That was on that chart I just read off. Tommy the Who. It's a double LP, and it's on Decca with the booklet. This was a groundbreaking album. It's a rock opera. It's a concept album. It's called Tommy the Who, $49.99. Todd Saw said he would do 20 on Marvin Gaye. Todd, I'll do that for $24. It's marked at 29, pretty epic 2LP compilation. And just for price comparison, earlier tonight we had a Marvin Gaye Collected, which is a greatest hits, new, and those are $50. So 24 on that. Brian Frenfrock on Arlo Guthrie for $15. Hobo's Lullaby, let's go ahead and roll that for $15. Carly Simon Spy is $9.99. And John Hurley Delivers, One More Hallelujah, $9. Looks like it's in a brown bag, or no, that's just a textured cover. It has some damage down here. That's $9.99. Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits. That's a compilation. Blue Kentucky Girl, You Ain't Woman Enough, Don't Come Home A-Drinking, $9.99 on that. And over here we have Country Music, a Time Life compilation, Waylon Jennings, $19.99. Nice. Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, The Magic Mirror, book and story, $19.99. And the Billie Holiday Story, that's a double LP compilation from the Billie Holly, $29.99. Uh-oh. It's got a die. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, must be a die-cut sleeve. Tommy, 35. Tommy for $35. I will do that for $40. And your Marvin Gaye is still pending for $24. Okay, some nice pickups there if you get those. Melanie at Carnegie Hall. That's a double LP, $19.99 for Melanie. And speaking of the Who, here's a compilation. Who's Better, Who's Best. This is the very best of the Who. We Won't Get Fooled Again, $34.99. It's a record club edition. I can't explain. I can see for miles and miles. Pictures of Lily, $34.99. Snow White, Michael Rudolph. I will do that for, oh man, I can't believe no one just bought it right off the chute. I'll do it for $18 if you want. It is really nice. James Rayner gets This Who. Haven't heard back from Todd. Todd, are you out there? Tommy, can you hear me? We have also Wishbone Ash Pilgrimage for $9.99. And we have Ray Charles, Just Between Us. Ray Charles is in Shrink, $19.99. That's Mr. Ray. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $19.99. And Steve Winwood, Chronicles, $19.99. This is essentially a Steve Winwood solo career compilation. bring me to a higher love. Or, as I thought he was saying, bake me a pie of love. Adam Bernardi on Ray Charles for 12 sold. Extreme and Ellen CDs and claim for $6.99. Jim B is going back and rewatching the sales and seeing how much money he lost tonight. He got this $35 CD for $6.99. And then we have over here Extreme, this $35 CD. Those are sold to Jim B for $6.99. He says, I offered and not accepted. Okay, so just make sure you say pass, because if you say pass, that way I know for sure you don't want them, because usually somebody else right behind you does. Like Travis Woods, he got Marvin Gaye for $24. And then Wishbone Ash is sold to Adam Bernardi for $8. And then my best price on Tommy's $40. Todd offered $35. I said $40. It's marked for $50. It's a clean copy, an OG, no condition notes with the book. Travis gets Winwood for $12. And we have Get Your Yayas Out, the Rolling Stones, $34.99. That's a beautiful copy. Rolling Stones, $34.99 on that. Journey, Dream After Dream. Journey is $19.99. And REO Speedwagon, A Decade of Rock and Roll, 1970, 1980. That's a double LP compilation, $34.99. Mummy Gals? Cowls? Mummy Calls? What does that say? Mummy Calls is, I guess that's a C, yeah. An 86 synth pop from Geffen Records, $14.99. Mint Tattoo, that's that original on Dot Records with a die-cut cover, $34.99. And Mama's Pride is $16.99. And Dionne Warwick, Where There Is Love. A lot of confusing words on that, $9.99. And then Chicago, this is their second album that came out in 1974, the first just known as Chicago, with 25 or 624. That's nice. And Tony Harper, Lady Lonely, RCA Living Stereo. Wow. Don't get that one as often, especially high grade. $34.99 on that. Also, Barry McGuire, The Eve of Destruction. That's the original album. Super clean copy for $19.99. Brandon Delaware on Billy for $16. Let me go back and find that one. I'll do that for a 20 even if you want it, Brandon. And then Brooke Benton, I like that cover. It is $9.99. And Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, $34.99. This has the lyric insert with it. Hey, hey, my, rock and roll is here to stay. It's better to burn out than to fade away. There's that Terry Kath. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so they both passed on my Tommy counter. That is still available if anybody wants it for $40 on that. John McPatriot says, I want to buy. I feel like that's an incomplete sentence. I want to buy the entire crate. John Kaiser got Neil Young for $30. Frank Galena was second. That's a sweet crate there. Can't believe no one made an offer on Journey. That's pretty wild. First thing we have, I want to buy, and he said, hold the phone for a second. Kaiser got Neil Young for $30. Frank Galena was second. John McPatriot on REO for $24. REO for $24. Is that still in here? You're talking about this right here. Sell that to McPatriot. Oso third on Russ. Brandon Delaware on Billy Harper for $20. Bill Samus on SW. Whatever that is, it must be already sold. No more CDs. Jim B, you're fresh out. I know you're currently got your fist balled up, banging on your keyboard because there's no more CDs you can make money off of, but I'm sorry. Next thing we have is I'm going to read what's left in here. If anybody wants to make a price or request a price or make an offer, go right ahead. Flesh Tones versus Reality, Flash in the Pan. Eddie Cochran, Come On Everybody. We have Martha and the Muffins. We got the Carpenters, Carly Simon Spy, John Hurley, Loretta Lynn, Waylon Jennings, Melanie. Snow White is sold to Michael Rudolph for $18. Brewer and Shipley, the Rolling Stones, Journey, Dream After Dream, $19.99. A theft of a price. $19.99? Are you kidding me? Also over here, Mummy Calls, Mint Tattoo, Mama's Prides, Dionne Warwick. We have Tony Harper. We got Barry McGuire. We got Brooke Benton. And we have Tommy the Who. Billy Harper, I wanted Billie Holiday. Who did I say? I said it is Billie Holiday. You got Billie Holiday. You got Billie Holiday. You got it. Oh, I think I said Harper because of Tony Harper. Yeah. Time for another crate. Well, there's a question about Journey, an offer, and an offer. Okay? Now, David asked first. He asked dibs. And then John offered more, and then Todd tied John's offer. David, that's yours for 15. If not, it's so to John Kaiser. We're going to immediately go right into another crate. We have nothing but time is working against us. Let's go right into another one. Let's get going. All buy now best offer vintage OGs. That's all I have for the rest of the night. Everything in here is either some sort of vintage, OG, no modern pressings. This one is loaded. Let's knock it out right now. It's going to knock me on my feet, honestly. My socks just got knocked off. Let me go back up front and grab them. They got knocked off all the way back up to the front door. This is a socks knockoff. A knockoff socks. Okay? Here we go. First is he's passing, so that's sold to Kaiser for 15. Adam Bernardi got Tony Harper for 25. Sold. The only thing in there we didn't do a deal on was Tommy the Who. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Next thing in here is Winwood. Don't you know what the night can do? That's a 12-inch single, Steve Winwood, $9.99. George Harrison, Dark Horse, gatefold jacket, $24.99. Clean. Also, we have Energy Orchard. This is what? Energy Orchard, $9.99. The debut release from Energy Orchard, the band with a Celtic soul and rock and roll heart, $9.99. Tommy. Kaiser, there was already an offer for 35 and 37. I told him 40. It's an OG Deca press and clean, no ring wear, no condition notes on the vinyl with booklet. Next thing in here is the new Commander Cody band, Rock and Roll Again, $14.99. Nick Gilder, City Nights, $9.99. Robin Gordon with Link Ray, Shrink, $19.99. The Grapes of Wrath, I Am Here, 1991 Alternate Rock, $9.99. Brian Adams, Into the Fire, $14.99. Air Raid is $9.99. Kansas Audio Visions is $19.99. And Alice Cooper, Freakout Song. Alice Cooper, an 85 UK. I've never seen that before in my life. $29.99. Graham Parsons, Grievous Angel. That is something that doesn't come through very often. $39.99. Walt Disney Story of Swiss Family Robinson. Walt Disney, $19.99. Saw our local artist, The Fugs, tonight. Not been buying vinyl lately, but got the Fugs vinyl autograph tonight. I thought I would share. Wow, that is interesting. The Fugs. I wouldn't even think they were still together and touring, but evidently they are. Next thing is Walt Disney's Cinderella, including the hit song Bippity Ba Boo Da Ba Boo, $19.99. And Walt Disney's Brer Rabbit. Wow, that's always a tough one to get. $29.99 for Brer Rabbit. And A Day... What? What does that say? Always August, Black Pyramid. That's a 1986 alternate rock, $29.99. Alice Cooper sold for $25 to Slayer Nation 1. Grumpy on BA. Brian Adams sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming. Swiss, Michael Rudolph. Swiss sold for $16. Melinda Daring on Cinderella, featuring the smash hit Beepity Body Be Bop Boo. That is sold to Melinda Daring. Ryan Mustaine second. Also, The Longest Day soundtrack, starring John Wayne. That is $19.99. Also, Al Wilson, Searching for the Dolphins. Al Wilson, $34.99, Soul City label. Brinsley Shores, Original Golden Greats, $19.99. And Steppenwolf, their debut, foil cover, OG stereo, Born to Be Wild. No condition notes on the vinyl, $34.99. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. Neil Young is $34.99. Baby, the Rain Must Fall, Elmer Bernstein. This is a soundtrack, though, yeah. Steve McQueen, $19.99. How interesting is that? Ryan Annals on Brer Rabbit. I was waiting for more people to either buy or make an offer on that. And next is John Lennon Mind Games, $24.99. And George Harrison, Cloud 9. I got my mind set on you. George Harrison in Shrink has the original on her sleeve, $24.99. There's Jeff Lynne, Eric Clapton, Elton John. Very cool. I think Phil Collins plays on this. There's Ringo Starr. Very, very cool. $24.99. John, Paul, and Ringo. Cloud 9, George Harrison. There's that. Next thing we have is Ron Mustaine on Steppenwolf, Born to be Wild. Dun, dun, dun. Neil Young, so to John Kaiser for 28. The Composer on The Longest Day. This is original film soundtrack. The music on this was done by... Well, I see Daryl F. Zanuck, but I think that's the director of the film. I think that's the director of the film. You know, there's hardly any credit to the music here, unless it is Daryl F. Zanuck, but I think that's the or director or producer from the book. I don't see... This album contains a condensed version of the original film story with the actual stars. It has narration too, so there's evidently a narration. I've had a lot of soundtracks. I don't know if I've actually had this one too many times. And this is John Wayne, right? Wasn't he in this movie? I didn't see his name. I didn't see his name anywhere. Yeah, John Wayne. Okay, I was about to say. Maurice Jarre. Wow, that's not written on here anyway, I don't think. I don't know if this is actually music, honestly. Original film soundtrack. Narration by Lowell Thomas. There's some stuff, there's some... Yeah, the name Maurice Jarre is nowhere on this jacket or label. This actually just might be a narration. The Longest Day theme. The Longest Day theme. Yeah. Interesting. All right, first thing we have is Michael Butler on this one for 15, the Elmer Bernstein, which was the Steve McQueen movie. Travis got George Harrison for 17. And The Longest Day is $19.99. Who asked about that? Adam Bernardi. There you go. Okay, so yeah, I think it's just maybe a little bit of music. Maybe just a little bit of music and a narration about the movie, which is about D-Day, of course, June 6, 1944. Grass, Food, Lodging. This is High Class Bluegrass and Other Roadside Attractions, $19.99. ZZ Top's first album, a 71 OG pressing, $74.99. John has it as a 71 AL pressing, $74.99. There's a sticker on the front that says The Randalls, Macon, Georgia. 4792 Pine Valley Drive. I think they were friends with the Allman Brothers. $74.99. Billy Gibbons, Dusty Hill, and Rube Beard, later known as Frank. And this is $74.99. Wow. That is a true OG pressing. 1971. I get a lot of copies. There's not many I can say 1971. Sold to Ron Mustaine, John Kaiser second. That was an auction-worthy record. 10 years after, Cricklewood Green with poster. Wow, I'd have never seen a poster with this. What does the poster look like? That is Alvin Lee playing his iconic Gibson hollow body there with the peace symbol. He played that at Woodstock 10 years after. What a nice copy with poster, $24.99. That's pretty crazy to see. I've had thousands, never seen a poster before. Rainbow, final vinyl. Rainbow is $39.99. We have The Doors, LA Woman. This is not an OG just based on the window cover. But you know what? The other night, we had one that didn't have a window cover, but the disc was still OG. So it's like a first press is the window cover, but you could have some non-window covers that's still an OG 71. LA Woman's a nice copy, $34.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Speaking of posters, this one's always missing the poster. That's a little bit later, 70s reissue, pre-80 though, no barcode, $34.99. America, their debut, $19.99 for America. That is the second label for that album, but such a classic album. Riverside, Horse with No Name. 10 years after was stickered at $24.99. $24.99. Blues Magoo's Electric Comic Book. This also is supposed to have an insert. It's supposed to have a comic book. No comic book. There's a little bit of writing on the cover. Blues Magoos is $34.99. We got Procol Harum Exotic Birds and Fruit. Paul Harum is $14.99. Jefferson Airplane Bark with that original brown bag cover, $49.99. James Taylor, wow, don't get this one as often. Here's his debut album, $24.99 on the Beatles Apple label. James Taylor, self-titled. He famously auditioned in front of Paul McCartney and George Harrison. Could you imagine? Imagine the stress level there. You got to audition in front of, in 1969, at the peak of their careers, Harrison and Paul McCartney, $24.99. That's his debut on Apple. Hadn't seen that in a while. Leon Redbone Double Time, that is $16.99 on that one. And we have Davy D, Dozy, Beaky, Mick, and Titch Greatest Hits, $24.99 on that. Interesting. Don't see that too often. Atomic Rooster, Headline News. Wow, I don't know if I've ever had that one, even though it's not really rare or anything. $29.99, Atomic Rooster. And what about the groupies here? What another bizarre one. The groupies. Actual groupies speaking. Wow. $29.99. The first recorded study of the international groupie phenomenon, as reported in Rolling Stone, Time, and the Realist Cashbox and Village Voice magazine. These are groupies speaking. They're not singing. They're not doing music. It's groupies. And they're talking. I'm reading the back of this cover right now, and my mind is currently blown. They have a glossary here of, like, basically sex terms. Weird. $29.99. Okay. First thing we have was, I answered 10 years after, is Lee Sklar playing the bass on the James Taylor. I don't know if they were working, he was working with them that early. If it says, it will be here in the gatefold. I don't think he's working with them this early. There's the original Carolina in My Mind, and look, bass, Paul McCartney. Wow, I didn't know that till right then. The cut of Carolina, it's a different version than the one that's on his later album, but I had no idea Paul McCartney played bass on the first version. Imagine him stepping in and playing for you, especially during '69. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? I mean, they were putting out Abbey Road that year. That's what James Taylor said. They were literally there. When he went to Abbey Road, they were literally there working on Abbey Road when he went in to start auditioning and cutting this album. He basically, was auditioning to be on their label, Apple. That's why he was auditioning, so they found out about him and etc. Okay, let's go back to the top. Steve McGee gets America for $15. And then John Kaiser on LA Woman for $26. And then Michael Butler gets James Taylor. Nice pickup there. And here's what's left. I'm just going to read the titles, okay? If anybody wants a price or anything, just let me know. We've got, technically have 3 more John crates like this that have never been gone through. And we're going through them really fast because there's no auctions and not much other stuff going on. So maybe we can get them all knocked out. I still got the Steve Winwood 12-inch single, George Harrison Dark Horse, the Energy Orchard, the new Commander Cody Band, Nick Gilder, Robert Gordon, the Grapes of Wrath, Air Raid Kansas, Graham Parsons. We have Always August, which was Black Pyramids, I think. Al Wilson, Brinsley Schwartz. Still got John Lennon, The Longest Day soundtrack or spoken word record. Grass Food Lodging. Rainbow, Jimi Hendrix, 10 Years After, Blues Magoos, Procol Harum, Jefferson Airplane, Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mitch, and T. Also Leon Redbone, Atomic Rooster and the Groupies record. A bizarre groupie speaking. Bizarre record there. All right. I think we've went through 6 John crates, and everything left now is just in 3. That's nice. Let's do another one. And let me figure out which one I want to do next. Let's see what this one right here looks like. All right. Let me take a quick peek. Yes, yes, yes. All right. We'll do everything in here, buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate. Let's get all these sold. Technically, discount crates we'd be doing anyways this time of night, but also they're new arrivals, so it's stuff that's never been shown before, so you're getting first grabs. You can make offers now. They might be half off at some point. Usually the great stuff gets grabbed right away. Sometimes there's bones left behind, and I'm like, holy crap. Or you might see them in a discount crate as early as this morning. I'm not really out of auctions, but I don't really have any more thing. I don't really have anything. We sold everything. Yeah, I'm just going to wait because we can really get through the rest of these crates without doing auctions. We have Rye Cooter, Bop Till You Drop, $19.99 on Rye Cooter. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits is $19.99. Also, we got Jerry Lee Lewis. That's in shrink. It's technically self-titled. Also, Earth, Wind, Fire Spirit. Earth, Wind, Fire is $14.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Did She Mention My Name? That's one I don't see too often. What a nice jacket. Notorious for that's a beautiful jacket and one that doesn't come through as often. I think that's a second label, but clean. $19.99. Ooh, the best of George Harrison. Just $19.99. That has Beatles and U.S. cuts on it. Neil Young Harvest, a 72 Terre Haute, $39.99. That is a 72 OG Terre Haute of that. I was about to say, no discount on George Harrison. That could have been auctioned. Earth, Wind, and Fire, that's sold to Michael Butler. And Earth, Wind, and Fire sold to Adam Bernardi for $12. Steppenwolf at Your Birthday Party, $19.99. Yes, going for the one. OG Trifold Jacket, Wondrous Stories, $19.99. Styx Paradise Theater, Too Much Time on My Hands. Johnny Edgar Winter Together, live, $19.99. Hot Ash, Wishbone Live, that's in shrink for $19.99. Winwood, Roll With It, Steve Winwood, $19.99. John Kaiser, and I'm going to pull the trigger on that one quick. Neil Young sold to him for $30. And the Carpenters, Horizon, $9.99 on the Carpenters. Maxfield Parish, It's a Cinch to Give Legs to Old Hard-Boiled Eggs. A hop sticker here, look at this, featuring Bernie Leadon of the Eagles, David Lindley, who worked with guitarist Jackson Brown. They're both mentioned here. That is pretty interesting. $34.99. Maxfield Parish. Looks like it has an original on her sleeve. That could be interesting. Badfinger Airwaves, $19.99. Million Sellers by Fats Domino, $19.99. And Banana and the Bunch. What an interesting one there. A 72 white label promo, Banana and the Bunch. Now that right there usually means it has something to do with the Youngbloods. Something to do with the Youngbloods or related to that, people associated with them. Yeah, right here. To join the Youngbloods. Must have been somebody that played with the Youngbloods. I don't know what kind of deal they cut with Warner Brothers. But there for a while, anything Warner Brothers, I guess. About anything to do with the Warner Brothers label and the Youngbloods, they have those raccoons on them. It's very interesting. And they number them. Raccoon. I think I've seen like raccoon number 9, and I don't know what kind of deal was going on there, but I see that quite often. Olivia Newton-John is $9.99. Have You Ever Been Mellow? Ace, Time for Another. Ace is $12.99. The Who, It's Hard, with Eminence Front. It's a put-on, original on her sleeve. This features, of course, that new lineup post Keith Moon, $19.99. Still get Entwistle Daltrey and Pete Townsend, of course. Earth, Wind & Fire is $24.99. This one's called Faces. It's a double LP, Earth, Wind & Fire. John Mayall's Jazz Blues Fusion, performed and recorded live in Boston and New York. That is $26.99. That looks really nice. It is really nice. $26.99. Melinda Deering on the Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow? That's so to Melinda. Neil Young, Landing on Water, $14.99 for Neil Young. Brewer and Shipley, Welcome to Riddle Bridge, $19.99. And Billie Holiday, Lady Sings the Blues, another Billie Holiday compilation. This time $19.99 on that one. Another Ray Charles, this time Ray's Moods. Ray Charles is orchestra and chorus. Nice copy. Ray Charles, $19.99. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. Geldof is $12.99. And the Flesh Tones, Hexbreaker. The Flesh Tones, $19.99. Frank Galena on Neil Young for $10. Ray Charles is sold for $12 to Adam Bernardi. Those are gone. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, that is their debut album. Not their debut album. It's their second album, actually. I meant to say their self-titled album. That's the original label. Spinning Wheel. What goes up must come down. Man, they sold a lot. How much Blood, Sweat, and Tears albums did we see come through here? Oh, my gosh. It is millions. Romelu, Billie Holiday, $14. Sell that to Romelu for $14. Ry Cooder, Get Rhythm is $19.99. The Commodores is $14.99. And Henry Gross, Release, $9.99 for Henry Gross. Angel, interesting to see that in here, $19.99. The Blood, Sweat, and Tears, that's on Casablanca, by the way. It was $19.99. I always check for the label because sometimes we don't always get that OG label like we just seen. America, this one's called Hearts. This one has Sister Golden Hair Surprise on it. Daisy Jane, this has some big songs on it. Woman Tonight, that's a few songs that appears on their greatest hits. Angel is sold for $15 to John McPatriot. Let's go ahead and sell Blood, Sweat, and Tears to Adam for $12. Some of the offers I take depends on how common the title is. You know, stuff I get to a lot and I end up discounting anyway. Some stuff, though, is really nice. I might say, dang, I don't see that too often. So, you know, don't ever hesitate to make an offer. This is Kim Carnes with Betty Davis Eyes, $9.99. Peter Cetera is $14.99. Solitude Solitaire. Julian Lennon Valade is $9.99. The Cosmo Commodores, that is sold to Romelu for $9. Melinda just asked the tracks. I just sold it to Romelu for $9. New Riders of the Purple Sage, this is Marin County Line, $14.99 on New Riders. And Michael Nesmith, Infinite Rider on the Big Dogma, and that's Michael Nesmith from the Monkees. Hey, hey, we're the Monkees. People say we monkey around. We're too busy singing. That is actually what Paul McCartney sings backstage to get warmed up. I've seen many videos when he's walking from like his dressing room out to the stage to perform here lately. They're singing, we're the Monkees. Hey, hey, we're the Monkees. All right. Did the Elton John, a few crates sell back? The self-titled album? Are you talking about self-titled? If so, it's right in here. I think it did sell. The one with your song on it. Yeah, I think someone grabbed that right away. If it's not in this crate, it's in this crate. No, it's still available. That one, I'll do $15. Mostly just because it's on the MCA label. If it was on Uni, it should be more like a $40, $50 album. Because it's the first press of his first album. $15 on that. If anybody else wants a price or wants to make an offer, if not, I'm going to go right into the next crate as soon as I get done reading these titles. So here we go. I have Ry Cooder, Bop to Drop, Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits, Jerry Lee Lewis self-titled, Gordon Lightfoot, did she mention my name, Steppenwolf, yes, Styx, Edgar and Johnny Winter, Wishbone Ash, Carpenter, Steve Winwood, Maxfield Parrish, Badfinger, Fats Domino, Banana and the Bunch was $34.99, a 72 white label promo. Beast Smoker Barbecue on Elton John, $15. Thank you on that. The Who, Ace, Earth, Wind & Fire, John Mayall, Brewer and Shipley, Bob Geldof, Flesh Tones, Ry Cooder, Henry Gross, America, Kim Carnes, Peter Cetera, Julian Lennon, New Riders, and Michael Nesmith. Those are all still available. Okay? It was a white label promo too, also, on the banana. I could use a snack. I'm going to go ahead and go right into the next crate. My 6-inch Subway wore off about 2 hours ago, honestly. Actually, I might step up here and see what's laying around. Might be something quick and easy. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Tomorrow will be the last sale of the week, which will end the cutoff for $8 in limited shipping. So if you've been watching all week, or maybe you're waiting to make your purchase, if you want to go ahead and grab a few things tonight, that would be great, because tomorrow will be that cutoff. Tomorrow will be that cutoff for $8 in limited shipping. I almost grabbed a bag of these Takis, but those are a little bit too hot. Now y'all can hear me crunch on some Ruffles until I get back to the mute button. And we're back. All right. Fats Domino. This is in shrink. It's a Everest Archive of Folk and Jazz Music, $9.99. Tony Banks soundtracks. He did some music from several movies. This is a compilation of that. $14.99. Tony Banks. Gentle Giant Freehand. Gentle Giant's $19.99. No condition notes. In Your Eyes. That's a Peter Gabriel 12-inch single. $19.99 on Mr. Gabriel. We have GQ Disco Nights. GQ in shrink. That's $9.99. Go West Dancing on the Couch. Go West is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Green to help somebody. Green is $19.99. And John Hartford Looks at Life. Nice. John Hartford, $29.99, a 1967 original RCA. Harper's Bazaar in shrink. That's $9.99. And Hamilton Joe Franken Reynolds, Don't Pull Your Love Out. That's a big one. $9.99 on that. Ricky Lee Jones self-titled, $9.99 on Ricky. And Steve Jones, Mercy. Steve Jones from the Sex Pistols, $19.99. Also, The Secret Life of Harper's Bazaar. Moore's Harper's Bazaar, $12.99. Isaac Hayes Movement. Isaac Hayes is $19.99. Michael Butler on HAM for Ham. Hamilton Joe Frank Reynolds. Sell that to Michael Butler for $8. Bill Deal and the Rondells, Vintage Rock, $9.99. And Deja Vu, Song for Everyone. Deja Vu's $14.99. The Bobby Darin Story, Mac the Knife, $9.99 on Bobby Darin. Whoops, Roy Buchanan Livestock. Roy Buchanan, $19.99. And Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order, $19.99. Are those CDs up there? They are. I'm just now seeing Scott's question. Sorry, I was eating a bag of Ruffles. That was delicious, too. I could almost knock out another one of those. Man, that was good. Cheddar and sour cream. Holy moly, that was delicious. I definitely need another one of them here in a minute. Might get some Takikis or whatever later. Neil Diamond Moves is $14.99. The Steve Jones was $19.99. The Sex Pistols guy here, Steve Jones Mercy, $19.99. Dr. Hook, Sometimes You Win. Dr. Hook is $14.99. And the Motors is $14.99. Law, that's the name of the artist, $19.99. Self-Titled and Shrink. Championship Wrestling, Al Cooper, that's $14.99. And Coin the Gang spin their top hits like Jungle Boogie. I was about to say, it's got to be on here somewhere. Jungle Boogie, $14.99. Coin the Gang. Allman Brothers is $19.99. Enlightened Rogues and Nectar, Magic is a Child. This is actually a 2014 Purple Pyramid reissue. Nectar is $19.99. Excuse me. We got the Beach Boys Surfs Up. The Beach Boys is $19.99. Surfs Up. Also, we have Michael Nesmith, From a Radio Engine to a Photon Wing. Michael Nesmith, $14.99. And New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red. New Riders is $19.99. That's a clean-looking record, only $19.99. Olivia Newton-John Soul Kiss. Olivia is $9.99. And Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band. This is a 12-inch single, $9.99 for It's You. Also over here, we have Dion and the Belmonts, Doo-Wop, $9.99 on Dion and the Belmonts, and Steve, $10. I will call what they say, split the difference or meet you in the middle. I'll do it for $15, Edwin. Mink DeVille, Coup de Grace, $14.99 on Mink DeVille, and the Zachariah soundtrack, $19.99. We have Cliff Richard with The Shadows, the motion picture soundtrack, Wonderful Life. Don't think I've ever had that before. Wonderful Life soundtrack, $14.99. Cliff Richard and The Shadows. Ed Riviera over here is this. Sold on the Steve Jones for $15. Thank you. Herman's, Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter. That is $9.99. Robert Gordon with Link Ray, $19 on that. The Fifth Dimension Live is $19.99, double LP, and Limo. Limo is one of those double LP Warner Brothers Lost Leaders compilation. $19.99. Gary Wright, Ted Nugent, Doobie Brothers, Rod Stewart, some of the artists on that one. That was side one of one disc. Here's another side of another disc. Rock Cooter, Distant Fire, Breakdown, Forgiveness, Van Morrison. You get what's going on there. It's a comp, $19.99. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, New Directions. That's $9.99. Julian Lennon, The Secret Value of Daydreaming, also $9.99. And Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores. This is in shrink in mono on the original Columbia 2i. That's a nice copy. Distant Shores. That's one of their better songs, too. $9.99 on that. We have Peter Cetera, One More Story, in shrink for $9.99. And Kim Carnes' Romance Dance. That's also $9.99. And so is, naturally, J.J. Cale, making an appearance late in the crate, $29.99. And here, I saw this earlier. I was like, I don't think I've ever seen this Everly Brothers before. Two Yanks in England. An original gold mono press, gold label Warner Brothers mono press, $34.99. Two Yanks in England. To my knowledge, I don't think I've had that before. Wow, there's still a lot of stuff left in there. Well, about the best thing I can do is just bring over a whole nother crate. I don't think I should even read through those again. We sold two out of there. I'll just move on to another crate. Hopefully everybody's not getting too sleepy. Everybody still here? Where's everybody watching from? Can I at least get some participation comments like, yes, we're still here, Chad. Thank you for doing this late and staying here and selling us records. We really appreciate it, and you're the best ever. And I will unequivocally say, I know. I know. You don't have to tell me. I know. I get it. I get it. I understand. You're welcome. All right, let's go back to the top. First is Jeremy Bryant offered 15 for Nectar. Let's do that. That was right back here. Okay. And do you still have Black Sabbath debut album? Yes, I do. I've got to do one more vintage, and we're about to do some other stuff over here. And here we go. California. All right, let's bring over another crate. I'm going to set this one here because I don't really have room to condense that yet. Took the words right out of my mouth. Great. I think these 9 John crates, though, when I'm done, even though that one threw me off pace, I think I can condense them all into 4. We got to sell a lot out of here, though, so let's get started. So we sold a Nectar for 15. The next comment is JJK 12. Don't know if I can do that one. I'll do JJK for I'll do it for $22. $22 on that one. And what's up with the other buzz? I know the Hollies and Page are on it. Where it's happening, the Everly Brothers are happening to Yanks in England. I wish it had more liner notes on it. Let's see. It is a 66 album. Despite the album title and packaging, only half the tracks were recorded in England. 6 of the 12 tracks were recorded in Hollywood. 1966. The backing band on half the recordings are members of the Hollies. 8 of the 12 songs featured are credited to L. Ransford, the songwriting pseudonym for the Hollies, Alan Clark, Tony Hicks, Graham Nash, a pen name. Jamie Page and John Paul Jones are also purported to play on the record as session musicians. Also interviewed with Nash on David I's World Cafe, it was claimed by Reggie DeWhite, a.k.a. Elton John, played on the album. So a lot of people played on this basically under fake names. So it sounds like a lot of big names played on it, but they were hiding their names. $34.99. Mono, beautiful disc. Never had seen it before in my life. So Jimmy Page, John Paul Jones, Elton John, basically the entire Hollies, including Graham Nash. Sounds like a great album to be listening to. All right, let's keep going here. I got Stevie Wonder, Original Music Aquarium. That's a double LP, $34.99. Herbie Hancock, Crossings. Herbie Hancock, $34.99. Everything right now is buy it now, best offer. Neil Young with promo sticker and hype sticker. Neil Young is $34.99. $34.99. Also, Johnny Rivers, Homegrown. Johnny Rivers is $9.99. Nielsen's Greatest Hits. Everybody's talking. I don't hear a word they're saying. Nielsen's $19.99. More Hot Rocks, the Rolling Stones, $39.99. Also, Three Dog Night Harmony, $14.99. And we have The Innocents, $9.99. The Innocents. That's self-titled with hype sticker, $9.99. The Doobie Brothers Stampede. There is some writing on the cover and a little bit of a cover tear there. That's from that Connery collection. Also, Dave Edmunds, Get It. Dave Edmunds is $16.99. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, a 2020 pressing on pink vinyl. That is a Walmart exclusive. Yeah, that's a Walmart exclusive. Rod Stewart, $24.99. Next thing is Moby Grape 69. There is some damage to the label. $19.99 on that one. Everly Brothers, I'll do it for $28 as long as you let me listen to it tonight. John Kaiser just offered $27. I'll do $28 on it. I really would like to spin it tonight and listen to it. I found out a lot about that album tonight I did not know. Okay. And let's go ahead and tag that then for Adam Bernardi. And that means Kaiser, you were a close second. Patrick Francis on the Innocents. That is right back here. And then Bob Cobb on Rod Stewart. Bob Cobb, the maestro. Chet picks on the Pops. That's Chet Atkin, Boston Pops of Arthur Fiedler, $9.99. Don Nix, Living by the Days. That's actually as a white label promo copy. Don Nix, $19.99 on that. Electra promo. Also, we have in here BG's Mr. Natural for $14.99 and the 3 Degrees Live. Those 3 Degrees there is $14.99. David Axelrod, Strange Ladies. Wow. A 77 Pignaville Press. Didn't expect to see him in a crate tonight. David Axelrod. Of course, he has some albums, some other albums that can get quite pricey. Paul speaks pretty highly of David Axelrod, to best of my knowledge. Paul, you watching? Probably not. Let me move these in here right quick. Gotta move some stuff around. Okay. Let me walk back over here. There we go. Next thing is David and Jonathan. Michelle. David and Jonathan, $9.99. It's got to be all Beatles stuff. Yeah, John Lennon. I saw all these tracks. I was like, well, half of these on here are Beatles songs, it looks like. Yesterday, yeah. All right, that's $9.99. How many people covered yesterday? I think yesterday is the most covered song. We have Weather Report, Sweet Nighter, $19.99 for Weather Report. John Cougar, $19.99. And Ellington Indigos, Duke Ellington is $24.99. A Columbia 6i, Duke Ellington, $24.99. Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo, Ted Nugent, $19.99. The Best of Bing, Bing Crosby, a double LP, MCA Records, $14.99. I'll Take the Dream After Dream, You Still Have the Journey. That sold earlier. I reluctantly took an offer on it, so unfortunately, yeah, that sold earlier. Next thing over here is Indigo, $15. Adam Bernardi, I'll do that for $18. Slayer Nation gets Ted Nugent for $14.15. Well, let's do it for $15. 2 offers just popped up. $15 if you want it, $18 on Duke Ellington. That is the original label. Queen, A Day in the Life, $34.99. That is not a day in the life. That's a day at the races. Queen, $34.99. Indigo is sold for $18 to Adam Bernardi. Ted Nugent sold to Slayer Nation for $15. Donna Summer, I remember yesterday. Donna is $9.99. Against All Odds, Phil Collins, $19.99. Lionel Richie is $9.99. BB King, Guess Who? That is $29.99. ABC, that should be the first label for that release. Over here, we got When Radio Was King. That is $9.99. When Radio Was King. Also, we have Santa Esmeralda Beauty. Santa Esmeralda is $9.99. And Dave Brubeck, All the Things We Were. Mr. Brubeck, $14.99 on that. Also, A Time for Tears, Charlie Rich, $9.99. And It's Just a Matter of Time, Brooke Benton. Feels different. That's because it's a Holland press. I knew it. It's a Holland press, $9.99. Dave Brubeck, Adam Bernardi. I'll go ahead and do 10 on that one. And we have the Coasters, their greatest recording, $16.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary Moving is $9.99. Johnny Rivers, $14.99 for Johnny. Also, Johnny Cash sings Hank Williams. This is the Record Club edition, so you got to be careful. I can tell from that label, but a lot of these are, they say Memphis Sun, but they're not truly the 50s press. That one is one there, but that is still not bad at $19.99. The vinyl's really clean. Scott Arnold BB for $7. Brooke Benton, sell that to Scott Arnold for $7. And Stories is $19.99. David Axelrod, and I'm not talking about the guy who works for CNN. there's a David Axelrod. He worked in the I think he worked in the Obama administration. Not the same person. This is called Strange Ladies. It's a 77 Pignaville press, $39.99. Lulu, New Routes. Lulu is $14.99. The Lovin' Spoonful, What's Up Tiger Lily, $14.99. And Grateful Dead, In the Dark, an 87 Columbia Record Club edition. Grateful Dead is $49.90. What a great way to end the crate with Grateful Dead, $49.99. Let's see right over here. John Cougar. Grumpy. Sold to you for $13. Melinda Daring on radio. Sold to Melinda. That was Pinocchio. And Michael Hamburger gets dead for 40. Axelrod sold for $32 to John Kaiser. All right, so here's what we're going to do now. Let me see if I can get all this into... Dang, we're so close to get all this into 4 crates. Let me try to move these. Let me move these in here. I think I can fit these in there. The strength of my forearms and fingers has really increased over the years picking up albums. I can pick up half of a crate like this. Put my fingers like this. I can pick up half of a crate. Not really. I can pick up about this many. Yeah, that's about good so you don't drop them. I've learned like that. A lot easier to do it that way. So tonight we started with 9 John crates. Everything left is in 4.5. That's pretty amazing. I think what I might do, there's a Hatchet Ed crate that we didn't go through. Let's do that one best offer, okay? So I still got new stuff. I know it's crazy that it's 10 till 1 and I'm still showing new records, but it is Hatchet Ed stuff, and it's about to be best offer. It's just a vintage crate. And then I'll probably do a final recap of other stuff that didn't sell tonight. Right now, I'm pretty boxed in, so let me shift some stuff around. There's a crate of auctions for tomorrow. I'm going to move these vintage LPs over here. That's new stuff that was for tonight. And then I might try to show the other Hatchet Ed stuff, which was, you know, non-payments and auctions and some of that kind of stuff. But... not much of that left, as y'all know. I hadn't even tried to condense those until right now, because I'm about to add to it. I'm about to put some more in there. So don't go anywhere. Do not leave this stream, because there's more happening right now as I move and shift the movers and the shakers. That's in a Rush song. Lyrics by Neil Peart. Time stands still. Time stands still. Hear the sound of the music. Banana and the Bunch was $34.99. All right, so these are actually Hatchet Ed records that are going to be best offer, okay? I'm bringing them over right now. And I'm also going to add the other Hatchet Ed records that were already shown tonight. The pre-owned stuff, at least, which is this, okay? So now we got a whole crate to go through. And the only thing left from Hatchet Ed is the new stuff, which I'll show again in just a moment. These are all buy it now or best offer. Bob Seger working on those night moves. $24.99 for Seger. Really clean copy. down on Main Street. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. The Killing of Georgie, $14.99. Rod Stewart. The Drifters, Golden Hits. Under the Boardwalk. We'll be having fun under the boardwalk. $19.99. The Drifters. Also, Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing, VG Plus, $12.99. Weather Report, Black Market, Weather Report, VG Plus, $24.99 with Jaco Pastorius and Wayne Shorter. We have Bob Seger, So Does Scott Arnold for $18. Robert Fripp, Exposure, VG Plus, $29.99. The Band, Stage Fright, The Band, VG Plus, $24.99 on The Band. The Notorious Bird Brothers, VG Plus, The Birds, that is the first label, $17.99 on that. The Bee Gees, 2 Years On, earlier one here on the Atco label. Bee Gees is $16.99, 2 Years On, and The Birds pre-flight. The Birds is $24.99. The Birds pre-flight. Next thing I have is Neil Young Reactor, $19.99 for Neil. Stephen Steele's Thoroughfare Gap was $19.99. John Cafferty, Tough All Over, Shrink and Hop. Shrink and Hop, John Cafferty, $24. Santana Freedom, no condition notes on that for $19. And Leo Sayer. Leo Sayer is in Shrink, $9.99. And we have Ray Parker Jr. This is in Shrink, $14.99. Sorry, I just forgot about something I need to do over here. Okay. This is Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA. Linda Ronstadt is $11.99. It does have some cover damage up here, $11.99 on that. Also, we have Engelbert Humperdinck, A Man Without Love. That is $9.99. And John Lennon, Just Like Starting Over. That's a 12-inch single. Yoko's The Flip Side, Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. $14.99 on that. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works is $19.99. And another John Lennon single, Nobody Told Me. That's an 83 promo, $19.99 from Milk and Honey. Still putting out stuff after he had passed away. We have Ray Parker Jr., Woman Out of Control, $14.99. And MFSB, Love is the Message, Shrink and Hop, a 73 disco album, $19.99. Gabe Valles on the Santana Freedom for $15. Thank you, Gabe. That is so to you. We also have Average White Band and Benny King. That is $19.99. Average White Band, Benny King, $19.99 on that. And we have J.D. Souther, You're Only Lonely. J.D. Souther is $9.99. Richard Harris, His Greatest Performances, that's $9.99. And Robert Gordon of Link Ray, Fresh Fish Special. Robert Gordon of Link Ray, original under sleeve, $19.99. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Welcome Back My Friend, $19.99. And LaRoe, Up, LaRoe, $14.99. Dr. Hook, Sometimes You Win, $14.99 on Dr. Hook. Doc Holliday, Modern Medicine, Doc Holliday, $24.99. Survivor Premonition, $14.99. Mungo Santa Maria, Stone Soul, Shrink and Hop, $19. The Everly Brothers, Original Greatest Hits, that's a 2 LP compilation, $14.99. Wow, it's got like a trivia thing on the back, and this was from Fred Goodwin's collection. He bought it in Long Beach, California in June of 1970. And what's pretty amazing is that's his handwriting. He filled out most of the stuff on the back. Rest in peace, Fred. But Buddy Holly and the Crickets, Dion and the Belmonts, Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Jay and the Americans, Cannibal and the Headhunters, Sam Sham and the Pharaohs. He misspelt it, though. Little Anthony and the Imperials, Dick Dale and the Deltones. He didn't answer some of them. Come on, Fred. How could you not know this? Buddy Knox and the Nightcaps, I'm pretty sure. Smokey and the Miracles. Smokey's Name. Huey Piano Smith and the Little Joe and the Ike and Tina Turner and the... Some of those might be pretty tricky. I read them so often, but Where did Don, Phil, and Susie fall asleep in the Everly Brothers hit Wake Up Little Susie? That's pretty cool. There were 4 big records with the word dog in the title. Hound Dog by Elvis Presley, Blank Dog by Block, Doggin by Blank. We have Ed Riviera LC for $10. That was for LC for $10. LC for $10. That was, have I already pulled that, Edwin? LC for $10. What was that? I don't know if I hadn't pulled it, but you might have to remind me. Another Everly Brothers, End of the Era, $14.99. The Essential Jimi Hendrix Volume 2, $29. That was for LaRoe. LaRoe. And that is sold to Ed Riviera for $10. We have Coda, Led Zeppelin, EX, $37.99. Coda, EX, $37.99. Led Zeppelin's Coda. Also, we have the Masquerades, Everybody Want to Live On, a white label promo, EX $12.99. The Best of Sam and Dave, nice copy and shrink. Hold on, I'm coming. I'm a soul man. The Marvelettes is VG minus. It is a UK copy, and it was at the United States Air Force Field Library Center. VG minus $12.99. Stories is still available. VG plus $14.99. The Beatles 6266.49. Dave Clark 5 is $9.99. Janis Joplin is VG condition, $14.99. I got the Mo Cosmic Blues again. Tanya Tucker VG, Malta Hoople, $19.99. Okay. All righty. Taking a picture of this trivia on the back. My last trick of the night is going to be showing you a few more the newest stuff for tonight, and that's going to be it. Okay? Then I'm going to eat, start getting ready for tomorrow, and be back for a full-length, action-packed show tomorrow. We're not done, though. Also, I got to figure out what I'm eating. Oh, I got shrimp cocktail. I got shrimp cocktail for my pre-gym workout meal. All right, let me slide this off the table then. Let me try to condense these 2 Paul crates, too. Actually, I don't know if I want to move too much of that together. I'll wait because that's mostly sealed jazz stuff from earlier. I'm going to show that in the group in the morning. Let me just take this off for right now. Vicky, do you want the Everly Brothers that Fred did the trivia? So do you. I took some pictures of it. I was going to post it. That's pretty cool. Fred was early 80s. Roger Hodgkins, Rites of Passage. Widespread Panic, it's a bootleg. Reservation Blues, Hot Spell. Sharon, Need I Say More. Savoy Blues, Triple LP sealed. Dream Theater, Octavarium, and Paradise Lost Gothic. And The Jam is a cassette. You missed some killer CDs. We had about a whole box there. If you hopped off, it was some killer stuff. Scott's probably like, of course. I'll leave for 30 seconds and miss half the show. All right, I'm going to run through these very quickly. Some of the newest stuff for tonight, in case you missed it. I still got the Lincoln Park Meteora. Whiskey Myers Mud was $29. Lincoln Park was $33. Blink-182 was $38.99. Slaughter Revolution back in stock at $38. Jar of Flies, Alice in Chains, $29. Nirvana Bleach was $29. So was Boston's debut. Alice in Chains Dirt, $38. Still got 2 of those. Offspring Smash, $29. Led Zeppelin 2, $33. Jimmy Buffett, $34.99. Operation Ivy's $29. Sex Pistols, $33. Rancid was $29. The Goo Goo Dolls Greatest Hits, $29. Etta James at Last. Etta James is $29.99. Cake Fashion Nugget was $33. Ray LaMontagne was $33. Audio Slave, $36. Black Sabbath, $13. It does have a little bit of sing split. $39 on that. Jethro Tull, Still Living in the Past, was $39. Eric Clapton Unplugged was $44. Depeche Mode Violator, $33. Disturbed Down with a Sickness was $33. Lauryn Hill, $36. The Miseducation. And Snoop Dogg Doggy Style, a double LP clear vinyl, $34.99 for Snoop. Snoop Dogg, Lauryn Hill, Disturbed, Depeche Mode, Eric Clapton, Jethro Tull, Black Sabbath, Audio Slave, Ray LaMontagne, Cake, Etta James, Goo Goo Dolls, Rancid, Sex Pistols, Operation Ivy, Jimmy Buffett, Led Zeppelin, Offspring, Alice in Chains, Boston, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Slaughter, Blink-182, Whiskey Myers, Mud, and Linkin Park, Meteora. This crate here had George Harrison, Let It Roll, which is a new 2LP compilation. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $33.99. I went ahead and said I would do these $5 off because they have sing splits. It's Alice in Chains Facelift. Alice in Chains Facelift is now $34 because of the sing splits. And I have Ministry Twitch, a music on vinyl pressing, for $38. Ministry Dark Side of the Moon is $38. Miles Davis Around Midnight's $44. Stone Temple Pilots Shangri-La D-Doll, $38. Marvin Gaye Collected, $49. Doors LA Woman Analog Productions, $59. Hall & Oates, $44. Leonard Skinner, $49. Hall & Oates is called Rockin' Soul Part 1. It's a greatest hits comp. Skinner Collected's a double LP at $49. Days of the New is $49.99. STP Tiny Music has Mo-Fi, $59. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying, $46. Santana Abraxas on Super Vinyl is $59. Randy Travis Mo-Fi, $44. Carole King Tapestry, $44. Ministry, $38. The Who is $38. Ministry is another one. The Mind's a Terrible Thing. Who's Next is $38. Extreme, $38. Skinnerd, $59. Analog Productions. And Ministry again, The Land of Rape and Honey, $38. No bids. There are only 3. Corey Hart, The Fields of Fire, for $25. Duran Duran, $35. Simon & Garfunkel, $25. All Japanese pressing. Simon & Garfunkel, $25. Duran Duran, $35. And Corey Hart, $25. We sold basically 2 entire full crates of metal tonight at auction. It was one after another for about a solid 6 hours there. I ran out about a half hour ago, maybe 45 minutes ago. It was a crazy last couple nights on here. Probably have sold 200-300 metal auctions in just a few blinks of an eyes. Hopefully we don't run out. As soon as we run out, I'll have to hear about it. I've got Corrosion Conformity Wise Blood for $46. The Cure Disintegration, $44. Joni Mitchell Blue, $33. Charlie Brown Christmas, $29. Green Vinyl Outer Heaven Infinite Psychic Depths, green vinyl, $33. Elton John Captain Fantastic, $36. Jane's Addiction is $28.99. Limited edition orange vinyl. Mud Crutch is $44.99. Guns N' Roses Ultra Rare Tracks is $36 red vinyl. The Cure's Greatest Hits is $44. Live Mental Jewelry, $33. And Iron Maiden Maiden Voyage, that's on colored vinyl, $38.99. Wow. Well, I'm going to stop there. I've rarely read through 3 crates of new vinyl and not sold at least one thing, so I guess everybody's either 1 or 3 things. It could be maybe 5 things. Everybody's falling asleep. Nobody wants any of them. Everybody's out of money, or they already have them. It's one of those few things. They already have it. They're falling asleep. They don't even know what's going on right now. They're out of money, or they already have it. Did I already say that? Otherwise, something in there should have sold. I know not everybody has a copy of Tom Petty Mudcrutch. Maybe they don't want it. I know everybody doesn't have Elton John Captain Fantastic. I know they don't want it. CDs, 0 available tonight. 0 CDs available. I am ending the show. If anybody has any last requests, let me know. Jason, if you want to sell something, just message the page, address it to Paul, and he will take care of you from there. Anybody else have any last requests before I hit the end stream button? How many CDs are in this building? 10, 20, 30,000. How many do I have available for sale? 0. Y'all have either bought every single one of them or I've went through all of them. There are thousands up front that didn't sell the first few times I read through them. So many up front. I probably could start going back through some of those. It's honestly pretty crazy how many we went through that didn't sell. I mean, I filled up like 12 industrial-sized totes of CDs that no one bought. So it's like, what the heck do I do with these? Throw them in the trash, give them away. All right. Tomorrow, I anticipate a major night. We're going to have all new auctions. We're going to have new arrivals. So John will be here, Laura and Paul. So I think everybody will be here tomorrow. So maybe we'll get a little bit from everybody. And no new vinyl deliveries tomorrow, but we will, of course, be recapping what came in tonight and for the rest of the week. So, all right. That's it. Thanks. Good night. And I'll see y'all the next time. Come back tomorrow to finish up your invoice. If you need me, you know where to